Welcome back. Sorry about that noise to start the stream with. Yeah, I'm doing something very different for this stream. I normally like to play some video games and do some stuff like that. And if you've been watching any of my streams for a while, you know I don't put my face out there. I don't really want my face or name or any real information about me out there. Um, So this is a real change. I have a camera on. Hello. Hi. I'm wearing gloves. It's cold. This is the only reason I'm wearing gloves. Okay, you get it. I am cringe and embarrassing. I think you know that at this point. Uh, I wanted to do something a little different. I did this once before where we watched the news together. While I played some of the Lego Fortnite stuff, just kind of having it run in the background, and I did some commentary. I don't think I'll be doing as much commentary with this one. I'll be doing something in real life. No video games here. As I've mentioned a couple of times, I run a D&D campaign. I run several, but I'm planning for an upcoming one, and I need to get this done anyway. So I thought, hey, two birds, one stone, something new for the stream. I have a camera on. I'm doing something a bit different. I don't know, maybe you would be interested in this if you like D&D. And you get to, and I need to get this done anyway, so this needs to happen. Other than that, I have some news for us to watch. It's not as, I mean, it's not like it's particularly fun most of the time. This is just some of the important things that are happening around the world that personally I find is very important for people to talk about, and it's been neglected. Sure, there's plenty of people that do talk about it, and we appreciate those, we support those. Those people are amazing, um, but nowhere near enough. And it's a constantly evolving situation. Obviously, I'm talking about the whole Israel-Palestine situation. And it's not just Israel-Palestine now; it is Israel-Lebanon, uh, which horrific, I think, is the only word I can use to describe it. But I'm not a journalist. I will leave it to them to take over. This is Breaking Points with Crystal and Sagar. Right, this was released when? Let me just
So we've been tracking close.
check. Excuse me, Crystal. Yeah, so here, in the top right corner, you can see the channel. This was released 2 days ago, and here's the title for the video. Obviously, this is not my video, just making sure credit where credit is due. And yeah, now I'm just going to be doing some of this. So this is part of the map. Kind of what I had in mind is a very large map made up of little segments. Excuse the squeaking in the background. So I just have it broken up into these small segments that I'm going to be cutting up and then kind of attaching to each other to create a really large terrain for the players to explore. But yeah, I have them labeled. This is 1C5. I also wrote it on the back. Using the gloves and turning the page is not easy, but I will make it work. So I make sure to write 1C5 on the background so we can find it easily. Cool. Anyway, back to the video, and you'll see me work in the background. The shadow I'm not super happy about, but it is what it is. It works fine, I think. It's not super annoying, and it's not really all that revealing. I mean, anyway, whatever. Hope you enjoy.
So we've been tracking closely the escalating war, Israel versus Hezbollah in Lebanon, and some deeply troubling news coming out just recently. Let's put this up on the screen. It appears that Israel is preparing for a potential ground invasion. This is from the Financial Times. They say Israel on Wednesday told troops to prepare for a potential ground offensive against Hezbollah in Lebanon, as Joe Biden warned an all-out war is possible, but pushed for a ceasefire deal. Let me just continue to read some of the details here from the Financial Times. The IDF chief of staff told troops airstrikes on Lebanon were not just aimed at degrading the Lebanese militant group, but to prepare the ground for your possible entry. Quote, "We are preparing the process of a maneuver over, which means your military boots, your maneuvering boots will enter enemy territory, enter villages that Hezbollah has prepared as large military outposts. They also said that they were calling up 2 reserve brigades, although, Sagar, this is less of a show of force than prior to the ground invasion of Gaza. However, we've already seen massive carnage, somewhere around 600 Lebanese people killed. The Lebanese health ministry is saying that a majority of those, if not all of them, those are their words, were civilians. We know quite a number of children and women are among those who were killed by the Israeli airstrikes already. So we are looking here at a very likely potential, even further escalation.
Very, very possible. And even worse is that we have basically a total failure of U.S. diplomacy. We're already getting embarrassed on the national stage. So, for example, we have here Tony Blinken getting asked about the situation. Let's take a listen to what he said.
Does the U.S. support what Israel is doing right now in terms of this escalation in order to later de-escalate and get to the negotiating
What
table?
we support is solving the problem of making sure that people can go home, but we believe the best way to solve it is through diplomacy, not through war.
Why does the U.S. not have or use more leverage over Israel, its ally? We are the supplier of the bulk of its weapons of war, and yet there are countless examples, and you probably know them better than I, where Israel seems to flout what the U.S. is asking or suggesting. Why is that?
We have a long-standing relationship and security relationship with Israel, including making sure that it has what it needs to prevent the many enemies that it has from attacking it, to deter them. And that's important to avoiding war as well. And in this instance, there is a real problem that needs to be solved. Again, from our perspective, the best way to do it is diplomatically. We're engaged with Israel on that. We're engaged with others in the region on that. And we need to, I think, find the opportunity now to stop any escalation, prevent a full-scale war, get people back to their home.
So that's what he has to say. And yet, just this morning, after the U.S. and France released some sort of ceasefire proposal, they tried to intimate that the IDF was on board. The Prime Minister of Israel's office, in the middle of the night, puts out this statement. The report about a ceasefire is incorrect. This is an American-French proposal that the Prime Minister has not even responded to. The report about the purported directive to ease up on the fighting in the north is the opposite of truth. Think about that. So not only, so our Secretary of State goes on television, we're about to get to this, our president also went on television basically touting the ceasefire proposal and almost implying that they had agreed to it. And then the Israelis come out and they're like, no, we're not agreeing. And by the way, not only do we not agree, we're actually not agreeing at all to any lack of escalation in fighting. So our troops are already on the way. We've got 40,000 at a minimum. There's probably going to be 50, 60,000 that are going to be somewhere in the region. And things are just very, very close to popping off full scale. And meanwhile, you know, Tony Blinken is on television just talking about how great it is to supply Israel with weapons. The president's on TV downplaying this entire thing. It's crazy. The whole situation is nuts.
It truly is. Forgive my language. I mean, Bibi has turned Biden and Blinken et al. Into his little bitches. Yeah. Like, from the beginning of this war, Biden has said, Blinken has said, all of them have said, the top priority is to keep it from escalating into a regional war. By the way, we crossed that bridge a long time ago. But now we're talking about massive bombing campaign in Lebanon, Lebanese civilians being killed, threats of turning Lebanon into Gaza, which means utter and complete annihilation, and now a ground invasion. No end in sight. And the best they can do is go on television and say, well, they have the right to defend themselves, but I mean, I guess I kind of wish they would do it diplomatically, but like, we'll support them no matter what. It's like, what do you think you're going to get? By the way, these guys want, Bibi in particular, want Trump to be president. They would love nothing more for a big, messy Middle Eastern disaster in September and October to hand Trump the White House again. I mean, it's so absurd, it's so stupid, it's so morally depraved. I have no words for it whatsoever. And yet here we are. I don't know what happened with the ceasefire proposal, if the U.S. really genuinely thought that he was on board with it, and then his ministers freaked out and he backed off of it. I don't know. But the truth of the matter is, because the, far-right ministers in his government are willing to wield what power they have and threaten to collapse the government and for Bibi to pay a political cost, they have much more power in the situation than the superpower of which Israel is supposed to be the client state that is arming and funding all of this, because they're not willing to use an iota of pressure. And I don't want to lose sight either of the fact that the willingness to continually ship arms with absolutely no conditions on Israel is a dramatically unpopular position. New poll, only 23% of Americans, this was written up at Responsible Statecraft, by the way, only 23% of Americans want the U.S. to send unconditioned aid to Israel, including a majority of Republicans are opposed to sending unconditioned aid to Israel. And yet this is treated like you can't even float it, like it's impossible to even put on the table. And so the results are entirely disgraceful and entirely predictable. Going back to like the utter humiliation here, you had Biden on The View yesterday talking up this theoretical ceasefire that Bibi's already come out and shot down. Let's go ahead and take a listen to what he had to say.
An all-out war is possible, but I think there's also the opportunity, or still in play, to have a settlement that could fundamentally change the whole region. And look, one of the things that I found is the Arab world very much wants to have a settlement because they know what it does for them. They're willing to make arrangements with Israel and alliances with Israel if Israel changes some policies. And I've known Bibi now for a long, long time. And I'm a very strong supporter of Israel. I make no bones about it. I said years ago I was a Zionist. All a Zionist means is that there needs to be in Israel. And they have a possibility. I don't want to exaggerate it, but a possibility if we can deal with a ceasefire in Lebanon, that it can move into dealing with the West Bank. But we also have Gaza to deal with.
Yes.
And so, but it's possible, and I'm using every bit of energy I have with my team, and from the Defense Department, it well.
So, I mean,
Okay.
we already know the answer to that one. That didn't work out. I mean, the idea he still thinks that there's some broader solution here within the absence of him forcing it to happen and using pressure is just like you can't even believe that he believes it at this point. And so,
Oh no, I can actually.
really, you think he's that foolish?
Yeah.
I
His
don't know.
brain is shot. Like he lives in a fantasy world. Also, we're the laughingstock. I'm watching this British show right now called Industry, and they have this scene of the American president, of the Treasury Secretary, being like, "And we have a president who still thinks of war with Japan," and the world is laughing at us, laughing. BB is laughing. Look at this. Meanwhile, Zelensky, and you caught this. I'm not even know how I missed it. You see that little Ukraine pin there? Our president is wearing the flag of a foreign nation on his lapel. Okay, these are the types of things in the Obama era we actually used to care about. But the whole thing is just so insane because it's a client state, like you said. We're the superpower. Our Secretary of State, which used to mean something, goes on television, and it's just humiliating. Our president goes on television, whose brain is shot, and he's like, well, it's still possible to prevent an all-out war. And at the same time, like, look at the actual things that are happening on the ground. Tens of thousands of American troops already there and or on the way to the region with 100% commitment to defending them against whatever situation that they get into. I mean, there's only one pact for all of America that applies to. That's NATO. We don't even have a security guarantee with Israel in that regard. Why do we do this? There's no reason for us to get into this.
Yeah. Ryan and Emily covered yesterday what should be also a massive scandal, which is that the State Department produced a report saying.
Before we get into the scandal, I know I said I wasn't going to comment as much, and but I have to. Oh, why do we do this? Yeah, because there's a huge. Oh, hey Kenny, how you doing? Interesting new stream. Yes, camera's on. Yes, thought I'd do something a little different, and yeah, just working on some DnD maps that I'll be using for the campaign. But yeah, watching some news, watching some news, listening to it together. Just I guess being upset and annoyed. I play DnD. Yes, I DM. And this is the map I'm working on for a one-shot I'm planning in November. It's gonna be a pretty big map, so I had to segment it into these small pieces, and then I'll put them all together. At least tell me this now. I'm pretty sure I mentioned it before, but if I didn't, letting you know now. Yeah, D&D is a lot of fun. I don't know. Do you play? For now, I'll get back into the screen here, or the video that we were watching.
Which is kind of obvious, but anyway, saying that, hey, Israel is blocking our aid. Like, they are the reason why our aid isn't getting to the people we want it to get to. That is extremely consequential, because if that finding is determined, then you are not allowed, by U.S. law, forget about international law, by our laws, you are then prohibited from shipping arms to a nation that is blocking your aid, which, I mean, seems kind of logical, right? Tony Blinken came in and said, no, I don't believe that, I don't buy it, and I'm just going to make my own determination, and then disregards that report and goes to Congress and says, no, we think they're doing their best effectively to enable, the continued shipment of arms. This is a violation of our laws. It is illegal that we are shipping these arms to Israel. Forget about morality, forget about strategic interest, forget about all of that. They are violating.
I mean, yeah, also, I don't know this about you, Kenny. What are your thoughts on this entire situation? I think you can tell mine from the stream, I suppose.
Our own laws blatantly. In any sort of a sane society, this would be a massive, explosive scandal. And instead, because the mainstream coverage and the corporate press is so, ideologically aligned here, you'll barely hear anything about, I believe it was ProPublica that broke the news on this. And so, here we are, and Gaza's already annihilated. The West Bank is on its way to be Gaza, and Lebanon's now on its way to be Gaza. And the best that our president can go out and do is meekly float a ceasefire proposal on the view that immediately gets shot down. Barack Ravid reported on this theoretical ceasefire deal. Could put this up on the screen, even though it's sort of pointless at this point. The idea was for some quote-unquote pause, I guess a humanitarian pause in the fighting in Lebanon, resumption of negotiations on Gaza, hostage and ceasefire deal. It has been apparent since October 8th that Bibi has no interest in a long-term ceasefire deal, that he would have to be dragged to it through the force of U.S. pressure, and never along the way has the.
Which one? Well, I mean, they're talking about the Israel-Lebanon, I guess, right now. There was the whole Israel-Palestine situation happening for essentially a year now. And now Israel's attacking Lebanon. I don't know if you know much about this topic. If so, then be happy to learn about this topic together. I think it's I don't know. I think it's a good way to spend our time learning about this. Have been paying attention? Yeah, I get that. I think a lot of people have been paying attention to this, and honestly, I think it's a shame. I think it's a really messed up situation, and people who can at least listen should. People who can, share some information on it should. And I think I'm doing my little part. I don't think I'm really reaching an insane audience, but even for me, I was planning on watching this anyway. Do you know why they're attacking Lebanon? Because, well, depends. There's a few reasons for attacking Lebanon. There's Israeli expansionism. You'd want, to take more land for your country, which is, so you're starting a war of aggression, which is illegal. There's Netanyahu, who would like to continue a war, so that he doesn't have to face criminal charges once his term is done, because as long as there's war, he's not going to face that. So obviously he wants to continue the war going on or not the war, the genocide he was committing in Gaza, and now he's starting a war with Lebanon. Started off with immediate terrorist attacks, blowing up people's pagers. Yeah, there's a few reasons for it. He's recognizing the threat, I guess, of Iran through Hezbollah, which, okay, but Hezbollah only came into existence as a response to Israel attacking Lebanon, so I don't think you can really call that defensive. Attacking people is not defensive. Attacking people is attacking people. So yeah, I don't think it's really justifiable in any way.
The U.S. decided, hey, maybe we should switch strategies here. Maybe if we want a different outcome, we should try a different approach. Lastly, just in terms of some of the broader context of what this is going to mean, let's put this up from Times of Israel, which is more of a right-leaning English language publication in Israel. The headline here is Israel's pounding Hezbollah, but in war, the Iran-backed force will be a lethal foe. They're still outmatched, of course. We're arming Israel, so superpowers arms to Israel. They've got a lot going for them. But they have quite a bit of capability, and they also have the inherent advantage of being the defending party. So, it allows them a strategic advantage just from the jump. Some of the reporting here, Hezbollah now has 40 to 80,000 short-range unguided rockets, some 60 to 80,000 long-range unguided rockets that can reach 100 kilometers. Ballistic.
Well, essentially, yes, fuck them. Terrorists doing terrorist shit, just, since they're allies of the US, it's acceptable for some reason, which is ridiculous in my opinion. What's going on here? Just trying to address the chat a bit. Yeah, screw them indeed. Screw them indeed. But the thing is, there's no real way to hold them accountable if the US vetoes any sort of repercussions for them breaking the law. Like saying if there was an ally with the US, then it would have been fine. Essentially, yes. Like, that's the horrible truth. If they were doing it on the side of the US, who cares? I mean, it's not about specifically the US, it's the global superpower. It's the one that wields the stick. So if whoever, super villain is on the side of, the UK when it was the superpower, the world superpower, then it would have been fine. Or Rome, if you want to go further back, then it would have been fine. Right now, it just happens to be the US.
Missile arsenal is smaller but can reach much further into Israel. We saw a missile that was shot down headed towards the Mossad headquarters in Tel Aviv. In an all-out war, they say Hezbollah could use its firepower in a number of ways. They could use unguided rockets against population centers to erode the public's will and trust in the government and to disrupt the functioning of the country. They also talk, and this was interesting, Sagar, about the way that how important drones are, but not the really big, sophisticated drones. It's the fact that they have all of these smaller drones that they can use to potentially like swarm and overwhelm Iron Dome, and that they've been testing out some of this. And since 2006, they haven't been just resting on their laurels. They've been trying to figure out how they could be more effective. So this is a vastly more sophisticated adversary than Hamas in Gaza. They have real weaponry from Iran and have built up their capabilities. Yes, they suffered a blow in those pager and walkie-talkie attacks, which not only took out a number of their people, but also has, I'm sure, made communication very difficult. But this is a much different adversary than what Israel has faced.
I keep saying this. The drone point is very important. Russia is getting drones from where? Iran. Hezbollah is sponsored by who? Iran. Also, Hezbollah fought, what, a decade in the Syrian civil war? Syria was the real experimental ground for the beginnings of the small Chinese drone warfare. ISIS, Hezbollah, all of these other organizations. You can go watch it if you want. It's all right there on Telegram. But then in Ukraine, gasoline was poured on the fire. The technology got better, and then the widespread application of these and the use of them by the armed forces and by the at the industrial state level in terms of launching them towards Ukraine. It's been a real way that they've been able to penetrate air defense systems. This is a massive problem, not just for Israel, for all of us, actually, if you think about it, because we have these super sophisticated systems which are supposed against ICBMs, but it turns out these tiny little cheap drones are a very easy way to defeat those systems, and we don't have a particularly good answer. This is exactly what they would have to face: a much more technologically advanced enemy, a much more capable fighting force who's been battle tested, far more battle tested than the IDF has. And the people in Israel who actually have to fight, they know this. They have to call up already multiple reservists. It would devastate their economy even more than it already has. Don't forget, I mean, this war has been a disaster for them. It's cost them hundreds of billions of shekels and decimated their workforce. They still have all that controversy where like half their population doesn't even have to fight. So this would be huge. I mean, they haven't lost all that many soldiers in Gaza relatively compared to what they would in real Lebanon conflagration. So I'm worried about it. I really am. And already they shot down the ceasefire proposal, even though you have what, the US, Japan, the UAE, like all of these major powers that have signed on to it. It doesn't matter. They just don't care.
They don't care. And why should they? Why should Bibi in particular? Because, when he sees very clearly what his political imperative is. And so, listen, it's one thing, Israel just using their Air Force to go in and bomb. That's, warfare on easy mode. But if there's an actual ground invasion, they're going to suffer losses of, the sort that they have not yet had to suffer in the context of this war. And it's just, then you're inviting, okay, or is Iran getting pulled directly into this? How are we impacted? How are troops in the region impacted? How much more directly do we get pulled in? And then the level of suffering is just unending. And as I keep saying, no end in sight. So that's what we're looking at today.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free.
Thank you. Next one. This is by Declassified UK. Came out 2 days ago. Britain's terrorism ban on all parts of Hezbollah came after intense lobbying by pro-Israeli groups within Westminster.
Secretary of State, Home Secretary. I beg to move that.
Hell yeah, love ads.
Secretary of State, Home Secretary. I beg to move that the Terrorism Act 2000 Prescribed Organisations Amendment Order 2019, laid before this House yesterday, be approved. This will make...
Ah, okay, is that what happened? No, don't mess with my quality. I set it on high on purpose, and I put the subtitles, even though they're quite small. UK politics is a joke. Yes. There's no real, comment there. There's nothing really to add. Yes, 100%. We're better than the US. It's not difficult to be better than the complete clown show. Like, I don't care how good of a clown you are, you're not going to be better than the circus. RSA politics are even worse. RSA is that, like, Russia? I don't think Russia gets a lot of politics. It's essentially Putin or else. Okay, complete clown. South Africa. I don't know too much about South African politics, to be fair.
Make membership of any part of Hezbollah a criminal offence in the UK. It will give police the power to tackle those who fly their gun-emblazoned flag on our streets.
He spoke about the powerful message that this sends out about this view of this government towards terrorism, but it's also about the practical impact of the measures in front of us tonight to shut down fundraising activities and ensure that support for terror in this country is closed down.
I would like to thank the cross-party backbench coalition, which supported me in the debate I led on this topic last January, despite opposition from both government and opposition front benches. Hezbollah has sought to provoke conflicts with Israel, and it is readying itself for war once and again.
Tribute to my right honourable friend, Lord Pollock, who has been a champion of this over a number of years and has kept this issue in the minds of both houses of Parliament. And I think he deserves considerable credit for arriving at this decision.
Sometimes we can find ourselves in a time warp where policy remains unchanged, as if we are in a sort of fantasy land rather than facing up to the reality. Our policy in prescribing Hezbollah was in such a time warp until the change was made by Sajid Javid.
In that context, does my right honourable friend, the Secretary, share my surprise and confusion over why the front bench opposite cannot support the prescription of a group that promotes murder and racism.
I mean, I can't obviously speak for the views of the official opposition. They will get an opportunity in a moment to set out their views, and the public will be able to draw their own conclusions.
I'm not opposing the motion, but what I am seeking to do is to provide scrutiny of the government's position. It's a perfectly reasonable position. The Home Secretary stated in his letter setting out the reasons that Hezbollah as a political entity in Lebanon has won votes in legitimate elections and forms part of the Lebanese government.
In the new government of Lebanon, the health ministry is held by a member of parliament, I believe, from Hezbollah, and the Ministry of Finance has an ally who's linked to Hezbollah. And so it is not a reasonable question of the minister, given what the government was saying in this House last year and the year before. What has changed in that political assessment?
Or member for Kingston asked why now. There is a secret intelligence. I think the House understands why we can't share it.
There is no place for terrorists or terrorist apologists or terrorist organisations in UK society.
There is a long and proud tradition, a strong and proud social democratic tradition in the Labour Party of confronting and facing down murderous, hateful ideology. And I deeply regret, Mr Deputy Speaker, that proud tradition has not found expression at the front bench dispatch box this evening, but it will find.
How hilarious it is that, honestly, they could be talking about either organization. They could be talking about Hezbollah as like, oh yes, this dangerous terrorist organization, or they could be talking about Israel promoting the exact same terrorist, hateful ideology. I don't know. Zionism isn't. I don't know. I can't really say Zionism is any better than.
Expression on the backbenches, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm here to support the government unequivocally and without hesitation.
While this sends a message to the world, it also sends a message to our communities about community cohesion, which is that words have consequences and politics is as important as the military wing in terms of tackling terrorism.
Does the Labour Party, the official opposition, support the prescription of Hezbollah, yes or no? If it hasn't been clear, Mr Deputy, I just want to give an opportunity. The Shadow Minister wishes not to take it. We can only infer that the answer is no, Mr Deputy Speaker, which is a great shame.
One of the challenges that the police have faced in this country is that when we have the Al-Quds marches, which have been mentioned by my honourable friend from Hendon.
Yeah, this video has been pretty all over the place. But I guess they're talking about like these politicians being lobbied, which I think is already an insane thing that we have lobbying. Like, you've just made bribery legal. That's all you did. You just made bribery and corruption legal. There's no reason for lobbying to be a thing.
The police have said we can't interfere because people put the flag.
4.5 minutes in. It's 8 minutes. Yeah, we can make it to the end of this video and then move on to the next one. I was hoping, that each clip would have a bit more context, but it seems to be just snippets, which I'm not the biggest fan of.
Flags of Hezbollah up, and they say it's the political wing of Hezbollah. Will this now make sure that the police will take action against those people parading those flags? And will he also make sure that we freeze all the assets of Hezbollah in the UK and encourage our allies to do the same thing?
Hezbollah are an important part of the government coalition in Lebanon. I think they provide 13 out of the 68 members of parliament in the governing coalition. There are important development objectives, particularly in the south of Lebanon, where Hezbollah has the core of its support from the poorer Shia communities in the Lebanon. And some of that complexity is known to me from the visits I have made to the Lebanon. And perhaps the most impressive one was in 2006, immediately in the wake of the Israeli attack on Lebanon and the destruction of much of its infrastructure, where the driver who was assigned to myself and two other parliamentary colleagues at the time was a Hezbollah supporter. But his drink of choice was vodka, and his occupation of choice was clubbing, which does go to suggest that it is not quite the same religiously motivated organisation all the way through. Hezbollah has been seen by the Lebanese Shia population as the most effective representatives of that population. Of course, that has meant, with the history of the terrorism that has been associated with it, that we are going to make this measure this evening. But we do have to engage with the practical reality that Hezbollah does represent, at the moment, regrettable though that may be, a very
It's just, terrorist is a very easy word to paint anyone who's using violence. If you're doing it with the status quo, with the powerful, then it's liberation, or it's fighting for freedom, or it's fighting for democracy. But when you're doing that fighting and you just happen to be an enemy of the status quo or the powerful, then you're a terrorist. So I take the word terrorist with a huge grain of salt. But yes, according to the US, Hezbollah is a terrorist organization because it's an enemy of Israel. But Hezbollah is a political party in Lebanon, so it's not seen as a terrorist organization in most other countries.
Very significant amount of the popular support in Lebanon, and we are going to continue to need to find a way to make sure that that popular support is engaged in the stability of the Lebanon, which is also a key British interest.
The Hezbollah terrorist flag is flown on the streets of London. The flag with its upturned rifle, because it is enabled, has a sticker put on it saying we are supporting the political wing of Hezbollah, is able to be flown without challenge. And I went to see the Metropolitan Police last year after this happened, and I was told very clearly, and that followed up by a letter to me, which said, as Parliament has chosen not to prescribe the whole of Hezbollah, being a member or supporter of the wider non-prescribed organisation is lawful, and those supporters can rightfully protest. And I was told very clearly that if the whole of the organisation was prescribed, those flags could not be flown.
Is to dispute the claim by Lord Trollope that Hezbollah hasn't changed. I think there's been a remarkable journey over the last 20 years. I just want to... They've joined the political process, the democratic process. They're the largest single party in Lebanon. They got 300,000 votes, which is 100,000 more than any other party. They've played a key role in brokering a broad-based coalition government there. It hasn't been mentioned today, but Hezbollah has also played a very significant role in restoring the synagogue in Beirut, which they did do. So it would be, I just ask the House to reflect on maybe that it would be foolish to block conversation with them, a possible negotiation with them, and I just ask the House to reflect on that.
So yeah, there seems to be this conflict happening in the UK right now, whether or not they consider Hezbollah a terrorist organization or not. Which, okay. And yeah, America being America, I mean, this is what I mean. You label your enemies as terrorists, but your allies as freedom fighters. You get what I mean? Like, it depends on who's doing the violence. You know, if it's your enemies doing the violence, it's horrible, it's unacceptable. But if it's your allies doing the violence, then it was just necessary. What can we do? You know, it's just blatant hypocrisy.
Bombs fall with impunity in the Palestinian city of Akka. For 3 straight days, the people of Akka are shelled into oblivion. The final nail in the coffin comes on November 3rd, when an explosive connects with a munitions cache in the center of the city, exploding with devastating force. Thousands die. A city rich with trade, communities, and history flattened to rubble over a bloody 3 days. One first-hand account describes walking through the aftermath, seeing corpses of men, women, and children blackened by the explosion and mutilated in the most horrid manner. On November 3rd, the bustling Palestinian port city of Akka fell to the indiscriminate bombardment of British steamships. That's right, this brutal leveling took place in 1840 and was one of the very first instances of fossil-fueled imperialist war. With the new might of coal-powered warships that were unhindered by the whims of weather, Britain dismantled a burgeoning empire in what's now Egypt, Lebanon, and Palestine, forcing open their markets so surplus cotton could pour down their throats. As scholar Andreas Malm notes, steam allowed the admirals and captains to plug their boats into a current from the past, a source of energy external to the space and time of the actual battle, through which the ships could therefore shoot as though they had wings of their own. 184 years later, Palestinians continue to be bombed by the fossil-fueled war machines of the imperial core, except this time the shrapnel, tanks, and bullets pour from their settler colonial oppressors, Israel. Today we will attempt to reveal the deep connections between fossil capitalism, imperialism, and the settler colonial project that is Israel. We'll delve into how the current genocide of Palestinians in Gaza is connected to the broader desires of fossil capitalism, how the echoes of the past in the bombardment of Akka rattle through to the present, and why Palestinian freedom is not just an issue of moral justice, but also a struggle of climate justice and anti-imperialism. This video is made possible by my amazing viewers who support me on Patreon. Political videos like this one are deemed untouchable by sponsors and are often demonetized on YouTube, which ultimately means that this channel takes a financial hit every single time I release a video like this, which is why I need you. Our Changing Climate will always be free for everyone regardless of how much I make, but OCC is a one-person operation and it would be nice to earn enough to pay for rent and my health insurance. So if you've been a long-time viewer or just stumbled across this channel and want to help me make more anti-capitalist ecological videos, please consider supporting Our Changing Climate on Patreon using the link in the description. Just $1 a month from a small portion of my audience would be huge for the channel and, to be honest, me. As of late June of 2024, 38,179 Palestinians have been killed. 15,000 parents are now childless. Hospitals, schools, and markets bombed into dust. The streets of Gaza lie in rubble, echoing the burnt remains of Akka in 1840. Cut off from food and aid by Israeli forces, Palestinians in Gaza are facing, according to Oxfam, the worst hunger crisis on record. This is genocide, a wholesale erasure of a people and the destruction of their land, one that's driven by the forces of settler colonialism and Zionism, and as we'll see later on, the passionate backing of the imperial core. It's crucial to understand that the razing of Gaza is not an isolated event, but instead the next step in a long long blood trail of the settler colonial project that is Israel. Unlike other forms of colonialism that function to funnel resources from occupied lands towards the imperial core, settler colonial projects, whether on Turtle Island by the United States, South Africa by the British and the Dutch, or Australia by the British, are often much more interested in the land itself. Settler colonialism is, as scholar Patrick Wolf notes, about access to territory. Settlers claim the land for themselves, and those that currently live on the land must be eliminated, physically, culturally, and ethnically. In the occupied lands of Palestine, settler colonialism takes the form of Zionism, an ideology and structure that stretches all the way back to the 1840s. Zionism states the need to create a Jewish ethno-state in Palestine, which would inevitably require the expulsion and eradication of the majority Muslim or secular Palestinians currently living on the land. In their own words, prominent Zionists are very clear-eyed in their goals. One Zionist leader in 1925 wrote, "Zionism is a colonization adventure, and therefore it stands or falls by the question of armed force." While in 1937, during ongoing UN talks about a potential Israeli and Palestinian two-state partition, the future first Prime Minister of Israel, David Ben-Gurion, explains, "After the formation of a large army in the wake of the establishment of the Israeli state, we will abolish partition and expand to the whole of Palestine." Or more recently, the mayor of the Israeli city of Sderot, which was attacked on October 7th, Alon Davidi, claimed on TV, "We don't live in Europe or the USA. We live in the state of Israel, which is surrounded by enemies, and we need to teach them a lesson. Destroy them. These are animals and monsters." On the ground, Zionism has led to narratives and myths surrounding Palestine that ease the settler colonial occupation of Palestinian land, like the narrative that Israelis are occupying uninhabited land, or that Palestinians are less than human and have no claim to that land. This Zionist ideology eventually came to a boiling point in 1948, wherein Zionist forces ethnically cleansed over 800,000 Palestinians under the military plan Balak, which strategized the ousting of Palestinian lands by destroying villages, by setting them on fire, by blowing them up, and by planting mines in their rubble. A gruesome moment in history that is now known as the Nakba. This was coupled with, among other tactics, the legalization of land theft under policies like Israel's 1953 land acquisition law, which seized 739,750 acres of Palestinian agricultural land, 73,000 houses, and 7,800 workshops. Ever since, Israel has marched with slow violence over the land, punctuated by fits of bloody occupational explosions like that in 1967, when the Israeli military destroyed the air forces of Egypt and Jordan in a sneak attack, and then proceeded to invade and occupy the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, Golan Heights, and the Sinai Peninsula. The captured land these military invasions created were shored up by the encouraging of over 600,000 Israelis to grab land for settlements in places like the West Bank, pushing Palestinians into smaller and smaller pockets across the land, settlements which are illegal under international law. The long march of Zionist settler colonialism, then, is marked by, as Professor of Political Economy Adam Hania writes, the periodic use of extreme violence twinned with the false promises of internationally backed negotiations. Indeed, during the times of so-called peace within occupied Palestine, apartheid conditions in concentration camps hang heavy over Gaza and the West Bank. For Palestinians, travel between the two is virtually impossible, and movement is severely restricted without express permission from the Israeli state. As the nonprofit human rights watchdog group B'Tselem notes, restricting movement is one of the main tools that Israel employs to enforce its regime of occupation over the Palestinian population in the occupied territories. In the West Bank, there are documented 645 checkpoints, roadblocks, and earthen mounds blocking roads. They are used to cut off streets and travel points, making going to work or even traveling to see a doctor uncertain and dangerous ordeal. Because at those checkpoints and on the streets of the occupied territories, abuse by Israeli security forces is constant. For example, in August of 2023, one Palestinian man was arrested in East Jerusalem and beaten and branded on his cheek with the Star of David. While in May of 2022, a journalist for Al Jazeera, Shireen Abu Akleh, was shot in the head by Israeli security forces while on assignment in the West Bank. As the deputy director for Amnesty International in the Middle East and North Africa asserts, the evidence paints a damning picture of discrimination and ruthless excessive force by Israeli police against Palestinians in Israel and in occupied East Jerusalem. Conditions are gruesome in Palestine. Israeli surveillance, violence, and policing are all encompassing, and it's only gotten worse since October 7th. It is for this reason multiple human rights groups and NGOs have asserted that Gaza and the West Bank are open-air prisons or concentration camps. And now we are witnessing yet another outburst of extreme violence. Israel's war machine is currently butchering men, women, and children in the streets of Gaza. The response to a Palestinian strike of resistance on October 7th has been remarkably bloody. One Israeli elected official, Ariel Kalner, called for another Nakba that will overshadow the Nakba of 48, while another politician, ReacTal Gottlieb, called on Israeli forces to bring down buildings, bomb without distinction, to flatten Gaza. One Israeli journalist went so far as to claim that Gaza should be wiped off the face of the earth. These are the words of settler colonial Zionism, plain and simple. For Israel to exist, Palestine must be destroyed. As the father of Zionism, Theodor Herzl, put in 1896, if I wish to substitute a new building for an old one, I must demolish before I construct. But the existence of Israel and the normalization of its colonial occupation and violence hasn't happened in a vacuum. It exists within a swirling whirlwind of political struggle and imperialist intervention spearheaded now by the United States. The imperial core needs Israel despite the genocide it's been perpetrating for the last 76 years. But why? Foreign aid is Israel's greatest weapon. According to the Transnational Institute, Israel is now the largest cumulative recipient of U.S. foreign aid in the world, even though it ranks as the world's 13th wealthiest economy. To put it bluntly, the United States is bankrolling Zionist settler colonialism. Some claim that this immense support comes from the influence U.S. Zionist lobbying groups have on American politicians. But this misses the broader geopolitical advantages Israel's presence in West Asia has for the United States and its imperial core allies. For a country and indeed an economic system built on fossil fuels, the consistent flow of oil from countries of West Asia towards the factories, cars, and homes of the United States is crucial. In short, because fossil fossil fuels allow for the ever-growing accumulation of capital, the United States has to ensure that that fuel supply will never stop. Up until the nationalization movements in the 1970s and 80s, imperial core corporations, alongside US-backed leaders like the Iranian Shah after 1953, maintained that consistent flow of oil. Indeed, as Adam Hania writes, the recentering of Europe's oil supply on the Middle East was a remarkably rapid process. Between 1947 and 1960, the share of Europe's oil that originated from the region doubled, rising from 43% to 85%. West Asian oil became a centerpiece of imperial core economies. But as West Asian countries began to wrestle control of that oil away from imperialist interests through nationalization of oil reserves, that flow was threatened. With this surge in West Asian control of the oil supply, the US and Europe needed a new way to assure military dominance and control in West Asia and make sure crises like the OPEC oil embargo would never happen again. Hania again writes in an article for the Transnational Institute, US interests in the region revolved around guaranteeing a stable supply of oil to the world market, denominated in US dollars, and ensuring that that oil would not be used as a weapon to destabilize the American-centered global system. Enter Israel. Together with US-backed monarchies in the region like Saudi Arabia, Israel acts as a bulwark against any West Asian nation that tries to withhold oil from the global market. Essentially, Israel is both a vessel and a foothold for the imperial core's military in the region. As the US Secretary of State under Reagan explained, Israel is the largest American aircraft carrier in the world that cannot be sunk, does not carry even one American soldier, and is located in a critical region for American national security. Or, as now President Biden has exclaimed over and over again,
it is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region.
Israel is the single greatest strength America has in the Middle East.
Israel is the linchpin of the United States' military and economic strategy in West Asia. As a result, since 1946, the United States has poured $310 billion into the Israeli occupation of Palestine. Israel, in turn, needs this support, both in terms of legitimizing their claims to the land that they've stolen, as well as fueling their violent, hyper-militarized project of settler colonialism. As Adam Hania writes, settler colonies must continually work to fortify structures of racial oppression, class exploitation, and dispossession. As a result, they are typically highly militarized and violent societies, which tend to be reliant on external support, which allows them to maintain their material privileges in a hostile regional environment. For this reason, settler colonies are much more dependable partners of Western imperial interests than normal client states. In short, the settler colonial nature of Israel makes it the perfect partner for US imperialism. In overlapping layers of interconnectedness and reciprocity, settler colonial Zionists need the imperial core's backing, and the imperial core needs Israel's military presence in West Asia in a dance that ignores and legitimizes the plunder of Palestinian land and the genocide of an entire people as a means of securing oil and resources that ultimately guarantee that the engines of capital accumulation continue chugging for those in the imperial core. This is why Biden argues that
the security of Israel and the United States is inextricably tied.
Here we can draw direct lines between the siege of Akka and that of Israel's bloody destruction of Palestine. Through their fossil-fueled war machines, the 1840s steam battleship, or the Israel Defense Forces gas-guzzling tanks and bombers, both Britain and the United States sought to pry open the markets and resources of West Asia for themselves. For Britain, it meant opening up trade routes for their surplus cotton, and for the US, it meant ensuring a constant flow of oil. Hundreds of years apart, yet still fossil-fueled imperialist excursions continue to pummel the Palestinian people with death and destruction. And in this colonial conquest, Israel's US-backed wars wreak havoc on the very land, air, and water themselves. In the early morning light in January of 2018, 50 Israeli settlers climbed up a hill peppered with Palestinian olive trees. They started cutting, hacking, and snapping at branches and trees. After they were done, the settlers destroyed 100 olive trees that day as the Israeli Defense Force soldiers looked on. Ecocide is a tool of settler colonialism, as evidenced by the extensive eradication of the plains bison throughout the 19th and 20th century in Turtle Island, what's now called the United States. In Israel, Palestinian culture and livelihoods are being ripped apart by a war on centuries-old olive groves. Since 1967, over 800,000 olive trees have been destroyed by Israeli forces. These trees are not just culturally significant as well as symbols of resistance, but a foundational part of many Palestinian farmers' lifestyle. The presence of these olive orchards flies in the face of the common Zionist assertion that Palestine is a land without a people. The decades and even centuries of care of these orchards reveal that Palestinians have been here for centuries. This is why a one-time deputy mayor of West Jerusalem recalled, "As a member of a pioneering youth movement, I myself made the desert bloom by uprooting the ancient olive trees of Al-Basa to clear the ground for banana grove, as required by the planned farming principles of my kibbutz." Put another way, settler colonialism is about the occupation of land and the expulsion of those already living here. And so to justify that expulsion, settler colonial forces argue that there was no one living on the land. And to legitimize this narrative of erasure, settlers must wipe clean the slate and establish an Israeli landscape. In other words, clear-cutting centuries-old olive trees to plant a banana grove. But Israeli ecocide goes further than the destruction of Palestinian olive groves. Years of bombing and military conquest in the region have left the soil and water contaminated and toxic. Since October 7th alone, Israel has dropped the equivalent of 2 nuclear bombs on Gaza. As The Guardian reports, olive groves and farms in Gaza have been reduced to pack earth, soil and groundwater have been contaminated by munitions and toxins, the sea is choked with sewage and waste, the air polluted by smoke and particulate matter. There's a stark difference between access to clean drinking water and food in the concentration camps that are Gaza and the West Bank compared to that in Israeli settlements and cities. In the occupied West Bank, the average Palestinian has access to just 80 liters of water per day, 20 liters short of the minimum recommended by the World Health Organization. Meanwhile, since October 7th and the subsequent onslaught by the Israeli Defense Forces, which included the flooding of tunnels under Gaza with seawater that then seeped into freshwater aquifers, 97% of groundwater in Gaza was undrinkable prior to Israel's most recent attack. 71.5% of the Gazan population were food insecure, and 65% lived in poverty. Compared with Israeli settlers encroaching on Palestinian lands in the West Bank, who on average used 247 liters of water per person per day, this appears to be the wielding and withholding of the very substance of life as a tool of settler colonialism. To make matters even worse, the Israeli war machine guzzles fossil fuels. Indeed, much like the steamboats that facilitated Britain's indiscriminate bombardment of Akka, fossil fuels are the foundation of Israel and the United States' military power. Alongside the human toll of Israeli bombers and missiles, these fossil-fueled war machines spew pollutants into the atmosphere, directly causing climate change. A recent study found that the emissions from the post-October 7th slew of bombings and violence alone were greater than the annual emissions of 26 individual countries and territories. So with the destruction of the land, the withholding and control of water, and indiscriminate pollution, environmental devastation becomes not just incidental to Zionist settler colonialism, but instead essential to it, a crucial tactic of occupation. This ecocide and genocide must end. But how? The weight of genocide lies heavy over the settler colonial state of Israel. For over 7 decades, Zionists have occupied and expelled Palestinians at the barrel of a gun and through the sharp axe felling olive trees. How can we bring justice and reparations to this ghastly situation? Understanding that Israel's presence in Palestine is legitimized and backed by the imperial core, especially the US, is a crucial step towards carving a path away from Israel's settler colonial violence. But there are no simple answers. To be clear, an immediate ceasefire must be drawn up to end the current flattening of Gaza, but that is just a stopgap to stem the tide of Palestinian blood. Many have proposed a two-state solution and point toward the Oslo Accords as the path forward. These are often heads of imperialist states like the United States. But as we saw earlier, Israel's strategy has been the combination of extreme violence coupled with internationally backed negotiations that the Israeli government quickly ignores. Under the Oslo Accords, for example, Israel erected a 440-mile-long wall of apartheid in the West Bank, as well as established and locked in the surveillance and violent policing strategies that we witnessed earlier. In addition, Israel slowly and illegally, according to international law, encroached even further on Palestinian territories through settlements. As long as Israel exists, it will continue to try to gobble up Palestinian land and territory and, in violent outbursts, eradicate the Palestinian people. The core driving force of Zionism is a single Jewish ethno-state. It cannot and will not tolerate any challenge to that claim. So if not a two-state solution, then what? That's not really for me to decide. But whether it's a secular one state with a full right to return for all Palestinian refugees to their ancestral lands, recognizing Palestinian history and tenure on that land, as well as freedom for all and a say in how that state is run, a free Palestine must be the future. At this moment of violence, that future can feel far off, but it can and must be achieved, and we can do that through taking action. Those of us in the imperial core must support Palestinian resistance. Yes, this means pressuring officials for an immediate ceasefire, but we also need to be working towards dismantling the fossil imperialist forces that are driving these conflicts. Whether that's through protest encampments, joining up with anti-war groups like the Dissenters, embracing the boycott, divest, sanction movement, or even directly supporting those trying to escape the hellish bombardment of their homes in Gaza, standing with Palestine is an essential duty of anyone who calls themselves an environmentalist, a leftist, or just a human being. Ultimately, the fate of Palestine asks us to question and rebel against the forces of fossil fuel imperialism and settler colonialism. It demands that we end the long history of flattening cities like Akka or Gaza to protect fossil fuels and the profits of capitalists. Because the struggle for climate justice is an anti-colonial and anti-imperialist struggle. If we are to truly build a more just, sustainable planet, all people everywhere must be free. I need your help. Unfortunately, sponsors and advertisers are uninterested in touching videos like this one. So in order to continue discussing necessary topics and releasing videos like this one that sponsors...
Well, fortunately for me, no monetization anyway, so I don't have to worry about losing monetization.
Is South Lebanon the next frontier for Israel's settler movement? As heavy Israeli bombardment has displaced over 90,000 Lebanese, and a ground invasion looms in the future. Senior Israeli politicians have called to occupy all of southeast Lebanon up to the Litani River and clear the enemy Shia population away. Although the idea seems drastic, this wouldn't be the first time. In 1982, Israel's military invaded Lebanon, occupying the south until 2000, when persistent resistance from Hezbollah forced them to withdraw. Back in the 80s too, there were calls to settle South Lebanon. Yet Israel's settler movement didn't have the political power. Today, it's a different story. On Telegram channels with over 200,000 subscribers, users share images of Lebanese cars fleeing from the south, calling it the Nakba of the Lebanese, referring to the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians by Jewish militias in 1948. More serious, however, is Uri Tzavon, in biblical Hebrew meaning, "Oh awaken, wind of the north." This is a movement to settle South Lebanon, inspired by previous successes of Israel's settler movement, including in Syria's Golan Heights, in the West Bank, and a revived movement to settle Gaza. Its aims are to settle many of the currently Lebanese towns south of the Litani River amid the ongoing conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. From December, they started suggesting Hebrew names for Jewish settlements in Lebanon. By April, they were holding their first rally. And from June, they were hosting online conferences with thousands of attendees, at which famous figures spoke, from Daniela Weiss, the famous settlement leader, to Hagi Ben Artzi, better known as the brother-in-law of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, this movement has adopted strange tactics to further their cause. They've dropped balloons and flyers on southern Lebanese towns, telling residents to leave because it was part of Greater Israel. They've also shared online online interactive maps just last week where you can choose a location of the settlement you would like and give it a name. And perhaps most weirdly, they've advertised kayaking on the Litani River, because according to them, the real tragedy is that the waterway is not living up to its true tourist potential. Now, this movement may seem fringe and on the extreme of Israeli politics. But after all, cabinet ministers Bezalel Smotrich and Itamar Ben-Gvir, along with their parties, religious Zionism and Jewish power, were also once considered fringe actors in Israeli politics, beyond the pale of cooperation. Bezalel Smotrich was called a Jewish terrorist by Israel's Shin Bet security agency, while Ben-Gvir had racked up an impressive 8 convictions related to incitement or terrorism. Yet currently, Smotrich is leading the settlement administration of the West Bank, while Ben-Gvir has cemented his grip over the country's police force. Both ministers, along with their parties, were able to enter Israel's government in 2022 due to the country's fragile political system. And with Netanyahu's current coalition divided and tenuous as ever, opportunities for future influence for the far right may not be hard to imagine. But is far-right influence even needed for this settlement movement? After all, Jewish settlements in the West Bank began due to the 1967 war, after which, under a Labour left-wing government, residential fortresses or ring settlements were built that separated Jerusalem from the rest of the West Bank for security against the PLO. Yet, long after the war, these settlements remained, until today, where there are over 700,000 settlers in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem. Central to driving this process of settlement expansion were key figures such as Daniela Weiss and Yehudit Katzover. It is these same figures today that are advising the movement to settle South Lebanon, using their experience from the past to help popularize the current movement. So, as some in Israeli society are cheering on the displacement of Lebanese citizens, while others are calling for military occupation of South Lebanon, could we be seeing history repeating itself?
I promise I'll be showing the, well, maybe not the whole thing, but I'll show how the pieces fit together to make a nice bigger map. I think would be quite pretty. Yeah. Anyway, that was a short and quick video. Quite enjoyed that. This is Hassan. This was what? Yesterday. Yeah.
I don't know why Netanyahu said what he said, and I don't know what his considerations were, whether they were political or...
My God. It's the same
I don't know why
ad.
Netanyahu said what he said, and I don't know what his considerations were, whether they were political or operational. Ask him why he said that, Kirby said. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Thursday walked back from a private understanding with the Biden administration and distanced himself from the proposal for a 21-day ceasefire in Lebanon presented by U.S. and France. Wow. I'm so shocked. Wow. Wow. Why would he? You have taught him that, like, he can get away with anything he wants to get away with. Sirens in Tel Aviv? Wait, what? Tons of rockets. According to the Israeli Telegram, the launches may originate from Yemen. Holy sirens in Tel Aviv. The Ansar Allah regime is launching strikes into Tel Aviv, apparently. Is it actually not shit missiles? It probably is. The difference, however, is that they have in the past been able to send in like shit missiles like into Israel. Iran collabed with Russia to arm Houthi rebels with Russian rockets. Exclusive. Iran brokering talks to send advanced Russian missiles to Yemen's Houthis. Bro, this is the type of shit I don't understand. Like, does Russia even have the bandwidth? Russia should probably worry about his own situation. You know what I mean? Millions of Israelis are running to shelter as sirens sound across all of central Israel. One thing I would like to remind everyone is that number one, they have obviously they have like shelters to run to. Second thing is that they have the Iron Dome and numerous other interception systems that are very effective. And number three, the way you will hear Israelis talk about this when I remember yesterday and the day prior how they talked about like the Lebanese population, it rings a little hollow. I ultimately don't want any civilian to die, obviously. I have a very strict anti-human casualty policy in terms of my own moral compass here. But one thing to always consider is that, I know, brave take, which is weird because it is somewhat of a brave take in the current world affairs. It's just that it's strange how they can so actively petition and celebrate wanton death and destruction against the Lebanese civilian population. Live updates. Netanyahu vows to keep up strikes as Hezbollah as U.S. pushes for a ceasefire. The Israeli leader arriving in New York City for the UN General Assembly said, "We continue to hit Hezbollah with all our might." He added, "This is the policy." Dude, he's in America. Just arrest him, please. Like, he's literally inside of New York, the Tel Aviv of America. Just lock his bitch ass up, dude. Just serve the warrant. Stop pushing the ICC and threatening the ICC with whatever kind of legal or illegal means that you will engage with them if they do follow through on this arrest warrant. Let the arrest warrant go through. Arrest him. You will become heroes globally. It appears a missile fire from Yemen broke up over central Israel. However, the IDF will likely confirm what occurred. A better angle showing what appears to be the breakup of the missile. It appears the missile fire from Yemen broke up over central Israel. However, the IDF will likely confirm. Why hasn't the ICC done it yet? What do you think? Every other week there's another article that comes out that no one gives a shit about, that no one pays attention to, that's like, they are threatening our lives if we file this arrest warrant. Like, every other week there's another article on the British prosecutor or, I don't know, the actual courts, where there'll be another article about how America is trying to pressure all of the other international partners in stopping the ICC from conducting this this arrest application, pushing forward with this arrest application. Oh, yeah. The United States is basically weekly doing prank phone calls and real phone calls giving loose death threats to the ICC if they go through with this arrest warrant. The missile launched from Yemen was successfully intercepted by an arrow interceptor, which means it was like a ballistic missile and not just like some baby munitions. The alarms and explosions that were heard, like, not not. It wasn't like some low-level shit, right? Because arrow is for the big boys. The alarms and explosions that were heard are the results of interception process and the interception fragments. It would have been a medium-range ballistic missile. Thank you, Eland, our missile expert. Any missile from Yemen requires an arrow or a Patriot, so 6 million spent at minimum. Cha-ching. What is the news about the ground assault? I don't know. Anybody know what sort of payload that could have carried? I don't have no idea. But what I do know is yesterday, Barack Ravid was reporting that there was going to be a possible ceasefire, and that the ceasefire in Lebanon, by the way, not in Gaza, and that the Americans were going to come out and say that there was a possible ceasefire in Lebanon, a temporary one, and that Benjamin Netanyahu was going to come out with a big reveal, a big announcement. This was happening while I had the Blowback Boys on. I didn't pay much attention to it, partially because I didn't think that it was going to actually pull through. And yes, lo and behold, it did not. Anti-Materia, thank you for the 10 community gift of subs. I personally do not understand how, we're going to get back to the Eric Adams stuff in a second, but I just don't understand like why Bibi thinks that he will be able to do a successful ground invasion. I don't understand that. I also don't understand why Americans think that Benjamin Netanyahu is going to listen to their demands when they actually accompany said stern warnings with like $9 billion in weapons transfers. Obviously, nobody gives a shit in that situation. They don't give a fuck. Why would Benjamin Netanyahu stop his relentless attacks on Lebanon? Why would he stop his relentless attacks on Gaza? Why would he stop at all when there is virtually nothing stopping him? Every single time America says, hey, don't do this, they also then go, here, we're signing off on another multiple billion-dollar fucking weapons transfer. It's like, it makes no sense. Yeah, of course they're not going to stop. They do not want him to stop, man. I don't understand why they do not want him to stop. Okay, you are delusional. He's doing exactly what they want him to do until they no longer need him. Then they will use the crimes they ordered him to commit to throw him under the bus. I know. I understand this as well. Okay, I understand this as well. The problem is, if they don't stop him and he does go into Lebanon, the diaper brigade is going to get fucked up as it has in the past. This is what I mean. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't like make any tactical military sense unless he believes that like the American government is going to send troops alongside the Israeli military to defend the diaper brigade. Are ground invasions safer for civilians than the bombing campaigns they do? There are never.
Well, guess what, Hassan? They are sending American troops there. So yes, American lies. If you care about those are going to go be spent and lost for the sake of this shit, essentially. So I do hope you're that committed to it, that you're happy that you're going to send your own people to go and die for literally no good reason. Yes, I'm not doubting that you're going to kill a lot of them, but why should anyone have to die in this situation? It's very avoidable. Let me just put some of the pieces together, just to demonstrate what I am building here. I don't think the camera is going to grab a lot of it, and I don't want to move it around. Oh, okay. Yeah. So here there's a huge gap. It's going to be another disk that's going to fit into here that I already have print and cut out. When they travel over here, it's supposed to rotate just to kind of add a bit of dynamic environment for them to have to deal with. And I'll also build like a higher ground area that they're going to have to climb onto to be able to get to it. Which is why also no air conquerors, no flying races, because it would just break the challenge and it's not going to be as fun. Sorry, back to Hassan.
Any instances where the Israeli diaper force is doing ground invasions without mass bombing campaigns. They will not go into an area unless they have literally reduced it to fucking rubble. So no. It's funny because there's one guy who was also mentioned in the ICC indictments, Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, who has also looked at this with cold and calculating eyes and has been like, we cannot invade Lebanon. That guy is on his way out. That's what's so like weird about the process, is that like the only people who are still just as bloodthirsty, but at least like a little bit more reasonable about the prowess of the military are people who they're calling pussies and woke and gay. It doesn't make any sense. Why does America not stop Israel? Do you think there's a practical reason for what Israel is doing, or is it just Zionist brain rot? No, I think it's Zionist brain rot. The thing is, guys, empires die. There are many examples of this throughout history, and we read it after the fact and we go, oh, how could they not have foreseen this? Fascist governments end up losing, right? If you want to go closer in history, look at Nazi Germany. And there are many tactical errors that they engage with in the process. And obviously, when you read after the fact, you're like, how the fuck did they make this mistake? Why did they push so far into Russia? Things like that, right? And obviously, there are probably still, at the time, reasonable minds that look at the situation and go, hey, maybe you shouldn't do that. NSIG is a mistake. I'm sure there were people that were like looking at the situation outside and having a more reasonable approach. And they're like, nah, we're not going to do that. We're actually going, you know, tits out all the way. And I think that's partially what it is. The message that Biden's advisors received from Dermer is that Netanyahu thinks that a temporary ceasefire is the right thing because he does not want to be dragged into a ground invasion that could lead to entanglement and erode the achievements of the IDF has achieved so far. Yeah, but he's also publicly stated, no, the fuck, I'm not going to do that. Blinken facing calls to resign. Yeah, but it's not going to happen. Israel continues to play with the U.S. Dude, I was listening to Ezra Klein talk to that one journalist who wrote like a biopic of Yahya Sinwar, and I don't know why. I just have, maybe it's like parasocial. Maybe this is what happens when you just like consume the content of a person too much. But like, I've recently found myself liking Ezra Klein more, which is embarrassing to admit. Obviously, before I you know, arrived at his conclusion on Israel stuff, and it's like I expected more from Ezra Klein, because I guess thought that he would be smarter about it. But in any case, it was still a very informative article because like the dude really scoured. Ezra Klein is a former Vox and now New York Times journalist slash host of a New York Times podcast. I was actually supposed to be on his podcast, but he has some good takes. He has some bad takes. It is what it is. But I do see him as like a much smarter individual than like the average American journalist. So I think for that reason, I expect him to be a little bit more reasonable on Israel. And he is like, I guess, more reasonable than the average like rabid sociopath. He's not like an ultra Zionist or anything. But anyway, but the conversation was informative regardless. It was informative because like I didn't know this. Yahya Sinwar wrote a book, and apparently they took the book off of Amazon when October 7 happened. But like this guy found the book, the journalist he was talking to, and it's really interesting because like I knew that he spoke fluent Hebrew. I had heard the common Israeli sentiment about Yahya Sinwar was that like he understands Israelis better than the Israelis understand him. He's obviously very smart. Like he is a very smart dude, and you know, good or bad. I'm not saying you know, I'm not making like a moral analysis on this, but yeah, I'm not making a value judgment. So he's literally a victim and a monster they created. Oh, for sure. Absolutely. Some of the things that they mentioned over and over again in that conversation was, oh yeah, I love this tweet from Will Menaker. I thought it was really funny. Since Ta-Nehisi Coates doesn't speak Hebrew or Arabic, because Ta-Nehisi Coates also wrote like a blistering article in the New Yorker, I believe, where he was like, what the fuck are we doing with this Israel shit? Y'all are crazy. I went there. It was terrifying. It was literally apartheid. And I was so wrong. Remember, I talked about Ta-Nehisi Coates' like change of attitude towards Israel because like he wrote about Israel in really positive ways back when he was talking about reparations, making an argument about how he personally believes that like, you know, Germany paying reparations to Israel was a fantastic thing, and it can be done here in the United States of America in similar ways for the black population here. But after visiting Israel, specifically the West Bank, he was like, oh my God, I was so wrong to use Israel as a positive example. It is actually a very negative example. Holy shit, it is literally an apartheid. These are human atrocities that are happening in front of our eyes that we are party to. He even gave a speech apologizing vociferously over and over again about like all the times that he has like talked about Israel in a positive manner. But there were some really good points in the article. He says that it was complicated. He now understood was horseshit. Complicated was how he described slavery. How people describe slavery and then segregation is complicated, he said, when you want to take something from somebody. Yeah, the Israeli doctor, yeah, the dentist. This is the Yahya Sinwar was homies with the Israeli dentist and like would talk to him and shit. Anyway, this guy actually interviewed him too, the guy that Ezra was talking to. I thought it was an interesting piece overall. I think it hyper focuses a little bit too much. Like it still falls in the same Zionist trappings of never really ascribing like a genuine need of emancipation to the enemy, right? And thinking like, oh, he's a great, like it falls under the great man theory almost a little too much, where he's like, oh, Yahya Sinwar's like personal ambition is because he wanted to be the real the leader that like saves the Palestinians. Like his ambitions were not cold and calculated, and instead, yeah, here it is. In an Israeli prison infirmary, a Jewish dentist came to the aid of a desperately ill Hamas inmate. Years later, the prisoner became a mastermind of the October attack. Ta-Nehisi Coates is a neoliberal, which is why he had to see it in his own eyes and connect it with an individual level instead of say a materialist and Marxist person critical perspective who could arrive at this thought of analysis what Israel is doing in its historical context. Yes, Ezra Klein is a very idealistic lib, and I think that's why he gets stuck on Israel as a homeland for Jewish folks. Yeah, but he's still like a human. You know what I mean? He's not as like bloodless as the rest of the media brigade, in the sense that like it's obvious that like when he went to the West Bank, he was like, this shit is really fucked up. Anyway, we're jumping from Ta-Nehisi Coates back to Ezra Klein, but you know, I think it is a very human reaction. Like going to the West Bank and seeing it with your own two fucking eyes, and then turning around and still maintaining the idea that like Israel is a fucking beautiful, moral, peaceful nation and not a bloody apartheid regime that is genocidal and hell-bent on death and destruction. That I think shows like what kind of human you are to me. Oh, also it was a friend of the show, Rana Kalik, and her yelling at fucking Ta-Nehisi Coates back in the day that played a role in pushing him to look more deeply into Palestine. I was the woman who yelled in the mic about Palestine, and I got shouted down at his event with Jeffrey Goldberg. Now, obviously, Ta-Nehisi would never be able to write for Jeffrey Goldberg's outlet if he fucking was an anti-apartheid, anti-Zionist activist. And now, after years and years of writing at The Atlantic, like he has recognized what was right and what was wrong, and has moved beyond that point and moved beyond that position. He goes, I was at the 6th and synagogue in 6th and 1 synagogue in DC in 2014. That was really hard to do. I remember being very nervous about saying what I said. I'm so proud I did. If anyone's reading, knows Ta-Nehisi, please tell him thank you for listening and his willingness to learn and speak out. This is from his Evolution on Palestine, from the New York Magazine article, The Return of Ta-Nehisi Coates. Ta-Nehisi Coates is also a very important thinker because like his writings were you know, cherished and celebrated by the likes of Barack Obama, by the way. So it's not like he is at the heart of liberal intelligentsia. Okay, these are the types of people who a lot of these liberals in positions of power read and get notes from. So when he comes out and says something like this, and the New York Magazine is writing about shit like this, I'll be honest with you, this is like an unimaginable change of pace from the liberal intelligentsia, which is normally and still very much so incredibly up the asshole of the State Department overall. So it is definitely a sea change, an attitude shift in an environment that you would not necessarily expect. I think like New York Magazine has done a pretty decent job with this, with the Isaac Chodemer reporting over and over again. Isaac Chodemer, obviously famously for the New York Magazine, will do these like insane fucking interviews with people where Chodener. I love when people are not afraid to change their opinions with new information. Yeah, this is the article, by the way. I mean, this guy's like written comics and shit, obviously, but now he's like back. He wrote a nonfiction called The Message, and there is all this stuff about like his attitude change. This is a really good, I would say, it's a really good piece overall. I read a lot of it. The first inkling that Coates might want to write about Israel came around the time he was leaving the Atlantic. He was partly spurred by the criticism he received over a passage, The Case for Reparations, in which he cited reparations paid by the German government to the state of Israel after the Holocaust as a potential model. We did an event where the case for reparations came out at a synagogue in D.C. And I remember there was a woman who got on the mic and yelled about the role of Palestinians in that article. He told me, and I couldn't quite understand what she was saying. I mean, I heard her, but I literally could not understand it. She got shouted down. And I've thought about that a lot. Man, I've thought about that a lot. It hadn't occurred to him that Israel might itself be in the debt of a population that it had oppressed. A blind spot that remains a source of regret to this day. I should have asked more questions, he told me. I should have done more. I should have looked around and said, do we have anybody Palestinian who's going to read this before we print it? That woman was friend of the show, Raina Khalek. Now, I do think it's great that, there is this change of mind happening. And I do personally believe that Ta-Nehisi Coates had a genuine change of mind, because Ta-Nehisi Coates is exactly the type of person that could make a fantastic career already and continue to basically keep churning out like similar statements, never really talk about Israel at all. That kid at Columbia, they are more morally correct than some of that won the Pulitzer Prize and National Magazine Awards. Please God, let this represent some sort of tipping point for mainstream American coverage on this decades-long horror. Yeah, here are some good lines from it, where he said that it was complicated with respect to Israel. He now understood was horseshit. Complicated was how people had described slavery, and then segregation is complicated, he said, when you want to take something from somebody. It's not like Arthur Schulzberger is rubbing his hands together and dictating pro-Israeli coverage. Codes continued, noting that the Times had recently published a mammoth investigation into how Jewish extremists had taken over the Israeli state. It's that in the total coverage, in all the talk of experts and soundbites of politicians and dispatches of credentialed reporters, a sense of ambiguity is allowed to prevail. The fact of the matter is, he said, that kid at Columbia, whatever dumb shit they're saying, whatever slogan I would not say they would use, they are more morally correct than some motherfuckers that have won Pulitzer Prizes and National Magazine Awards and are the most decorated and powerful journalists. What matters to Coates is not what will happen to his career now, to the script sales, invitations from the White House, his relationships with the former colleagues at the Atlantic and elsewhere. I'm not worried, he told me, shrugging his shoulders. I have to do what I have to do. I'm sad, but I was so enraged. If I went over there and saw what I saw and didn't write it, I am fucking worthless. So he does demonstrate some semblance of humanity in this situation. It's ironic because, like, this is why I say your background matters. This is why I say diversity matters, right? If you are sheltered from the truth, regardless of how credentialed and how celebrated of an academic and a reporter you are when speaking to black liberation in this country, okay? And Ta-Nehisi Coates is one of the foremost experts, right, in terms of making an argument for reparations or speaking to like the way that the dynamic ways in which white supremacy has been played a formative role in American societal development. Ultimately, he was incredibly sheltered from the truth. So someone who is that credentialed can still be incredibly sheltered from the truth. I need you to understand. Maybe I'm misreading, but did he mention rubbing hands together to point out that he's obviously not being anti-Semitic, or did he just not realize the optics? No, he's saying like he's speaking to the anti-Semitic tendencies in like he's speaking to the anti-Semitism like the anti-Semitic canard that like, ooh, a Jewish man, a Jewish editor is like, rubbing his hands together to be like, yeah, let's pump out pro-Israeli pieces. Now, here is the problem. His neoliberalism still stunts his imagination. What do I mean by this? Because he's still a liberal at the end of the day, but a liberal can see right and wrong and use his own personal development, his own personal experiences as a black man growing up in America, and all of the things that he knows about the black American history to see what the fuck is going on, to see the parallels, the glaringly obvious parallels with respect to Palestinians and their treatment under Israeli occupation. Having said that, however, why do I think his neoliberalism stunts his imagination? Because Arthur Schulzberger is not rubbing his hands together, obviously. Having said that, however, the New York Times is like pro-Israeli coverage is obvious, and he does a decent job of like interrogating and examining that. But what he fails to mention here is that the stuff about Jewish extremists taking over the Israeli state is also within the permissible confines of like there's still an element of Zionism associated with that. And even if it wasn't, because I have friends that are fantastic fucking journalists at the New York Times, right? And their coverage is relegated to like the back of the newspaper, but they serve a very important purpose. And that important purpose is to maintain a veneer of credibility, because you as a newspaper cannot actually get people to read your newspaper and think I'm going to unconditionally believe whatever the fuck I'm seeing on this newspaper if you don't do that. The moment that you drop the veneer, the moment that you drop your credibility, and the New York Times credibility is in pieces at this moment due to all the things that he's mentioning, they lose the formative role they play. And I think that is the reason why they do these pieces in general. I think that there is a sinister purpose behind writing about like Jewish extremists taking over the Israeli state. One, it is still within the confines of like liberal Zionism. Oh, it's actually the Jewish extremists, the Jewish supremacists that have taken over the state, and it's not necessarily like the entire cultural attitude towards Palestinians that has just devastated Israeli consciousness. And beyond that, no, it's not a few bad eggs. I think they're still saying that like those few rotten eggs have actually spoiled the bunch. But the problem is, it still doesn't dive into the fundamental issue, the fundamental problem at the heart of this settler colonial occupation, that it is a settler colonial occupation. I'm fine with it as long as it still is moving in the direction of the abolition of the abolition of the apartheid. I'm still okay with that. But having said that, I do recognize the sinister purpose that these sorts of pieces that go against the narrative that New York Times is unconditionally pro-Israel serve. It is so that people like Ta-Nehisi Coates go, see, they're obviously not that biased. If they were, then they wouldn't cover the Jewish extremists that have taken over the Israeli state. So in your opinion, is there some sort of editor or style guide? I mean, it's the editorial team, it's the style guide, it's everything. Anyway, only if your moral code calls for denying Jews the right of self-determination. Oh man, this is such a tired old idea, dude. You cannot engage in settler colonialism and then couch that and masquerade that kind of sentiment with like a liberal permission structure. This is why I always say like the ultra-Zionists are more honest. They are. They're violent, they're bloodthirsty, but they're fucking honest. They're honest about the violence that they want to deal. To be fair, she might be ultra-Zionist as well. This is using the aesthetics of liberal language to genuinely make an ultra-nationalist, ethno-supremacist argument. Jews' right to self-determination, if you are a liberal Zionist, still means that Jews have to dominate and be the ethnic majority in a land where they have violently cast out millions of Palestinians from. Do you understand? You cannot make a self-determination argument. It is the same exact principle behind America, okay? Are you telling me that the Anglo-Saxon does not have a right to self-determination? We must continue this settler colonial occupation, which also, at the other side of that, implies that we must continue the wholesale ethnic domination of the indigenous population on this land that came before us and kill all of them, which we did. That's what this is. It's ironic because like I always say, Zionism is inherently a fascist ideology. It is an ultranationalist ideology surrounding a religious and also ethnic lineage that is the in-group, and it requires the permanent domination of the out-group that is not a part of the ethnic in-group. Anyway, this alongside, no, Coates is not a Zionist. He used to be, but he is now, I think, a firm and committed voice in the anti-Zionist camp. This alongside the fact that Bizan won an Emmy, in my opinion, spells an attitude shift in some of these institutions. I think there are more and more people who maybe even post October 7 were of a certain mind who now feel like the death toll is unconscionable and are slowly but surely, maybe quietly shifting their attitudes. There will always be naysayers. There are always going to be cultist, ride or die ultranationalists that will chirp about this sort of thing. But even when looking at the situation, I would say 7 months ago, when the director, a direct descendant of Holocaust survivors, made Zone of Interest and won an Oscar for it and spoke out against Israel in his Oscar acceptance speech, because Zone of Interest was such a perfect parallel to how Israeli society currently operates. Zone of Interest, for those of you who don't know, was the story of Jonathan Glazer is the name of the director. It was the story of a person who was responsible for Auschwitz, and his Rudolf Höss, a real person, real evil individual who oversaw the countless amounts of executions of Jewish people in Auschwitz, and his like day-to-day existence, basically showcasing not only the banality of evil, but also demonstrating that demonstrating how normal German society operated in the face of such like gruesome acts of violence against the population that they had dehumanized, specifically Jewish people. And after his speech, the reason why I'm talking about Jonathan Glazer is because after Jonathan Glazer delivered that speech, there were so many people who fucking lost their minds. There were so many people that were yelling at him. They tried to launch like a petition to cook his career. And even way back in the day, Antonio Bardem, right? Or Javier Bardem, sorry. And Penelope Cruz had come out years ago against the Israeli occupation, against the Israeli apartheid. And Hollywood obviously was like, you're fucking cooked for that, you piece of shit. And they got like scolded into taking like a wishy-washy, middle of the ground approach. Javier Bardem recently spoke out against Israeli atrocities. That's the reason I'm talking about. Anyway, so the point I'm trying to make is I think the societal attitude towards Israel's ongoing occupation and genocide is dramatically changing, even in areas where you normally would not expect it. Like, these are institutions that are supposed to be firmly committed to upholding the American State Department interest. And this to me is like a cultural shift inside of these institutions, akin to how the ICJ and the ICC has moved now against Israel. If Israel is an American state, and an important American state at that, it is akin to moving against the United States of America. This is something that I never would have imagined occurring. So these are, I guess, like some silver linings to notice and recognize. Do you think if the USA continues to run interference and supply weapons, we will see any scrutiny from the ICJ? I think that, will there be scrutiny towards the United States? No, that is for a different universe. That is for a different universe. The goal here is to apply pressure and to cause the United States of America to sever its connection to Israel and its unconditional loyalty it demonstrates to Israeli genocide and Israeli occupation by making it costly for the United States of America, taking away its power tools, taking away its soft power capabilities. That's what the role the ICC and ICJ play in this process. Because if the rule-based international order can no longer be wielded as a weapon by the American government for American interests, then all of a sudden America's soft power capabilities diminish.
Next up, we have again another video from Breaking Points. This is with Ryan Grimm, and it's from yesterday as well.
All right, I'm joined here by Moeen Robini, a Mideast analyst, to talk about Israel's devastating strike on the Israeli suburbs, which they are claiming, or we'll talk about this in a moment, to have to have taken out Hezbollah Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah. We'll also talk about the threat that the IDF has been making to the suburbs, ordering a massive evacuation of civilians, presaging what could be a Gaza-like assault on southern Lebanon. So, Moeen, first of all, thank you for joining me today.
Good to be with you.
So the way that this works on YouTube and wherever else people are watching this is that many of you, by the time you're watching this, may know a little bit more about the precise outcome of this attack than we do, as we're speaking now at 5:06 p.m. Eastern on Friday. We're gonna let's have the first part of this conversation on the assumption that the Israeli confidence that Nasrallah has been killed is accurate. Now, we don't know if that's true, but that is what the claims are. So we'll have a conversation based on that possibility, allowing for the other possibility that he survived this attack, and we'll know more in the coming days, hours, and even minutes. This is a developing story. So Moeen, what do we know so far? My understanding is that this was a block wide. Most of the block is Hezbollah headquarters, and that some of the Hezbollah operations were in bunkers underneath it. Israel is saying that Nasrallah was in. They had evidence that he was inside the building. What do we know so far? And also, what do we know about the destruction? Because what we're looking at is unlike anything we've even seen in Gaza from a single strike, it appears.
Well, this was an unprecedentedly intense air raid, even by Israeli standards. And it hit an area at least as large as a city block in the very densely populated southern suburbs of Beirut. And Israel's claim is that it was targeting Hezbollah's central command headquarters, which it insists was located beneath one or more of these buildings, so underground. Israel claims that it successfully targeted this headquarters and that it had precise intelligence that the General Secretary of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, along with a number of other senior leaders of the movement, were there at the time, and is expressing high confidence that they were killed. As of now, we have no verification from Israel that this was indeed a successful attack. At the same time, Hezbollah and its media have maintained strict radio silence. There could be various explanations for that. It could mean that the strike was indeed successful and that they won't be making any statement until they actually find his remains. It could mean that the strike was a failure and they're not making any statements to keep Israel off balance, perhaps to spirit him to safety. We just don't know. So I think there are two issues here. One concerns Hezbollah as a movement, and the other concerns the broader strategic picture. Regarding Hezbollah as a movement, has suffered a series of assassinations over the past 2 weeks of some very senior commanders. And if its general secretary, who was an iconic, charismatic figure, was indeed assassinated today, and even more so along with other senior figures, it's tantamount to a decapitation strike, which will obviously, at least in the short term, severely undermine the movement and its ability to act and its organizational integrity, and it will throw it into chaos and so on. But having said that, I also would not jump to any conclusions about Hezbollah's future as a movement by losing these cadres and commanders. I mean, Nasrallah's two predecessors, Abbas Musawi and Raghat Harb, if I'm not mistaken, were also assassinated. And it's true that Nasrallah has been a particularly effective, iconic, charismatic figure within the movement. But Hezbollah also has what's called a very deep bench. It's a very deeply entrenched, a very sophisticated organization, even though I should add that these latest assassinations do speak to complacency, to infiltration, and so on. So as far as Hezbollah is concerned, it would be a very severe blow. In terms of the wider strategic picture is concerned, it almost doesn't matter whether this attack was successful or not, because what Israel has now done, it has launched arguably the most intensive air raid in the history of the Arab-Israeli conflict at a very densely populated suburb of the Lebanese capital, Beirut. And since then, it has given additional evacuation orders to hundreds of thousands of residents in the same neighborhood. And I think quite clearly, Israel is dead set on regional escalation. It sought to provoke a very widespread response by Hezbollah, which in turn will be used as a pretext to essentially flatten large parts of the Lebanese capital and perhaps other parts of Lebanon. And I think it's quite clearly trying to draw Iran directly into this conflict in the remaining months of the Biden administration. In my view, Israel sees a unique opportunity to engineer a direct military.
Just a reminder that quite often the story is like, we want to de-escalate the situation, and and we just can't figure it out, and who knows who's really at fault for escalating the situation, who's going to lead us to a wider regional war. And it's time after time after time again the same culprit. It's Israel attacking civilians indiscriminately in Gaza. It's Israel starting a war entirely unnecessarily with Lebanon. It's Israel threatening or trying to drag the US into a war with Iran. So it seems like it's the same culprit over and over. maybe we know what's going on and maybe we can do something about it. Maybe we can let international law actually apply.
Military confrontation between the United States and Iran, and it has determined that the road to Tehran leads through the southern suburbs of Beirut.
Yeah, there was an Israeli official who was quoted, I think today, saying, in response to the 21-day ceasefire that the United States had proposed, we can't stop now. We've been waiting years for this, which goes to your point. And I wanted to pick up on something that you alluded to there about the Daya doctrine. Can you talk a little bit about what that doctrine is and the irony that it appears to be that they're about to apply it to this area that it is named after? It seems like this strike that we're talking about now may be just the beginning of a massive assault that's coming.
Yeah, well, the Dahya Doctrine, so named by former senior Israeli military officer Gadi Eisenkot, who was also a member of Israel's war cabinet after October 7th until he resigned a few months ago. The Dahya Doctrine is an Israeli military doctrine whereby Israel, in its armed confrontations with its enemies, deliberately and disproportionately targets civilians and civilian infrastructure with the aim of creating pressure on its military adversaries from their constituencies. Eisenkot first enunciated this in 2008, but it in fact goes back decades. I mean, if you think about the late 1960s, when various PLO guerrilla movements were ensconced in Jordan, in the Jordan Valley, Israel essentially depopulated the Jordan Valley and destroyed irrigation works in the Jordan Valley, southern Lebanon, from the late 1960s onwards. Israel has always, in fact, had this approach that when faced with a military adversary, you not only seek to attack that adversary directly and seek to defeat it militarily, but at the same time, you try to extract an intolerable price from its civilian support base, from its constituency, and from the infrastructure of the territory or state concerned in order to generate political pressure upon that military adversary. And that's essentially...
Wait, so you're saying attacking civilians for a political goal. I think we have a word for that. Terrorism.
What we've been seeing in the Gaza Strip for the past year and what we're now increasingly seeing in Lebanon.
You also mentioned the infiltration that Hezbollah has suffered at the hands of Israeli intelligence, and I've seen some speculation that Syria may be the weak link here in the chain, in the axis between Iran, Hezbollah, Syria, and Hamas. Famously, of course, Hezbollah and Hamas split for a while over Hezbollah's support for Syria's dictator, Bashar al-Assad, who I would argue has no ideology whatsoever. His goal is to remain in power, and he's going to side with whoever he can to remain in power. And so he would be, it seems to me, the most susceptible, or entities within factions within his operation might be the most susceptible to Israeli infiltration if he believes that that's his path forward. What is your sense of why Hamas has been able to resist that type of intelligence infiltration?
You mean Hezbollah?
I think Hamas has been able to resist it, but Hezbollah has not. I'm curious why you think that is.
Well, there's several issues here. First of all, regarding Hezbollah and Lebanon, it remains unclear whether Israel's ability to target Hezbollah cadres and commanders is a result of signals intelligence or human intelligence, in other words, actual penetration of spies and collaborators, or perhaps a combination of the two. Regarding the Syrian government, I don't think the Syrian government as such would be playing a role in this, for the simple reason that it sees both Iran and Hezbollah as bulwarks that it believes are necessary for its defense and survival. So it's very unlikely that the Syrian government would be shooting itself in the foot this way. But I think what you can say is that Syria has been at war for over a decade, has witnessed a profound economic collapse. The same can be said about Lebanon, obviously, in recent years. And Hezbollah does have enemies in both Syria and Lebanon and elsewhere. And under such circumstances, it's entirely plausible that Israel and or the United States, particularly with the U.S. now maintaining also a direct military presence in Syria, would have been able to identify and recruit a number of agents and collaborators. So I certainly wouldn't exclude that. But again, we don't really know to what extent this is Israel, I presume with the support of the United States, Great Britain, Germany, and perhaps others, being able to successfully tap into Hezbollah's communication networks, and to what extent it is a result of individuals penetrating the organization. I think Hamas is a somewhat different kettle of fish. The reason being that since Hamas seized power in the Gaza Strip in 2007, there has been increasingly restricted passage of individuals into and out of the Gaza Strip, primarily because of Israel's blockade. And this has really reduced the opportunities for Israel to recruit Palestinian collaborators. Secondly, Hamas, like Hezbollah, placed a lot of emphasis on counterintelligence and was screening and monitoring individuals who, for whatever reason, did have contact with the Israeli and, for that matter, Egyptian authorities quite closely. And although Hamas obviously also has opponents and enemies within the Gaza Strip. It's a much smaller territory. It's a much smaller society where essentially everyone knows everyone else. That's not too much of an exaggeration. And so it was easier for Hamas to keep tabs on Palestinian society in Gaza than it would have been for Hezbollah to do the same in Lebanon.
I want to play quickly for you the response of the Pentagon to the strike and get your reaction to that. Let me figure out how to do this. Here we go. I'm a novice at this. Okay, here we go.
Just called on both sides to not escalate the situation. Is this an escalation?
Yeah, again, that remains to be seen. We're still assessing.
6 apartment buildings in the suburbs of Beirut have been leveled. That's not. You have to assess whether that's an escalation.
You're telling me that. I do not know that to be true. So again, we are still assessing the situation. We are going to continue to have our calls with the Israelis to get more details. I appreciate the question. I hope you would also appreciate that this just happened a few hours ago. So yes, we are still doing an assessment for you.
So you can have an escalation, and obviously it's leveling an entire city block and killing hundreds upon hundreds of people is an escalation. But can you have an escalation if the other side just refuses to escalate with you? Where do you see this going?
Well, if Hezbollah would have so much as thrown a pebble across the Israeli-Lebanese border, this spokesperson, along with all their colleagues, would have wasted about a millisecond to decry Hezbollah's unconscionable escalation and illegitimate warfare against Israel. But in this case, if 10 years from now Israel has yet to confirm that it escalated today, the official U.S. position will be, we're still looking into it. We're consulting with our Israeli partners and so on. I mean, the same government, the United States, which spent months warning the world about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, supposedly has absolutely no idea what Israel, a very close ally with whom it has extremely close intelligence links. In this case, it supposedly has no idea what's going on, has absolutely no involvement in anything, only learned about it, not through its own sources, but when the Israelis decided to inform them during or after the fact. So I think Washington is playing this double game of being very deeply involved in Israel's activities, and I would suspect helping to plan them with provision of superior intelligence capabilities, of course, all the arms and weapons that were used to carry out this attack, and not least providing diplomatic and PR cover, but at the same time feigning ignorance, seeking to distance itself from these things. As far as escalation is concerned, I mean, a number of people have pointed out that, in fact, Hezbollah has been behaving with relative restraint in the past 2 or 3 months, where its responses to Israel's clear steps up the escalation ladder, to the extent that it has simply incinerated the ladder, it hasn't yet responded with, let's say, full-scale attacks on Israeli civilian infrastructure. It's been quite measured in seeking to limit its targeting to Israeli military and intelligence facilities. I suspect that's no longer going to be the case, and it's now going to engage in more widespread and more comprehensive attacks on Israel. And in a sense, this will play right into Israel's hands if one accepts the premise, which I certainly do, that Israel's strategic goal is to push the region towards a full-scale armed conflagration with the intent of producing a direct U.S.-Iranian confrontation in the few months that Biden is still in office, because Biden is someone whom has proven time and again that he will stop at absolutely nothing to support Israel, even where it contradicts the U.S.'s own stated preferences, and will ensure that Israel is immune from any consequences for its actions, irrespective of what it does. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I muted myself. Moeen Rabini, thank you so much for joining me today. People can find you on twitter.com/Moeen Rabini. Excellent person to follow. And where else can they catch you?
I publish most of my material on Jadaliya, a website where I'm co-editor, and that's www.jadaliyya.com.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This is Mehdi Hassan. He was part of MSNBC, right? If I'm not mistaken. And he was fired for being pro-Palestinian and started his own company, Zateo Media, which I can't recommend enough. He's honestly brilliant.
Israel is once again rejecting global calls for a ceasefire, but this time they're not for Gaza. No, they're for Lebanon. where Israel has now launched a violent and reckless escalation in their almost year-long crossfire battle with Hezbollah. Israel, of course, took that crossfire to a whole new level last week when they made hundreds of pages suddenly explode across Lebanon after planting explosives in them, injuring thousands and killing a dozen people, including 2 children and 4 healthcare workers. Not only did Israel then continue to set off even more explosives in Lebanon in what they claimed was the targeting of Hezbollah fighters, but this past Monday they went even further, launching the most horrific and deadly airstrikes in Lebanon yet, killing even more civilians and overwhelming the country's hospitals. But Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has told Israel's military to continue fighting on with, quote, full force as they prepare for a potential ground invasion and continue to launch deadly strikes deep inside of Lebanon. So, as Israel engages in a new wave of blatant propaganda to try and justify the spilling of even more Arab blood, here are the 5 things that they're not telling you about their horrific assault on Lebanon. The 5 things you need to know to cut through the BS. Number 1, most of the attacks have been from Israel, not Hezbollah. Despite what Israel wants you to believe, this is not a case of a besieged Jewish state suddenly defending itself after showing restraint for months and months. No, since the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah began on October the 8th, Israel has carried out 82% of all the attacks between the two sides, according to ACLAD, a very respected non-profit monitoring group, which has even been funded by the US State Department and the German government in the past. Oh, and those numbers don't even include the pagers and walkie-talkies that blew up and killed people, or even the huge numbers of Israeli strikes from this past week that killed huge numbers of people. So can we please stop talking about Israeli restraint? Number 2, and on that note, Israel is killing Lebanese civilians. A lot of them. Just take a look at Monday, when Israel's airstrikes on Lebanon killed over 550 people, including 50 children and 94 women, marking Lebanon's deadliest day in decades. And no, the rest of those killed weren't a bunch of Hezbollah fighters either. According to Lebanese Health Minister Dr. Firas Abiad, the, quote, overwhelming majority, if not all, of the dead were civilians. And before people try to dismiss those numbers, as they do in Gaza when they say you can't trust a Hamas-controlled health ministry, the health ministry in Lebanon isn't controlled by Hezbollah, and Dr. Abiad is not affiliated with Hezbollah in any way. Don't just take it from me, take it from the super pro-Israel New York Times, which pointed out that Dr. Abiad is generally considered apolitical and won praise and prominence for his data-driven assessments during the coronavirus pandemic. Number 3, the human shields excuse really doesn't work in Lebanon. In a video message on Monday, Netanyahu told the Lebanese people that Hezbollah is apparently using them as, wait for it, human shields. How original. But just a few days before that, former Israeli military spokesman Jonathan Conricus actually went on Piers Morgan's show and told the viewers the exact opposite. Have a listen.
Here in Lebanon, until now, the situation is that Hezbollah has so far distinguished itself from civilian population. Israel has been able to take out more than 500 Hezbollah operatives, and with absolutely minimal collateral damage in Lebanon. Hezbollah hasn't been hiding amongst civilians yet.
You heard that, right? Not only does Israel know Hezbollah is not using their civilians as human shields, but Conricus is even admitting that his government knows how to avoid, quote, collateral damage. So all the Lebanese civilians killed by Israeli airstrikes this week? I mean, I guess they were just for shits and giggles. Number 4, yet more genocidal rhetoric from Israel. The Israeli government wants you to believe that this is all about security, about protecting ordinary Israelis at the northern border, and that this war isn't against Lebanon or the people of Lebanon, but only against Hezbollah. The problem is that, like with Gaza, their ministers can't stop sounding genocidal in public when they talk about Lebanon. Just have a listen to what Israel's education minister, Yoav Kish, had to say on a live television interview just a few days ago.
אין שום הבדל בין חיזבאללה ללבנון. לבנון תושמד לאור כמו שהדברים, לא תהיה אותה לבנון כמו שהם מכירים. אני לא הולך להתעסק בצייד קטיושות של חיזבאללה. את המחיר לתוקפנות מאדמת לבנון תשלם מדינת לבנון.
Annihilated, he said. Annihilated. Yes, despite Netanyahu claiming that Israel's war is just against Hezbollah, Kish purposely made it clear, very clear, that in reality they're not even going to try and do targeted attacks on only Hezbollah. Their plan is to do to Lebanon what they've done to Gaza, plain and simple. Then there is Israel's Diaspora Affairs Minister, Amichai Chikli, who took to Twitter and claimed that, quote, Lebanon, even though it has a flag and even though it has political institutions, does not meet the definition of a country. How's that for genocidal? Lebanon isn't even a real country, apparently. Sounds like Vladimir Putin talking about Ukraine. Chikli went on to propose kicking Lebanese citizens, the Shia ones, out of parts of southern Lebanon and turning those parts into, quote, buffer zones, which would be controlled by the Israeli military, and which we know is just a polite code word for ethnic cleansing, followed by illegal Israeli settlements. Number 5, you want to talk about terrorism? It's Israel that's committing terrorism. Let's state the obvious. If Hezbollah set off a pager to explode in an Israeli grocery store or in an American hospital, there's no way that American senators like John Fetterman would have praised those attacks. They would be denouncing them as a new age of illegal terrorism. They'd be calling in the CIA. And yet just listen to what former CIA director Leon Panetta said about Israel's terrorist attack with exploding pagers.
The ability to be able to place an explosive in technology that is very prevalent these days and turn it into a war of terror, really, a war of terror. This is something new.
Is it terrorism?
I don't think there's any question that it's a form of terrorism.
Yes, even the former director of the CIA thinks Israel has opened a new Pandora's box when it comes to acts of terror. But hey, it's all just self-defense, right? Look, as we've seen with Gaza, no matter how horrific or violent or illegal Israel's attacks get, no matter how genocidal the Israeli rhetoric gets, the Israeli government will always find a way to play the victim card and get the uncritical and credulous support of both Western politicians and Western media. We already have over 40,000 dead in Gaza. To avoid a similar number in Lebanon in the coming days and weeks, all of us need to make sure that our leaders and influencers don't fall for the same pro-war propaganda again. Did you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel and turn on notifications. For exclusive content and to support our independent, unfiltered journalism, head over to zeteo.com. Your support matters.
Thank you, Matty. GFD is a really interesting channel that I've been seeing quite a bit of every once in a while. Not does this channel doesn't seem to post often, but when they do, it's very well researched. And ooh, it is a long video. Let's wait on this one. Let's keep it till the end. Yeah, it's an hour and a half. It's at 1.5 times speed anyway, just like the rest of the videos. We'll definitely keep it till the end.
Moving on quickly into Lebanon, we are going to be talking about all of the shit that Israel is engaging in. Once again, Israel has bombed Beirut. Remember, Beirut is not southern Lebanon. It's not like villages and towns. It's just straight up like a metropolitan city in the middle of a sovereign nation. There are videos from friends, people that I know, people in my community that live in fucking Beirut. You know what I mean? Like, there are a shit ton of people, both in this community, people that you're familiar with, people, like people's parents. It is akin to bombing Istanbul. It is akin, and if you think Istanbul is also out of touch and out of reach and you can't comprehend it, it's like bombing fucking New York, okay? It is like if 9/11 was happening again. I know that a lot of people are joking like, oh, it's the New York of America or whatever. Like, this is not a joke, okay? Beirut literally is no different than any other fucking city in Europe, any other city, anywhere else on the planet. But for people who only have the capacity to view like Westerners as real human beings, the capital of Lebanon, I mean, it has 2.5 million people in it. It is literally no different than any other goddamn metropolitan city. It's the capital. It is utterly repulsive. It is completely unacceptable, disgusting. It is an act of war once again, but Israel gets to do it as always. And if you fucking say Israel doesn't get to do it, then you obviously are anti-Semitic and should be also put in prison. Great stuff. Overall, fantastic, wonderful. Seems really cool. We should just not rein this shit in at all. Here is Israel's supposed reasoning for doing it. The rationale behind the attack was that Nasrallah refused to decouple Hezbollah from Hamas and stop the fighting on the northern border. Therefore, the decision was to take him out of the decision-making picture. Great stuff. It's just, this is literally what I said yesterday and the day before. Israel could nuke Lebanon and America would be on board with it, okay? Yeah, here, this is, Lebanon was living in peace and tranquility in 1976 and then came Hezbollah, which is such a fucking stupid-ass thing to say. Classic anti-theist attitude here. I was just at the beach in Lebanon less than 2 weeks ago where everyone was in bathing suits as skimpy as in Miami, you freak. Also, who cares? Arabs are only worthy of your life if their women wear bikinis. Are the bikinis the only way to humanize us? You pervert. You should be embarrassed. Seek help and leave us alone. Looking at Lebanon and trying to do that like Egypt or Iraq or Afghanistan style shit is so funny because Lebanon still is obviously an incredibly diverse, multi-ethnic, and also multi-religious country, maybe to a fault almost. So it's like hilarious to be like, oh, look at what Hezbollah did. Look at what Lebanon used to look like. It's like, bitch, Lebanon still looks like that. The fuck are you talking about? Have you met a Lebanese person? They're gay as fuck. And I'm not saying that about Austin, like in general, dude. It's so fucking annoying. These people know nothing about anything. Yeah, you do not get to do the Iran pre-1979 thing with Lebanon. People wear all kinds of clothing. Bars line up and down the block in Beirut. There are gay nightclubs. And it doesn't matter. I think Raina's take is even better than Seamus's take on this one because, like, it shouldn't matter. Like, you can't use this, like, dehumanization to be like, see, look at how barbaric and backwards they are, which is why we have to bomb them into the fucking Stone Age. Like, what kind of argument are you making? I hate that shit. But, and by the way, in terms of, like, killing Hassan Nasrallah, what a lot of these people fail to fucking recognize from where they're standing is that someone else will always fill the void. It doesn't matter if Yahya Sinwar is assassinated. It doesn't matter if Hassan Nasrallah is assassinated. These are not people that are like, I mean, they're very smart tacticians, okay? You might not agree with their methods. You might not agree with their worldview. I certainly don't in terms of like their own personal domestic affairs. But ultimately, they are smart tacticians. They're very well read. Overall, though, there's going to be another person that replaces them. You might put a stay on the resistance. You might soften the resistance for a brief moment. But ultimately, if you continue pummeling these areas, there are going to be new Hassan Nasrallahs propping up. There are new Hassan Nasrallahs right now. Smart tacticians, a unique way of saying coordinating terrorist attacks. Dude, stop doing this, okay? You can't do this while we're watching the fucking smoke in the midst of Beirut. Your understanding of terrorism and my understanding of terrorism clearly is not the same. You literally simply just say, oh, they're the brown guys, they're the Muslims, they're the terrorists, they're the bad guys. Stop with this fucking idiotic black and white, incredibly infantile understanding of the situation. God damn, dude. Oh no, it's you don't understand. Terrorists are the bad guys and our allies are the good guys. Duh, obviously. They're the good guys no matter what they do. Even in this circumstance, they're the good guys, right? Because they're targeting the bad guys. You are a baby-brained liberal dipshit if you genuinely believe this. Yeah, you can't level 6 apartment buildings in the middle of a 2.5 million population, dense metropolitan area in an entirely sovereign nation, and then turn around and be like, actually, the guys who were in the midst, like inside of those buildings, they are the terrorists. Like, you can't say that. Or you can, and you can say that in American media. You just can't say that here and not expect some kind of retaliation. There are human beings in those buildings. They are now dead. There are people in this community whose family members live in and around the vicinity. There are community members in my community that live in and around the vicinity. You're an animal if you think that this kind of attack is justifiable. And also remember, we're not just giving them the bombs to do this. We are also supplying them with surveillance. Like the United States of America, your taxpayer dollars are literally paying American airplanes, surveillance aircraft to surround the region and offer new bombing targets to the Israeli military, which then turns around and uses our fighter jets to drop our 2,000-pound munitions. So when Biden says, oh man, this sucks. What are we doing here? Oh man, how are we going to do this? Like, what's happening here? Well, we got to stop Israel. Like, it's fucking bullshit, okay? They are not only not restraining Israel, they're also supporting Israel. They're funding and facilitating Israel. They're giving Israel, they added a $9 billion additional defense package to Israel literally 2 days ago. 2E, 3B Sentry AWACS off Lebanon with transponder switched off, and the aircrafts reappear a few minutes after the bloody airstrikes on Beirut. There is no coincidence the U.S. helps Israel bombing Lebanon on a daily basis. The reason why they don't admit it is because they know Israel systematically kills civilians during their airstrikes. Is this the Democratic Party? This is the Uniparty. If you think that America is going to change trajectory on its foreign policy because a Democrat is in charge or a Republican is in charge, you're out of your mind. Here, add insult to injury. A photo of Netanyahu giving the order to strike Beirut tonight from New York, destroying several apartment buildings, ordering U.S.-funded war crimes from U.S. soil right after giving a speech to the United Nations about how Israel yearns for peace. Benjamin Netanyahu is almost like an Osama bin Laden-like figure in terms of like destroying or showing to the world like the ways in which the international rule-based order is a complete lie. There is no bigger flex. There is no bigger demonstration of this lie than that. You're on American soil, you're using American weapons, you're using American targeting systems, American surveillance to drop American munitions on a sovereign nation in the midst of the United Nations meetings happening where you delivered a speech about how you yearn for freedom. That's it. When America says, oh my God, how are they doing this? What are we supposed to do? We're just trying to stop Israel from behaving this way. It's like, dude, you're not. You're not trying to stop Israel from behaving this way. You love it. You love the death and destruction. You fund it. You facilitate it. You support it. You give the weapons. You give the surveillance to Israel. You even pro-America, bro? I am, dude. I don't think you are, though, because being pro-Israel does not mean you're a pro-America. I would say that my commentary on this is more pro-America than like 99% of our politicians. I don't think that we should allow a sovereign nation, right, a foreign nation, to just engage in bloody hell, in death and destruction, funded by our taxpayer dollars. I don't think that that is appropriate. I think that that is unimaginably un-American. If there is any sort of like principle behind like being an American and wanting America to be the world police and be the good guys in every story, then this demonstrates that we are the bad guys in this story. This is precisely the reason why there are people in the State Department that don't even agree with the Biden camp and Anthony Blinken and the way that they are continuing on giving Israel free reign to behave in the ways that it is. Because they also recognize that obviously this is diminishing America's soft power capabilities. The world stage is cooked. All of the organs of the international organs of justice that you normally could use tirelessly against your foreign adversaries to get them to do the right thing or whatever and apply like, you know, deploy sanctions packages or whatever. All of that is cast aside in this circumstance because everyone goes, the f do you mean you hate Russia? The f do you mean? What do you mean that Russia is doing wrong things here? Look at what you're fucking doing in Gaza. Look at what you're doing in Beirut. And for a lot of people, that's how they see it. All of a sudden, like I keep repeating over and over again, 800 military bases around the world will look like 800 military occupations around the world if America's soft power capabilities go away. It no longer will be a military partnership and a firm commitment and an allegiance to the United States of America in terms of keeping global security. It all of a sudden becomes an active invasion. Got to protect national interests. I just described to you from a pro-State Department, pro-America position why allowing Israel to reign bloody terror in the region is genuinely diminishing America's national interest on the global stage. So you're wrong. You just said that because that's a thing you've heard. You've never actually analyzed what that means. You've never actually thought about what that means. Because if you would actually put some thought into it, you would recognize that America's undying loyalty to the state of Israel, an apartheid state that is currently actively committing genocide and has started a new front in another sovereign nation in its end siege, and the way that it's analyzed from the rest of the world, including our Western European allies. This is even more significant than just like the global South. The global South has always had a distaste for American empire for obvious reasons. But now you even have Western European allegiances on shaky ground. If you don't think that this is a genuinely devastating misstep, you just got to wait till Trump says it, and then you'll repeat it. When Trump goes around and says, they ruined our partnerships. They said I was bad. They said the world laughed at me, but the world laughed at them. Now look, England is going against our wills. They're not even giving money to Israel. They're not giving weapons to Israel. And then you'll repeat it, and you'll be like, hell yeah, he's right. Peaceful dub, baby. IDF spokesman, Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari says a precise strike on a central headquarter of Hezbollah, which was intentionally built under residential buildings in Beirut in order to use them as human shields. That's interesting. IDF headquarters in Tel Aviv is walking distance to a hospital, markets, theaters, etc. It's actually a really good point. I've talked about this many times over. It doesn't even matter to most people. That's the problem. That's why I don't even bring it up, because people don't fucking care. Because a lot of this attitude revolves around might is right. That's it. Might is right. Israel has the capabilities to do this. Israel can do this. No Israel's enemies cannot, and that's it. Not only does it not matter if they actually successfully assassinated Hassan Nasrallah, we don't know if that actually happened, but even if it did, it still doesn't matter. It doesn't change the dynamic. It doesn't change the mindset of people that watch their families ripped apart, that have to literally seek through the rubble to see if their baby in a cradle is still there. Like, those people are still going to hate Israel. Do you understand? Like, assassinating or decapitating the leadership does not change the dynamic at all. Someone else will take their place, because ultimately this is still a war of emancipation for many people. This is precisely the reason why I don't make the argument. I mean, the dynamic is a little different in like a place like Russia. The dynamic is a little different because there's like unitary executive on principle. It's just like one singular force that has a lot of control over what's going on. The ambitions of one man can lead entire armies in the case for like Russia, for example. Having said that, however, I don't make the same argument for fucking Benjamin Netanyahu. It's not like if Benjamin Netanyahu was assassinated that Israel would stop. That's why I make the argument that America has to fucking use its levers of control in the circumstance to put Israel, to rein in Israel, okay? To put Israel in its place, to tell them to dial it back. Because without that level of control, without that lever of power, it doesn't matter. If Benjamin Netanyahu's dead, there's going to be another freak that takes his place. What has to happen is the large partner in this coalition telling them to dial it the back. New Israeli defense officials estimate that some 300 people were killed in the Israeli strike on Beirut, according to Haaretz. Nice. So it's probably more than that. Like, think about it. If they killed 300 civilians and got Hassan Nasrallah, that's a 300 to 1. Is that justifiable? I don't think so.
6 buildings leveled. The casualty numbers are just coming in. What are you seeing and hearing?
Well, as you mentioned, Bianna, we've just heard from the Ministry of Health that at least 2 people were killed, 76 were injured in those massive blasts that targeted Beirut's southern suburbs. As we understand, of course, from the Israeli military, the target of those strikes was the leader. They say it was a command center, but what we understand from my colleague Jeremy Diamond, according to a security official, a senior Israeli official, that the target was the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, and that is the big question right now.
For the record, I told you that this was going to happen after Gaza. The moment that Israel changed its trajectory towards Hezbollah and Lebanon in general, I told you that Western media was going to start using the exact same terminology to a T. The exact same terminology. It's actually human shields. They're using human shields. Lebanon is using human shields. Anyone in the crosshairs of Israel is always using human shields, okay? And we just have to shoot through those human shields. There's nothing else we can do. The passive voice Western media does when it comes to Israel makes me feel like I'm going to get an ulcer. Yeah.
Well, what happens if you remove Hassan Nasrallah? Who do you get in his place? Who picks up? Is it somebody more radical? And remembering that Hassan Nasrallah is not a military commander per se. He has all those military commanders underneath of him. He's more of a sort of a figurehead, a leader, absolutely in command, absolutely the top of the top person within Hezbollah, no doubt about his authority. But when he says, I want this done, I want this done, I want this done, it's the commanders, the military commanders underneath of him who realize that. So therefore the question becomes, what happens if you remove him? It's not going to stop the organization functioning, although clearly the organization is absolutely on the back foot. It's been decimated in many ways.
I mean, he's right. It doesn't stop. It doesn't. There is no military solution to these issues. Okay, just like there's no military solution to Hamas, there's no military solution to Hezbollah either. That's it. And Israel knows that. They just don't give a shit. Okay, they just use the military solution as a justification for doing death and destruction, dealing death and destruction. And it's wild that they do not even mention this as anything but a successful, targeted, precise military strike. They don't mention 6 buildings demolished. They don't mention the hundreds of civilians that are under the rubble right now. It's crazy. It is a complete abdication of responsibility. It is this is not journalism at all. The U.S. Embassy is not evacuating U.S. citizens at this time. There's a commercially available flight that U.S. citizens who express interest in departing Lebanon will have to book and pay directly with the airline, as of this morning from the U.S. Embassy in Beirut, because it does not matter how many Americans get killed by Israel. I need to reiterate this. I told you this already. They do not care. Israel can kill you, and we will do nothing about it, because you have now dropped down on your order of priority in the hierarchy of dual citizenship. You're down in the bottom of the ladder, right next to the Palestinians. You're still above them, but you're right next to them. Families are flocking to the ERs asking about their loved ones, but the ERs are empty. There are no bodies to even bury, because they're buried in the rubble. They use bunker busters, dude. Sean called it a few weeks ago. USA will throw Americans to the wolves if it means helping Israel. Yeah. Sean said, some people are mad at me for saying Biden would happily trade U.S. lives for continued support for Israel genocide, but that's not even a stretch. It's just already happening in reality. The IDF can kill as many Americans as it likes, as far as the White House is concerned. It's true, but like, if you're more mad at him for saying this, and then world events prove this to be the reality, what do you do in that situation? Do you actually change your analysis, or do you just lean into it further and find a different reasoning for why it was justifiable? And a lot of people do the second thing. They just dig their fucking heels in, you know? One thing people may be missing is why Lebanon, a complex nation state, doesn't have an integrated air defense system or even smaller anti-air missile systems. It's because the U.S. led an effort to ban Lebanon for ever having weapons like that. Yeah, they banned it because Hezbollah is there. To the residents of southern suburbs of Beirut, Al-Lailaki neighborhood, Munir Shadid building, and neighboring buildings as shown on the map, Al-Hadath neighborhood, Sheet building, and adjacent building shown on the map, Al-Hadad district, Al-Salam complex. You are located near Hezbollah interests, and for your safety and the safety of your loved ones, you're obliged to evacuate the buildings immediately and move away from them at a distance no less than 500 meters. Now, what you need to understand here is that they're saying they are going to start blowing up buildings again. But what you also need to understand is that this announcement is coming at midnight. This announcement is coming to the Lebanese population at midnight. The estimation from today's attack so far, the death toll so far, I believe, is at 700. Like the total death toll is at 700. Death toll in Israeli strikes on Beirut rises to 6. The number of people killed in Israel's bombing of southern Beirut has risen to 6, with 91 wounded. Lebanon's health ministry said the death toll is likely to rise significantly as the attack brought 6 residential towers down to the ground. The Israeli estimation is 300. More than 700 since September 23rd until today, September 27th. And that death toll is expected to skyrocket still. One thing I want to repeat to people is that all of the Israel defenders on the timeline were talking about how fantastic this operation was and how brilliant and technical it was when they were talking about the pagers. And they kept repeating like, excuse me, what do you expect them to do? Like, you're calling that an act of terror, but like, it was so targeted and so precise. It's so much better than carpet bombing Beirut, right? And now they have carpet bombed Beirut. So where are all those people who said, oh, well, that would be unconscionable? As expected, they're literally defending the carpet bombing of Beirut. So never have a conversation with these idiots about like what their morality is, okay? They don't care. They don't care. They just want to defend Israel. That's all it is. I was pissing off the dude who beat them in 06 a W. It would be a W if they killed him. Israel is very cowardly in the way that it works. They are afraid of the diaper brigade getting their shit pushed in, so they will never actually go in and invade militarily before they actually reduce the entire ground into rubble. And that's precisely what they're doing here. They're blowing up everything in sight. They're trying to cause as much terror as possible, and only when they feel safe will they try and like move their tanks in. And they won't even offer like troop coverage of their fucking tanks, and then they'll get marked again and again and again. But here, it's all good because the American military will defend them. What is this? This shit really helps explain how the Lebanese are feeling. Lebanese podcast in English explaining how they will get killed.
Asking us to help, showing us death and destruction. No one did fucking shit, so I have zero expectation that anybody's coming to save us, bro. We're gonna fucking die alone, and we're gonna live stream. You guys are gonna get another live stream, another live stream, the genocide on your phones, and it's only gonna cost you a few tax dollars. And it might seem crazy, but like, we might die. We might die, bro. We might less likely to die than people in the South, but so we might die in this conflict. Just sitting here doing our thing. They might decide to blow up the shit about now. Yeah, just die. Driving on a bridge, blow it up. Go to a hospital, blow it up. Then they'll say that we were Hezbollah agents and we were hiding weapons or whatever. You know, they'll come up with any excuse. The hospital had weapons. The school was on top of a weapons cache. Thank you to our patrons. If you want to support us, we're an independent YouTube channel living through a war right now, so we appreciate your support. Habura Zaviura and Josfed, welcome to the family. To everyone in the South, stay safe. To everyone in Lebanon.
That's it, bro. It don't matter what your background is. Like, you don't have to be a card-carrying Shia Hezbollah supporter, dude. At the end of the day, the American bombs being deployed by Israeli Air Force, that does not distinguish between you and Hezbollah anyway.
The level of the compromise really is breathtaking. I mean, almost all of the senior leadership has been killed. When I look at this, given Hezbollah's internal security practices, you know, normally folks would interrogate each other, but clearly they were compromised at a level that was above interrogation by Hezbollah counterintelligence. You've got a lot of problems here. First off, much of the missile inventory and the ability to produce it has been destroyed. And then the other problem is when they recruit, you know, they're going to see people who have a level of mistrust in their own organization, and that will have a profound morale effect upon recruits, potential recruits, and members of the organization. So even if it reconstitutes itself, it will be much more poorly armed, much less coordinated, and its morale and fighting spirit will be significantly degraded, probably for a generation.
This dude has literally no clue at all about the psyche of the Shias. If he's saying he'd be dissuaded from joining Hezbollah in the future, yeah, no. Kind of funny for like a DC strategic studies guy to say this, like a DC think tank guy to say this from the National Defense University, because the entire history of the United States military occupation has always resulted in more people joining the fight.
You know, as I listened to you, you mentioned the provenance of Hezbollah's weapons, many of which come from Iran. On the flip side, many of Israel's weapons come from the U.S. So I'm wondering, as I see these hits on Beirut, the U.S. has come in for an enormous amount of criticism for continuing to supply Israel with weapons that have been used to kill Palestinians. As I watch these live pictures, I wonder, isn't the U.S. again going to come in for criticism if Lebanese people die under American-made bombs?
Yes,
the superpower could act in a different way, right? Because the superpower is saying they want a ceasefire. It's saying they don't want a military escalation. It's saying they want a ceasefire. They have presented a plan which their ally Israel has completely snubbed, apparently hasn't even bothered to answer to. The U.S. could actually pull its weapons, but what it has done instead is in the last 24 hours commit itself to another package of military aid worth $8.5 billion to Israel.
So when a security partner goes against the current American policy, there is the possibility of doing that. But there seems to be a misconception. I don't think you share it. I don't think your analysts do. But there's a popular misconception that somewhere in Washington there's a switch, and if that switch is flicked, the airplanes fall from the sky. The fact of the matter remains, Israel has a robust domestic arms industry, and there are stockpiles that have been built up over the years.
Sure.
So if the United States adopts the ultimate in coercion, just stops all things, it would take years to have an effect on Israeli operations.
He's lying. Israel was shut down and collapsed in its entirety if America withdrew its support from Israel tomorrow, and everyone in Israel knows this, and that's precisely the reason why there's a multi-billion-dollar propaganda operation forward-facing, just focusing specifically on the Western world to delicately tailor every Israeli action to Western sensibilities to justify it. It's fucking bullshit. Anyone who tells you that Israel would be able to operate this way without American support is a fucking abject liar. They know the truth. The Israeli society might not know the truth because some of them are bloodthirsty. Ultimately, everyone in the military-industrial complex is definitely aware of this reality, okay? If it was so negligible, we would have stopped our weapons transfers already, by the way, but we haven't.
That's right. The Israeli military has said that there is no option they will not use, that if a ground invasion into southern Lebanon is necessary, that they would do that. But they didn't really say it would be as a last resort. They just said that they would do that if necessary, and that, in fact, preparations are being...
I gotta explain something to you, okay? When Russia did this to Ukraine, there was a lot more eyeballs and attention on the matter. When Israel does it to Lebanon, it's just another Friday. Just understand that. When Russia was doing this to Ukraine, all attention was on this. All Western media was talking about it. That's all people would talk about. No justifications, no holds barred, completely unacceptable atrocity, which it was, for the record. It was. Russia's invasion of Ukraine was unjustifiable, brutal, bloody, completely unacceptable. But I want you to understand something. Like, these are real people, just like Ukrainians are real people, getting blown to bits in their homes, and there is no interest whatsoever from the Western world. Even this community, like, normally people would be tuning in to see what the f is going on, but there isn't even like real attention to it in the same degree. And I think part of that is because dead brown people are seen as a nuisance, whereas dead white people are a very different dynamic. You know, that's it. Like, think about it with October 7. October 7, front page headlines everywhere. Every outlet stopped and changed their coverage to breaking news, updates from Israel. Meanwhile, it's either omission or a complete collaboration with the state of Israel. The dynamic is definitely different. They've already switched away to the hurricane death toll in Georgia. Now, this is a devastating atrocity, don't get me wrong, and this deserves coverage. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because the human toll is not calculated in the same way when it is the victims are victims of, a Western imperialist endeavor. If you even for a moment think that they'd be talking about Harris speaking at the border soon at CNN on October 7, you'd be wrong.
When you have a situation when certain lies are valued over others, this is how it plays out. This is exactly what it looks like, and this is kind of the situation, I guess, the I don't know, the thought process that is brought up over and over, and it comes up in my mind quite often. When these major atrocities are happening, when the Holocaust was happening, and then people would be like, oh yes, if the Holocaust was happening today, or if I was around back then, this is how I would have reacted, this is what I would have said, this is what I would have done. The thing is, you now know for sure how you would have acted, what you would have done. It's exactly what you're doing now. I'm not saying everyone has the ability to do, to immediately stop this. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that you can play a role, and it can be a small role, but when you do a small role, and someone else does a small role, and someone else, it does have an effect. Even if it's just one person doing it, it still has an effect. But the more people doing it, the more people are working together towards that common goal. So I don't like or support this whole hopeless mentality. I get it. It sucks. But by no means is it hopeless or is it done. And I don't think I have the ability to do all that much, but I do think what I can do is at least raise awareness, share information. And it's probably something I'll continue doing for a while. I'll make a couple of streams. This is, probably going to break the timeline a bit by me starting, with such recent events. But I do want to make the stream. I still have quite a lot of papers to get through, so I can do that. Where it's and there's still quite a lot I want to do. So it's stream after stream where I do where I have these videos playing over and over and over again, and just have a very long videos or streams where people can tune in and really look at least the collection that I've had. I have collections of these videos going all the way back to October of last year, when all this horror began. It is worth exploring. It is worth listening to, and I think you would have a responsibility. I think. When people say, oh yeah, history will judge us, I do firmly believe that, and and it's not just about that, it's also morally, what do I think I would put my name or myself behind it? This is it. Anyway, this is Owen Jones. He's a UK journalist. He's also great. Also one of the people I got to learn about, unfortunately through this situation, specifically the Gaza situation, or what's been happening there. And I've been following him since then, and yeah, he has had really good coverage. I'd recommend him as well.
Now, we've seen the hideous escalation by the Israeli state, obviously in Lebanon, the mass slaughter of literally countless Lebanese civilians. We have absolutely no idea how many have been just get murdered, slaughtered in the latest violence unleashed by the Israeli state in Beirut, but also elsewhere. That's obviously on top of the vast numbers of Palestinians who've been butchered now for what is almost exactly a year since this genocidal onslaught began. The focus is, of course, on the killing of Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah. What we're going to talk about today, we've got the best possible person to speak to about this, Nurin Rabini. Many of you will know, we chatted, me and Nurin, I think back in early this year. A lot has happened since. The brilliant co-editor of Jadaliyya, a Middle East analyst, Palestinian Dutch analyst. I'm one of the best analysts you'll find. I know many journalists who actually want an informed take on this will, whenever something happens, go straight to check out Ewan's brilliant Twitter threads often, which go into great detail about the latest developments. How are you doing in these difficult times, firstly? Great to see you.
And it's good to be with you, and thanks for inviting me.
I just want to start actually with what isn't being focused on at the moment in the headlines of the BBC, various Western newspapers, and that is the countless deaths, the killings, sorry, they didn't just die and fall over, did they? Of the dropping of bombs on entire apartment blocks full of huge numbers of Lebanese civilians. And just your thoughts on that and the way that's being discussed or not discussed, portrayed in the analysis that we can see of the latest developments.
Yeah, well, I think it's a very pertinent question. According to Israeli reports, 85 tons of high explosives were dropped within the space of seconds on Beirut yesterday, the Lebanese capital, on one city block, essentially in order to assassinate one man and those who were with him. And in the 24 hours since, there were, I believe, between 30 and 50 additional massive air raids on Beirut, the southern suburbs. Not even taking into account further massive air raids on Tyre, on the Bekaa Valley, on other areas of Lebanon. I don't have the exact figures, but it's probably a safe assumption that in the past 24 hours, Israel has dropped more high explosives on Beirut than it did during the entirety of the 1982 invasion of Lebanon, or arguably even the 2006 assault on Lebanon. Now, what's interesting in the coverage of this, of course, is that Hezbollah is held responsible for having its central command headquarters in the Lebanese capital, Beirut. And this is then used as a pretext to claim that Hezbollah is using the civilian population as human shields, and therefore bears responsibility for the massive casualty toll that was produced yesterday. I think something like 6 or 7 apartment buildings containing dozens of homes were leveled to the ground. Well, yes, Hezbollah has established its headquarters in Beirut. But my response to that would be, is there really any instance in history where a movement or a state within the state, or however you want to describe it, establishes its headquarters on an isolated hilltop away from its core constituency or the center of its political weight? I mean, is Israel's Ministry of Defense in the heart of Tel Aviv or in Cyprus? Is Britain's Ministry of Defense and its entire security headquarters, is it based in London or on some field with nothing but sheep in Wales? I mean, this is this is how militaries have behaved historically. And to then twist this around and saying, well, they're deliberately placing it in the heart of civilian areas in order to use a civilian population as human shield is a bit rich. There are compelling reasons why every military organization places its headquarters at the center, let's say, of its political structure.
I mean, the IDF's headquarters in Tel Aviv surrounded people, note, by shopping malls and apartment blocks.
Yes, and I, if I may interrupt, I would argue again here, whether it's the Israelis or Hezbollah or Hamas in Gaza or any other states around the globe, this isn't a deliberate strategy to use the civilian population as human shields. This is how states and organizations operate. They have nerve centers, they have capital cities, they place their most important institutions within those geographical areas. It's almost a law of nature.
In 1982, you mentioned the Israeli invasion back in 1982. And back then, the right-wing Republican President Ronald Reagan got on the phone to the then Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin to protest against what he called a Holocaust and demanded the cessation of those attacks, which actually, I mean, obviously, Israel continues to commit terrible atrocities in Lebanon, but in that particular instance, they called off those specific attacks. You also got the massacre of Shabba Shitio, and up to 3,500 Lebanese and Palestinians were butchered in some of the most heinous, imaginable violence, depravity, which Ariel Sharon, the defense minister, was later found culpable of. It was committed by Israel's allies, of course, by an Israeli commission. Huge numbers of Israelis at the time took to the streets. I suppose what I'm talking about is it's just this degradation of the worth of Arab life. I mean, we have a democratic president, Joe Biden. I mean, somehow he's barely functioning, but I mean, in the here and now, if you compare to 1982, we're seeing actually worse violence, worse atrocities, more mass slaughter. And yet the way that's portrayed in the media and the response of our political leaders, well, there's quite a contrast, actually, I would say.
Yes, and it's an interesting anecdote for more than one reason. As you mentioned, in 1982, the U.S. president at the time, Ronald Reagan, called Menachem Begin, the Israeli prime minister, and protested after seeing, according to the conventional narration of this incident, after seeing pictures of dismembered, badly burned Palestinian children in Beirut, he called Begin and told him this Holocaust has to end now. Begin, of course, vociferously protested, we're the only victims here, and so on. But then within 24 hours, the bombing stopped. But this was not the result of Reagan suddenly discovering a conscience upon seeing all those images of Palestinian civilian victims of Israel's terror bombing. What actually happened is that the Saudi crown prince at the time, Prince Fahd, called Reagan and basically told him that the Arab states were coming under increasing pressure because of their alliance with the United States and needed to see some form of intervention. by Washington. And it was in that context that Reagan felt he had to act. And of course, the important difference between 1982 and 2023, 2024 is the complete absence of the Arab states. They have played the role of impotent spectators. They have not even withdrawn ambassadors. Those who have diplomatic relations with Israel have not reconsidered their ties with Israel's extreme right-wing government and so on. And so I think, when you want to compare then and now, we have to look not only at what Washington did, but also why it acted. And that, I think, is an important distinction. Your second point, I think, is entirely correct. We were just talking about the terror bombing of Beirut yesterday, which comes on top of a year of genocidal violence, a genocidal campaign by Israel in the Gaza Strip, and levels of violence against the population of the West Bank that we haven't seen since the Second Intifada. And I think the important point here is that it has been completely normalized. We wake up to this day in and day out for an entire year now. And you look at Western leaders, Western media, and so on, and it's all placed within the framework of Israel defending itself, Israel's right to defend itself. So there may be an excess here or there, but ultimately it's all legitimate and justified because it is taking place not within the framework of Israel being a supremacist apartheid state that is engaging in genocide and aggression in order to consolidate its permanent control over those under its subjugation, but rather it is Israel being illegitimately attacked for irrational reasons by radical terrorists and therefore engaging in a legitimate campaign of self-defense.
Let's just talk about the significance of the killing of Hassan Nasrallah, who was, of course, the Secretary General of Hezbollah and has been since 1992, when his predecessor, Abbas al-Musari, was killed, assassinated by the Israeli state. I think in that question with those details, it kind of helps answer the question, really, doesn't it? But I think what is the significance of, this is undoubtedly, on top of the pager attacks, which should be rightly seen as form of terrorism themselves, clearly a big blow to Hezbollah. But how significant is it in the longer term? How much does it change the dynamics? What are your thoughts?
It's a massive blow. And I think even though I think it would be fair to say that Nasrallah always expected to die this way, that it has happened, and it's happened at this particular historical juncture, is extraordinarily significant. And again, this is not, as you suggested, this is not an assassination that has taken place in isolation from what we've seen in the past month. Since late July until now, late September, Israel has effectively decapitated Hezbollah, has managed to assassinate most of its most senior military and political leaders. It has essentially quite successfully paralyzed the organization. It's therefore an absolutely massive blow to the organization that will take considerable time for it to recover from. Having said that, Hezbollah is not a small militia. It's a very deeply entrenched and sophisticated organization that has been decades in the making. And I think one reason that this series of assassinations culminating in the killing of its general secretary, one reason it's so significant is because part of Hezbollah's aura in recent years has been its counterintelligence capabilities. And compared to similar movements in the region, it's the perception that it was somehow very effective at preventing Israeli espionage and Israeli infiltration and so on. And so that doubles, let's say, the significance of these latest blows. But Hezbollah was decades in the making. It would take years of much more intensive efforts to dismantle it. And I think we need to look at this in several contexts. First is Israel's determination to de-link Lebanon from Gaza. And what it is seeking to do is to punish and weaken Hezbollah to the extent that it capitulates and renounces its support for the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, renounces what it calls its support front. And I think that these assassinations will make that more difficult rather than more easy to achieve. The second is that I think Israel, well, let me put it this way. If you accept that on the 7th of October of last year, Hamas launched its offensive into southern Israel in order to irrevocably shatter the status quo, Israel's campaign since then has been not to restore the status quo that existed on the 6th of October, but rather to fundamentally transform the strategic equation in the Middle East. And part of that is not only delinking Lebanon from Gaza, but dealing a mortal blow to Hezbollah as an organization so that it is no longer a significant military factor in the Middle East. And beyond that, to also find a way to administer a very significant blow against Iran. And I think for Israel, the road to Tehran leads through the southern suburbs of Beirut. And what it is hoping to do here is not just to hit Hezbollah, but to find a way to provoke the direct involvement of Iran into this conflict in a manner that can also produce a direct military confrontation between the United States and Iran. Whether this will succeed or not is difficult to say. But getting back to Hezbollah, I think its command has been either eliminated or paralyzed, but it has a very deep bench. And I suspect it will fairly quickly be able to regenerate the leadership. It will be a new generation of leadership. And as Ali Hashim, the correspondent of Al Jazeera based in Lebanon, who knows the organization quite well, has pointed out, Nasrallah was known as a strategic thinker, as someone who was playing the long game. And he may well now be replaced by a generation that is more fixated on revenge for the losses that it has suffered in the past several months. And I'd also like to, in terms of Nasrallah himself, he was, of course, an iconic, charismatic figure who had kind of a deep personal bond, if you will, with his constituents, the type of historical leader that's going to be very difficult to replace. One could compare him, for example, to Jamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt or Yasser Arafat's role within the Palestinian movement. And here I would point out that the loss of Nasser was a devastating loss to Egypt, obviously, when it happened in 1970. And he was replaced by Anwar Sadat, who Kissinger, for once rightly, denounced as a clown. But even this didn't prevent Egypt from 3 years later successfully crossing the Suez Canal. So yes, assassinations are painful, but the idea that these tactical successes can be transformed into strategic developments, I think will prove to be a mistaken assumption.
In fact, we could see the precedent, of course, mission accomplished style triumphalism in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Libya. And also, I suppose, in the case of Hezbollah, you got, to begin with, based on the subjugation of the Palestinian people, the birth of the PLO, the invasion of Lebanon, then Hezbollah then, of course, emerges from that. And that point, Hezbollah, a lot of people in the West often don't realize it has this base within Lebanese society. It's in the government. It's in a coalition government. It has 2 ministries. So it's this idea, again, that you just cut off the top or the key kind of top leadership of an organization, as if that will then lead to its destruction, when actually, as you suggest, history suggests, more radical elements often end up coming to the top.
Well, and let's take another example. Islamic Jihad, Palestinian Islamic Jihad. It was a fairly small movement that was also led by a charismatic leader, Fathi Shaqaqi. He was assassinated in Malta.
No worry, Kenny. Just glad to have you back. And yeah, please, if you're here to just promote some random viewer shit, bye. But, alright, let's restart the video, my bad. But actually, before we start, if you've been lurking the whole time, any thoughts on the situation? What do you think of what's going on? Any of this new information to you? Any of this information you already know? Tell me about it. Tell me your thoughts. I'm curious. Am I actually doing something here?
That was also led by a charismatic leader, Fathi Shaqaqi. He was assassinated in Malta in 1995, and Israel, for years, held up Shaqaqi's assassination as kind of a model of how one can effectively eliminate an organization by assassinating its leader. Well, guess what? Islamic Jihad not only participated prominently in the Palestinian offensive of 7th October last year, but is still fighting today in the Gaza Strip, and is today, I would argue, a much more powerful movement than it was when Shaqaqi was assassinated. So yes, assassinations obviously have an impact, and they can present very serious setbacks to the organizations that suffer these losses. But I think in the larger framework of things, they tend to be tactical losses rather than presenting strategic transformations.
But before I ask about your thoughts on Iran, in terms of what's been happening as regards Hezbollah and Israel, again, bizarrely, actually, the BBC did an analysis. They found 80% of the armed exchanges came from Israel rather than the other way around. But again, the way this is, what's your thoughts?
And with this stuff being stuff that you know, what are your thoughts on it?
Came from Israel rather than the other way around. But again, the way this is, what's your thoughts? Just the reality versus the way a lot of this has been portrayed, I guess, by much of the Western media, in particular, over the last that part of this horror show, I suppose, in the last year.
Well, of course, it is Hezbollah that initiated what it calls its support front on the 8th of October. And it did so with a very clear and explicit objective of supporting the Palestinians and exercising pressure on Israel to end its genocidal campaign against the Gaza Strip. This is often being presented as, Hezbollah initiated an unprovoked armed conflict with Israel. Well, at some level, that's correct. But I find it a little curious that people who are entirely justifiably, have for 75 years, entirely justifiably decried the way the world abandoned the Jews of Europe in the 1930s and then during the Holocaust, are in the same breath condemning Hezbollah, condemning the Houthi movement in Yemen, and condemning others for taking active measures to support Palestinians when they are being subjected to a genocidal campaign by Israel. You can't have it both ways, I would argue. I would certainly agree with those who say that the European powers had every opportunity to prevent the Holocaust by actively confronting Hitler during his rise to power. But if you want to quite justifiably condemn that, I don't think you can also condemn those who have taken the choice to stand by the Palestinians when they are themselves being subjected to genocide. The other point, of course, as you pointed out, is the vast disparity of violence. I mean, if you look at kind of mainstream media reporting, you would think that Israel is being subjected to a 24/7 assault from Lebanon with all kinds of bombs and missiles and artillery and whatnot. And Israelis are basically helplessly huddling in their bomb shelters. Well, the reality is that Israel's levels of attacks on on Lebanon rather, has been exponentially higher. And although it is correct that the first shots in this particular round were fired by Hezbollah on October 8th of last year, every step up the escalation ladder has on the whole been at Israel rather than Hezbollah's initiative. And it has been, according to many analysts, Hezbollah rather than Israel that has operated with relative restraint, something we may no longer see as a result of developments yesterday. Because what has now happened is that rather than taking another few steps up the escalation ladder, Israel has basically detonated the ladder itself with high explosives.
But before I ask you about Gaza, just on Iran, what's your thoughts there in terms of what this means there? Because obviously, this is a big strategic defeat for Iran as well. Iran is talking about sending troops to Lebanon, particularly perhaps the borders of Syria, the Golan Heights. What's your thoughts on where this could lead and whether or not the view basically of the Israeli state is they want this escalation, they will keep escalating it, that actually it's not actually in the interests of the US state, of US power to have a massive regional escalation. But they know that they can call the bluff of an administration which frankly doesn't really seem to have a functioning president at the helm, who in any case is ideologically one of the most pro-Israel presidents imaginable. What's your thoughts on where this leads?
I think it's a very good question. I mean, Hassan Nasrallah was particularly after the assassination of Qasem Soleimani, the head of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. Nasrallah was a very personification of the axis of resistance. And his assassination, therefore, as you know, represents a significant loss to Iran. I should add that there's a lot of misunderstanding about the axis of resistance. It is a coalition and not a form.
Yeah, sick is definitely a way to describe it. What about your thoughts on the Gaza stuff? What's been happening in Gaza and what's been happening in Israeli prisons to Palestinian detainees? I don't know if you know what's been happening there, but detainees have been tortured, raped. It's been gruesome. One of the people that were involved in that, thing, has been. I mean, it's been debated. People have gone out to protest in support of these soldiers that attacked the prisoners. They showed up on TV. They kind of made him a celebrity, and no accountability for him at all. At least that in that case. West Bank isn't really great either. People there have been subject to a lot of settler violence. But yeah, tell me your thoughts. For me, it's kind of where should I stand, or should I say Israel? Kind of diminishing your stand, your view that Israelis give for what's happening in Gaza. I mean, yes, of course, they're not going to paint themselves as the villains, but I mean, honestly, just listen to them. It's pretty villainous stuff. It's kind of shocking how comfortable they are saying the things that they're saying. But I mean, when somebody tells you who they are, listen. So it's pretty wild, But yeah, what's on the flip side? Tell me.
Formal alliance, and its various members have different relationships with Iran. I've suggested that we should, in this context, we should look at Iran as more the Germany of the European Union rather than the Soviet Union of the Warsaw Pact. In other words, it has various levels of interest, of influence over different members of this coalition in different periods of time, rather than being a pure center proxy relationship. As far as Iran itself, if you consider that Iran believes Israel is dead set on a direct confrontation with it. And if it also looks at the prospect of Trump returning to the White House, the same president who unilaterally renounced the 2015 nuclear agreement, I wouldn't at all be surprised if Iran now makes an accelerated push to cross the nuclear threshold, a kind of North Korean strategy to regime survival, if you will. It's possible that another lesson it draws from what has happened in Lebanon is that many people were suggesting that Hezbollah lost the initiative by not itself unilaterally attacking Israel in full force after October 7th. I don't think that was an option for a number of reasons. Hezbollah wasn't prepared to do so. Hezbollah had multiple considerations, domestic and regional, in devising its strategy. But nevertheless, for those who believe that Hezbollah's current dilemmas and difficulties and losses are a result of it not having taken the initiative, they may well now in Tehran be arguing that Iran should avoid getting stuck in the same conundrum and therefore should take the initiative. The difference, of course, is that Iran is a state. Iran has vital strategic, economic, and other assets that can be much more easily targeted by Israel than, for example, Hezbollah could. And this tension between the strategy of strategic patience, which Iran has been exercising, and the constant Israeli provocations against Iran during the past years are now coming to a head. And Iran is faced, I think, with a fundamental choice about how it wants to move forward, particularly where it is seeking to portray itself in the region, as the state that stands up to Israel and is constantly criticizing and belittling others for not doing the same. Well, it's going one way or the other. It's going to have to put its money where its mouth is.
On Gaza, so we've had now nearly a year of this genocidal campaign by Israel, and there was, it's not surprising, one level, it's an interesting revelation, and it's linked as well to what's been going on. This is the International Criminal Court. ProPublica, a US investigative media outlet, did a long piece which exposed the fact that US aid, its international development agency led by Samantha Power, Barack Obama's former ambassador to the United Nations, made clear, as well as the refugee department, I think the State Department, that Israel was deliberately preventing aid from getting into Gaza. Now, anyone who, obviously it's frustrating that we know that's happening. That's obvious. There's been a siege of Gaza, which has led to a famine and all the dire consequences of that siege. But the fact is, the US law means that it cannot provide military assistance to states which prevent US-backed humanitarian aid from entering. Antony Blinken was told about these assessments and clearly refused to act on them. And there's also further revelations, I think, in The Atlantic, which is a kind of very centrist, pro-Israel publication edited by a former IDF soldier.
Prison guard.
A prison guard, sorry, an IDF prison guard, you're quite right, which is that Netanyahu apparently admitted that there was a siege, I don't know, to Biden or Blinken, and blamed it on his coalition partners, saying they won't even let an aspirin in. But that's a confession from the Israeli state that there was that siege. Because the ICC's, the International Criminal Court's chief prosecutor's request for arrest warrants is actually primarily based on the siege. It hasn't gone further into those other charges, based on the fact partly there isn't you need to be on the ground in theory to accumulate evidence, whether you believe that or not. They haven't gone as far as they should have gone. What's your thoughts about that, these revelations and what they mean?
Well, can I just start by saying that another Israeli objective regarding Lebanon is reflected precisely in this discussion that we're having. It's only now that we're turning our attention to the
Sorry, I was just reading your comment. A documentary telling that, telling kids, that suicide bombings for any faith is or killing yourself for any faith is obviously insane. But as far as I know, that's entirely unacceptable within Islam. Just like Christianity, you don't take a life, you don't take your own life or anyone else's life. But I would also look at what's happening on both sides. I would take a look at what Israel is teaching their kids. I'll take a look at what's actually happening. Never mind narrative. I would say more importantly, actions speak louder than words, and you can look at the actions of Israel right there, and they're massacring people. Like Owen was just saying, they're preventing aid from coming in, which I don't know. What's the issue with aid coming in, and how do you have control over people getting aid? You can only have that over people that you occupy. So it's not really a equal situation to say the least. Obviously, I don't want to judge anything before I personally know the facts, and that's perfectly fair. That's a very reasonable thing to say and do. I would say that, especially with a situation like this, with how I would say, impactful or important it is, searching for those facts actively should take priority. If you have the time to dedicate to this, if you have the time to read about this or listen to information on it, I can't recommend anything really more. One of the people that's major political commentator, Twitch streamer Hassan Abi. Yeah, I like a lot of his stuff. He's been doing this for a very long time, and he knows what he's talking about quite well. So I'd recommend him. We watched, I guess, 2 of his videos earlier in the stream. I think, I'm not sure if you have seen those.
The Gaza Strip, and I'm sure there are numerous other conversations and interviews taking place around the world where the focus is very much on Lebanon and has been for the past week, and kind of the root of all evil, if you will, Israel's genocidal onslaught on the Gaza Strip is either not mentioned at all, or in our case, because we have the time and interest to explore these things, coming in well into the conversation. But this is an absolutely crucial issue you're raising. Not only has Israel's medieval siege on the Gaza Strip been an absolutely horrendous violation of international law and the laws of war, constituting a series of war crimes and crimes against humanity, but it is also, as you know, a violation of U.S. domestic legislation, which states very clearly that the United States cannot provide military aid to a state which is obstructing the delivery of humanitarian aid by the United States. And as these documents make clear, this is exactly what the Biden administration and particularly Secretary of State Antony Blinken was being told by his bureaucracy. And he then turned around and certified that Israel was in fact behaving in accordance with international law or not violating U.S. law, and therefore he could sign off on billions more of weapons deliveries to Israel. And I think this tells us several things. One is that this administration is ideologically invested in Israel to a degree that we have never before seen, even by U.S. standards. You mentioned Reagan. We can even mention Trump. There's a tradition that when every U.S. president leaves the White House, he's lauded in Israel as the most pro-Israeli president that Israel has ever had. That's certainly going to be the case with Biden. But I think the next president will have a lot of difficulty exceeding that threshold and being described as even more pro-Israeli than Joe Biden. So it shows how absolutely determined the United States is to ensure that Israel gets everything it needs. And second, it shows that as far as Washington is concerned, there will be absolutely no restraints whatsoever on Israel. Israel has a carte blanche from Washington to behave as it pleases, violating not only international law, but also U.S. domestic legislation. And there will be absolutely no consequences of any sort for Israel from doing so. And this, thirdly, of course, this shows the total contempt for Palestinian Arab life more generally, that I think is a hallmark of the generation of U.S. political leaders, which these administration officials, and Biden in particular, represent. And again, I think one more element is that, as so often, it's the bureaucracy and the civil servants that get things right. But it also shows that their political influence, their ability to affect decision-making, is slim to none when it comes to political.
Sorry, I'm just pausing the video to read your comments. Yeah, sorry. I usually have, I mean, I don't usually, but I mean, I've had my mic on mute when I'm when I'm just watching, just so that I'm not, I don't know, so there's no disturbance to the videos. I'm not a journalist, I'm not a political commentator, so I wanted to leave it to the people that know what they're talking about, and I'll chime in with the little pieces that I have every once in a while. So yeah, I'm just reading what you had said. Reason being, this like mustache man. I mean, well, that's the thing. If you're talking about who attacked first, again, history didn't start on October 7th. October 7th, yes, was a horrible attack on innocent civilians. But I mean, if you want to look at just October 7th, then there's the Hannibal Directive, which Israel deploys to kill its own civilians rather than have them being taken hostage which I would say is pretty fucked up. There's also everything leading up to October 7th. October 7th happened in 2023. There's obviously years and years of that. Even in 2023, Israel had bombed Gaza in things that they call mowing the lawn, which is just, killing them. They've been keeping them on keeping the population on a quote-unquote diet, where they only let in the bare minimum amount of calories so that, like, hey, we're letting them live, which is, again, pretty fucked up. If you block their borders, they're not allowed to build an airport, they're not allowed to have any docks or ships, you have them completely surrounded. This is a huge concentration camp where you have these people in, and it has turned into a death camp where they've just been massacring people, indiscriminate carpet bombing where they've just killed people. They've sniped people in mosques and churches. Like, there's no justification for that. They've demolished hospitals. There's really no way to try to justify it, as much as they try to, but it's quite clearly just bullshit. In terms of the stream buffering, I'm not sure what I can really do about that. Let me check my internet connection. It should be fine. And we got full bars. I mean, it's looking good on my end. Just let me know if it's still buffering. Just for knowledge, but I don't think I can do much about that. We never know who truly attacked first because none of us were actually there when it started. Well, when it started, that was in 1946. When it's also before that, but there's documented massacres that the Israelis committed to establish the state of Israel on Palestinian land. The idea was, the idea of Zionism is a land without people for people without land. But the issue is that land did have people, and you're killing them. And it was quite clearly stated, especially at the time, where it was a lot more acceptable to say such a thing, that yes, we're going to go colonize this land and kill its inhabitants so we can, build our own society. Like I said, both sides have propaganda. Absolutely, that's for sure. But one has a track record of lying, the other has a track record of getting it mostly right. So I would rely on that. But again, I would say, looking at it now, we are here now. We are seeing what's happening. We are seeing what Palestinians are doing. We're seeing what the Israelis are doing, and I don't think there's any similarity there. So I think it's quite clear. But if you want to see more of it before you make any judgment, I think that's perfectly reasonable, and I think you should.
Politicians and leaders and decision makers who are dead set upon a certain course of action.
Just because it's a year on, I just wanted to ask just into focusing on Gaza. You're absolutely right. It's so important that we focus on that as the root of all the evil we're discussing here. Just obviously notwithstanding the fact we just the onslaught, was particularly onslaught on Beirut yesterday. I mean, with the International Criminal Court, it's now been it's 4 months since the request was issued by the chief prosecutor Karen Khan for those arrest warrants against Benjamin Netanyahu, the defense minister Yoav Gallant, for both war crimes and crimes against humanity. And for those who aren't familiar with the process or have forgotten, there's now the pre-trial chamber judges, the 3 judges who have to approve those requests. I don't know if it's any, gets in ways it's pointless to talk about. I mean, it's just your thoughts. We know there's a history of Israel intimidating the predecessor of Karen Khan, the chief prosecutor.
And the United States.
And the United States, very important point. And we know that's happened since, in terms of what the US has said. We know there's been pressure, and Karen Khan has publicly alluded to the pressure on it. What's your thoughts on what's going on with the foot dragging, and do you think, what are your thoughts, what could lie behind it?
Well, I think everything you've said is correct, but it's also my view that the ICC prosecutor, Karim Khan, is playing a fairly nefarious role in all of this. You know, he's been dragging his feet on the ICC investigation of the situation in Palestine from the moment he was appointed in 2021 until developments in the last year left him with no choice. And then in May, he did something which was quite extraordinary, which was that rather than present his application for arrest warrants confidentially to the pretrial chamber, the panel of 3 judges that decide on whether or not to issue those arrest warrants. He announced them publicly before the pretrial chamber had an opportunity to take a decision on his application. And in doing so, created the opportunity for first the British government, then the German government, and then a slew of others to submit briefs to the ICC either for or against these arrest warrants on various grounds. And what it has done is created an opportunity of several months now, and I suppose this will go on for several more months, during which the ICC refrains from taking a decision, almost praying that there's some development that will allow it not to take a decision. So I don't think the office of the ICC prosecutor has been innocent in all this. It's quite clear that as far as Khan is concerned, he needs this case like he needs a hole in the head and is doing everything possible.
Next thing you know, Israel starts attacking Egypt. I don't think Israel will attack Egypt, at least not just yet. Egypt is a U.S. ally, so I do think it would be quite an action to take. But I mean, I don't think it's beyond them, and I do think it's only a matter of time until they do. But I do think they'll completely massacre the people in Israel-Palestine. They'll massacre the people in Gaza and in the West Bank and try to completely annex them. Trump has promised to completely annex the West Bank. Then, as you can see now, as it's happening with Lebanon, they'll probably want to secure the Golan Heights. So I imagine there will be some attacks on Syria, maybe some attacks on Jordan, Iraq, always trying to provoke Iran into a wider regional war. And then eventually, yes, I do think it's very possible that there will be an attack on Egypt and Saudi Arabia to try to get that greater Israel vision that a lot of the settlers want and cheer for. From the Nile to the Euphrates is the idea of this greater Israel. And it's a scary thought. The amount of countries that are going to suffer, the amount of people that are going to suffer to achieve this idealistic, nationalistic, fascist dream, I suppose. But we'll have to wait and see. I mean, I hope it doesn't get to that point. I hope things are dealt with sooner rather than later. But yeah, in the meantime, I'll say what I can do, what is on my part that I can do is keep sharing these videos and include them in my streams. Maybe share some information. That's the best I can do. But yeah, more people, more eyes on the situation is a better thing in my opinion.
To hide behind process, to seek to prevent this coming to a conclusion. So, in the case of Putin, I think it took 2 weeks or 2 months, I'm not exactly sure, for the pretrial chamber to come to a determination. And there was no public announcement or fanfare before that chamber had decided. So here the public announcement that the panel of judges was being asked to issue a determination on the applications for arrest warrant created this mess we're currently in.
That notwithstanding, do you think, we have seen this year Israeli impunity, which just seemed, unassailable for so long, crumble. And we saw that with the International Criminal Court of Justice, the world's highest court, their sweeping judgment on Israel's occupation and colonization, theft of Palestinian land, which was far more sweeping than a lot of people, I think, anticipated. I think it was very much at the better end, basically, or the highest possible expectations were basically met, I would say. I don't know if you think that's reasonable. What do you think about that? Because summarize what they said, but also what you think the significance of that was. It's an advisory opinion based on the UN General Assembly. This is before 7 years ago now, but not that many years ago, asking for the highest court, the ICJ, to make its advisory opinion. So it was only going to be advisory in that sense. But what's your thought?
Sorry, just on the point of this, Greater Israel thing, and they mentioned the complicity or the silence of a lot of these neighboring countries, which I do think is condemnable and is completely abhorrent. it does remind me of this. There was a poem that a priest had written in the wake of World War II and the Holocaust. I don't remember it off the top of my head, but it was something along the lines of, first they came for the socialists, and I said nothing because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the, I don't remember what, uh, for the gypsies, and I said nothing, for I was not a gypsy. Then they came for the Jews, and I said nothing, for I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and I looked around, and there was no one left to speak for me. And this really does feel like, I am paraphrasing. I really don't remember the poem off the top of my head, but it was something along those lines. And it just feels like this is kind of the similar situation, that people are silent on it because, hey, I'm not personally affected by it. And I would say, yes, you're not personally affected by it yet. You're not personally affected right now. A lot of the, and people that, live further away from the Middle East might be like, okay, this is just Middle East stuff, this won't affect me, which is kind of a ridiculous thing because, the US police, for example, are trained in Israel. The tactics they use on the Palestinians or the tactics that they're trained in to use against their, home populations once they return. There was these, some of the tactics that were used in Iraq, just because there was complete free reign for them to treat the population how they felt like. After they had tested it out on the population there, they were able to go back home and use it against anybody protesting or anybody that was against the regime, which is just, just going to lead to power corrupting. If you have the power up top just getting more and more ability to prevent dissent, to prevent people from speaking up against them, this is just the path that it's going to take. But I think you all will be fine. Well, I hope so, but at the end of the day, this isn't a one-on-one fight. There is the global superpower behind this, so not much you can do against them.
Thoughts on what it represents?
Well, I think it's extraordinarily significant, and I fully concur with you that the advisory opinion exceeded the expectations of those who were seeking it. Formally it is an advisory opinion, but it's a ruling, and it's called an advisory opinion because that's the description given to any ruling requested from this court by the General Assembly. And what this effectively means is that the international community asked the world's highest court to issue a ruling on the status of Israeli rule in the occupied Palestinian territories. And the ruling was that Israel's very presence in those territories is illegal and unlawful and illegitimate, that UN member states are under a positive obligation not only to bring this to an end, but also to ensure that any of their dealings with Israel in no way contribute to the continuation of occupation. And I should add, this ruling effectively applies just as much to the occupied Syrian Golan Heights. And what it effectively means is that this 3 decades long charade that we have been experiencing, known as the Oslo Accords, where Palestinian rights have to constantly be negotiated under US supervision and are constantly subject to an Israeli veto, that has all been rendered irrelevant because the court quite clearly said that Palestinians have inalienable rights, that these rights are not subject to negotiations, and that therefore Israel is under an obligation to withdraw to the 1967 boundaries, with or without an agreement, with or without a diplomatic charade. And I think just as importantly, the UN General Assembly recently adopted a resolution in response to this ruling, where it not only reaffirmed its main points, but also stated quite explicitly what is expected of UN member states in order to transform this ruling into a reality. Of course, there's an important point to be made here, which is that this is not a national court that can kind of throw handcuffs on a criminal and throw him in prison. Neither the International Court of Justice nor the UN General Assembly have enforcement mechanisms for such rulings. But nevertheless, I think politically it is an extraordinarily important and significant development.
Before I ask my final question, I did want to ask you about this, given it's been a year on now of this. Some of the worst atrocities committed in the 21st century, live streamed on a daily basis. A reminder, unfortunately, not that the history of our species needs it, of the capacity for depravity which exists in terms of human violence. And it's this, I call it genocidal mania. The radicalization of Israeli society, where obviously there's already huge embedded structural racism, which you get if you're in that's what happens with colonization. That's what happens with occupation. You have to if you subjugate an entire people, you have to strip them of their humanity. I mean, that's the history of colonialism. It's the British Empire, all the other European empires, and all the hideous violence which they perpetrated, which they justified based on the inferiority of those that they were subjugating. But I mean, it is a case study, a disturbing case study, a warning from history of what can happen. And there are courageous Israelis. I interview them on this channel, and I'll keep doing so. And they're courageous because they're so isolated. And if you look at the polling of Israeli society, it's gruesome. If you take out the Palestinian citizens of Israel, about half the Jewish Israelis are evenly divided, whether not enough firepower is being used in Gaza or just the right amount. 60% consistently oppose all humanitarian aid entering Gaza, which would mean, if anyone thought about it for more than 3 seconds, everyone died in Gaza. And we can see discussions on television where people talk about killing children because they'll end up being terrorists anyway, where you see the way that soldiers post their genocidal sentiments, where the brace position we all have to do when we click on an Israeli tweet and we click on the translate from Hebrew, and then just see just some hideous, depraved, genocidal screed. Is it a politician? Is it a soldier? Is it a journalist? Is it an ordinary citizen? I mean, what does it tell us? This genocidal mania which grips Israeli society, where genocidal sentiments are pervasive, widespread, legitimized from top to bottom.
Yeah, I think that's a very important question. I believe it's Diana Buttu who has characterized Israel as having become a genocidal society. Of course, as you yourself mentioned, there are dissidents, there are courageous voices, very beleaguered ones, I should add. But if we look at it at a societal level, I think it's indeed fair and accurate to characterize Israel in 2024 as a genocidal society. Quite different than, for example, France during the Algerian War, or the United States during the Vietnam War. There are parallels historically. Let's not get into those now, but I think, we were speaking earlier about the 1982 Israeli invasion of Lebanon. Well, that created something that created and strengthened what was known as the Israeli peace movement. Then you had mass demonstrations opposed to the war and opposed to the Israeli government's role in the Sabra Shatila massacre. In 2024, we also have demonstrations, even riots, not against the war and genocide, but pro-rape, defending the right of Israeli soldiers to gang rape Palestinian prisoners. I don't know if there's any parallel to that. The Israelis are really living in an alternate reality. I think they're getting a very different version of reality than the rest of us are. And in the way reality is presented to them is they're the real victims here. It's not the victims of genocide who are being wronged. They're the real victims here. And as I think also Diana Buttu put it, from their perspective, nothing justifies October 7th, but October 7th justifies everything. So it's impossible to argue with this kind of, as you put it so accurately, genocidal mania.
Just my final question. The US election now is just over a month away. It's not that far. We're now on the 28th of September, it's on the 4th of November. Just finally, I mean, where do you see this heading based on the 2 different scenarios? Obviously, Donald Trump gets elected or Kamala Harris. And what's your thoughts about yeah, I'll leave that's the question.
Well, just a final point on my previous answer, because I think it's relevant to what you just asked. I mean, we can't look at Israel and Israeli society in isolation. One thing we've learned during the past year is its extraordinary dependence on the West and the US in particular. And I think it's kind of this vicious cycle where the West's insistence on Israeli impunity pushes Israeli society ever further to the right. So it's very organically related. Regarding the impact of the U.S. election, I think it's difficult to say. What I will say is that I believe the Biden administration, and particularly Biden personally, has been a uniquely pro-Israeli figure in U.S. presidential history. And I think that either Harris or Trump will represent, let's say, a return to the traditional U.S. policy of unconditional support for Israel, as opposed to this hysterical devotion to anything and everything Israel does that Biden represents. And I think that the Israeli government, and Netanyahu in particular, although he does have a clear preference for Trump over Harris, also recognizes that the remaining months of the Biden administration represent a unique opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Israel to fundamentally transform the strategic equation in the Middle East with unconditional and unrestrained U.S. support, because I think Israel also understands that, rhetorically speaking, Trump may be much more pro-Israeli, but he's also much more unpredictable. With Trump, you never know what he's going to do tomorrow morning. Harris, I think, will represent a much more traditional policy of on the one hand, unconditional support for Israel, on the other hand, also a willingness at the extremes to place certain restraints upon Israel that have been entirely absent during the past year from the Biden administration.
Well, we're soon going to find out, aren't we? It's not that long to go. Rini, it's been such an honor to speak to you. Honestly, the huge level of knowledge, insight, wisdom, moral clarity that you always display, I think, more than evident today. And I think everyone listening or watching, if not come across that guest before, I think you can see why he's such a crucial voice in all of this. So do share this video, press like and subscribe, do leave your comments, your thoughts, do engage. But thank you so much, Rini. Honestly,
thank you very much, Owen. It was a real pleasure being on your program, and is also a sign of my respect and appreciation for everything you've done on behalf of justice for the Palestinian people during the past year.
That's very, very kind of you, but what's the point of having a platform unless people use it like this? It's those who are silent who should be damned, I think, rather than those who speak out praised. But it means a lot coming from you. Thanks so much.
Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah is killed. He has been martyred by the Zionist entity. Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah is killed. He has been martyred by the Zionist entity. Okay. Hezbollah came out and confirmed his assassination. Iran has vowed to retaliate. I hope the chatters that are in Lebanon are okay. I hope they're safe. We are keeping you guys in our minds and our hearts.
The Israeli military said Nasrallah was at Hezbollah's underground headquarters, one of several sites targeted in a series of massive explosions that the Lebanese health ministry says killed at least 6 and injured more than 90 others. The killing of Nasrallah not only strikes a blow to terrorist group's leadership, but could also trigger a wider war with Hezbollah's main backer, Iran. Imtiaz Tayyab has the latest from Beirut.
Were people really cheering, or is that propaganda? Yes. Like I've said before, the Lebanese society is very diverse, has had a litany of infighting and complications. A lot of the Lebanese society also despises their governance, and they see Hezbollah as taking advantage of that power vacuum pretty much because like they are one of the more popular parties and are the basic standing military of Lebanon in general. So for this reason, I think like some people definitely have different opinions about Hezbollah in general. Their domestic governance obviously is not great either. Having said that, however, most people see it as like a defensive posture that Hezbollah presents towards Israel, and they certainly hate Israel a lot more than they even hate Hezbollah. But the video that they were using to say people were cheering Hassan Nasrallah's assassination is from 2019, and that's it. The way I would describe it is like if there was an alien force that was not China, like far more powerful than America, right? Like an insane power. And this alien force was attacking America relentlessly, showing that they wanted to occupy. And then they assassinated like the Republican paramilitary that was like actively fighting against the aliens. Most Americans would be like, this is completely unacceptable. Like even if you had a disagreement with the Republicans in that regard, you would still be like, well, they're up in arms against like a much more powerful enemy. So that's the way to analyze it. Hezbollah done got rocked, Hezbollah in shambles, worst metaphor in history. I think it's a phenomenal metaphor because regardless of your opinions in terms of like domestic policy, if you are faced with a far larger enemy, I'm trying to explain it to Americans who have never actually faced a far larger enemy. So that's why I'm using the alien analogy. There's no other way to describe it. Ultimately, if aliens dropped a massive bomb in the middle of New York to like assassinate the leadership of like the Republican paramilitaries that were fighting against them, you would probably be like, that's the much larger enemy would be the aliens in this circumstance. And you don't have to look any further than Ukraine to understand this. There are plenty of Ukrainians who did not like the Azov battalion, who did not like the Nazis in Ukraine, who fought against said Nazis in Ukraine, who, once the much larger enemy, Russia, came in and started blowing their goddamn cities, entire city blocks, became aligned with the Azov battalion. That's usually how things go. This was something that I mentioned in the beginning of the invasion as well, where I talked about how invading a country does not denazify it. As a matter of fact, it just galvanizes and emboldens some of the more fascist elements within the country and turns them into national heroes because their emancipatory goals are now completely justified. Not even making a comparison between Hezbollah and Nazis. I'm just using that as an analog for people to understand, especially because a lot of people who despise Hezbollah love, the Azov battalion. Hassan, I need an explanation. Yesterday during the bombing of Beirut, some CNN journalists were sheltering. Could you explain why that would be necessary? They themselves say that Israel is precise and targeted when they strike. Why would they be afraid? Can't put my finger on it. Because Israel cannot be analyzed from the perspective of a belligerent, okay? In American news. But they are. They are not only belligerent as like in the war terminology, but they're also belligerent in the way that you colloquially understand the term. They're insane. And that is precisely the reason why, of course, Americans are obviously understandably fearful. As the United States of America, we can't acknowledge that Israel is a belligerent occupier in Lebanon. So we take this weird posture where we're like, yeah, you got to take your own tickets out if you want to leave. We can't even evacuate. Hi, I'm Lebanese and just wanted to note that a lot of people that don't support Hezbollah, including me, but in these circumstances, living under the threat of a genocidal and destructive state, we see Hezbollah as our only form of resistance. So it's shocking when you hear the leader of our resistance is dead. Exactly. No, I totally get that. I totally understand that. Are we seriously mourning the death of the head of a terrorist organization? I'm going to tell you right now, if you have this opinion, you 1,000,000% would mourn if, again, an alien force out of nowhere came in and assassinated like hundreds of civilians in the middle of Chicago to like execute whatever Republican military general that was fighting against those aliens. Okay. You would be like, that's unimaginable. That is insane. I can't believe this just happened. You can slap on the terrorist sticker over and over again. But what you fail to recognize is Israel is a far greater terror in the region. It's just that we don't analyze Israel as a terrorist organization because it's a state. Okay. And it's not only a state, but it's also a state that's aligned with the United States. If you want to see a terror state, we consider Iran to be a terrorist state. We consider Russia to be a terrorist state. Those countries are outside of the scope of influence of the United States of America, and they are personally viewed as a state sponsor of terror. Israel is significantly larger in terms of the terror it presents to enemies that it occupies, enemies that it is a belligerent occupier of in an unjustifiable war that it wages upon every country in the region and all of the territories that it currently illegally militarily occupies. It doesn't really matter what sticker you're slapping onto it. It doesn't change that dynamic at all. In terms of analyzing Hezbollah's militancy and the dynamic between Israel and Hezbollah, when you look at the tit-for-tat bombing campaigns that occurred since October 7 between Israel and Hezbollah, Israel is responsible for 82% of all bombing, and that number has actually grown now. If we're going to look at it on a same moral boundary, if we're going to operate on the same moral playing field, Hezbollah Hezbollah is the far greater lesser evil in that situation, okay? Incredibly restricted and restrained in terms of its tit-for-tat military campaigns in comparison to Israel, because Israel doesn't have to be restrained. Israel can do whatever the f it wants, and America will give it billions and billions of dollars that they are going to give to Israel instead of you. Free college education to fix the potholes, or to harden our infrastructure against climate change and the natural disasters that seemingly occur at a rapid clip, a more rapid clip than before. Year over year, America is both under fire and also underwater at the same time. Our infrastructure is falling apart, and we have absolutely nothing going on to fix it because there's no money for that. Okay, we can't do that. We can't do that. There's no money for the top of the hour ad break avoidance fee, because at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, and you could be defensive against that by subscribing.
Triggering deafening explosions and sending huge plumes of crimson smoke in the skies above. On the ground, near total devastation, at least 4 buildings pulverized. Israel's military says it killed Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah, and this morning the group confirmed he was dead. Saeed Hassan Nasrallah was a singular figure within the political and paramilitary force. Known for his fiery speeches, like this one we attended in August. For 32 years, he led Hezbollah, which...
Ghassan Kanafani, bodies fall, ideas live forever. It's not just ideas as well, it's ideals. Not just ideas, but ideals, okay? Like, people understandably have a need for emancipation. People understandably do not want to live under permanent military occupation. People don't want to get bombed into bits, okay? That's a normal, understandable position that every human being has. So, of course, it does not matter. Assassinating the head of this organization will probably stop the bombing campaigns for like a little bit. Even that is not likely from the Hezbollah side. When you continuously and mercilessly and relentlessly occupy territory, more and more territory, you keep bombing these people, they're gonna fight back. There is no world in which you can bomb people so hard that they end up liking you. They're just gonna like you less. And this has happened over the course of the past 20 plus years of permanent military occupation in the Middle East with America. Look at Afghanistan. The Taliban has taken over Afghanistan again. It's stupid. There's only one commander for Hezbollah alive. Dude, I don't think you guys understand. Unless you personally think people's understandable resentment against Israel in the territory was because Hassan Nasrallah was like the singular figure mind controlling everyone to hate Israel, this doesn't make any sense. A lot of Americans fail to comprehend this. Americans, because we are so comfortable in the lap of luxury, in the first world, in the core of empire, we have no way to comprehend a much greater threat to our existence. We don't have any way of understanding that, so much so that we make up our own fake threats against us, like some goat herder in Afghanistan or some rice farmer in Vietnam. Like, we literally have 0 enemies. We have 800 military bases and 0 real enemies. So much so that we make up new ones in order to justify our check your pager. Like, this is again a powerless posturing as though they benefit from America and Israel's actions. You do not have healthcare. You will never achieve the American dream. You will never be able to own a house. You will never be able to get upward social mobility. Your life will be worse than your parents' generation. But because you recognize that, you have to like grab onto anything. You have to grab onto anything and everything you can to be like, well, no, this is check your pager. You're Hezbollah. You're gonna die.
Nasrallah's death would be a potentially catastrophic blow for the group. Several of Hezbollah's military commanders have been assassinated in other Israeli strikes since July. And thousands of its members were injured in booby-trap pager and walkie-talkie explosions earlier this month, leaving it badly diminished and potentially leaderless. The stunning developments follow Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's address to the UN General Assembly, where he received a mix of boos and applause.
And we'll continue degrading Hezbollah until all our objectives are met.
Yeah, I wonder what those objectives are. There's never been an instance where Israel has not said that they're doing this for like security concerns, just so you understand. It is always a security concern. Like the justification for the state of Israel existing since 1948. Oh, this is a security concern. This is a security concern. Understand that like that is the justification for you to hear in the Western world and understand and agree with. The tactic is always the same. Up, displace civilians, and then settlers come in and take over that territory. People understandably feel resentful and spiteful against Israel, fight back. Then Israel encroaches on more territory because you have to protect those civilians that now moved into that area, right? That's why people are desperately, inside of Israel, you have ultra-Orthodox, rabid, ultra-Zionist, ultra-nationalist settlers who are fascists trying to go into Gaza and settle again. And they have plans to settle Gaza again. This is what they did in the West Bank. This is what they used to do in Gaza. This is what they did in Sinai. And this is what they did in Golan Heights. This is what they did in Shebaa Farms, which is technically Lebanese territory according to Syria. And it doesn't matter, right? They will always have an appetite for more and more territorial acquisition. And then when they move people into that territory, and the people that are now displaced from that territory, like, well, what the f is this? This was my family's farm. Why the f did you take that? Yeah, look, Israel is preparing for a limited incursion into Lebanon.
Overnight, Israeli warplanes targeted even more areas across Beirut's southern suburbs, reportedly carrying out at least 20 strikes before dawn.
These people cheering this on, which is just more civilians dying, brainwashed by Zionism, brainwashed into thinking Israel is legitimate. 1 out of 3 people in Haifa are non-Jewish Russians. This is nothing but colonial genocide of a different flavor, fake-ass state. Yeah, I mean, it is. It totally is.
Now, President Biden and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin have both denied being given advance warning from Israel of the massive strikes targeting Nasrallah, with Secretary Austin saying the first time he was told about it was while the strikes were actually happening, as the White House now instructs the Pentagon to, quote, assess and adjust U.S. forces across the Middle East as needed. Jeff.
Yes, thank you.
Is election Donald Trump a better choice for the safety of Lebanon? no. There is no better choice. There is only one choice. America does what it wants to do. I need you guys to understand, okay? America and Israel, as an extension of America, is a force that will not change its trajectory regardless of whether a Democrat is in charge or a Republican is in charge. This is something that is important for a lot of people to comprehend because this is a Democratic administration doing this, and Democrats are supposed to at least present themselves as a counterbalance against the Republican incursions, against Republican neocon sentiment, against Republican death and destruction. And it's very obvious that they're not doing that. The Democrats are not doing that, and they're waging the exact same bloody war. So Donald Trump is not going to change that trajectory even a little bit, if not make it worse. It doesn't really matter to the people that are directly under this permanent occupation at this point. If you are living in these regions, there is unfortunately no solution for you in terms of like who is going to be, who's going to be in charge of this death and destruction. And before you point to this, okay, and say, when Israel killed Ahmad Yassin, the leader of Hamas, the Bush administration condemned Israel for killing 7 others. When Israel killed Hassan Nasrallah, the Biden administration congratulates Israel for its measure of justice and Israel strikes against 300 people. This right here makes it seem as though George W. Bush is more moderate, okay? On Israel, he was. And I repeated this before. I talked about this like a couple days ago. But that does not mean that like the American foreign policy has moved so firmly into the right. This doesn't mean that like a Republican would do that right now. Trump would do that right now. They would not. Understand where we are in terms of America being a uniparty in its analysis of foreign policy, okay? We are uniparty on foreign policy, especially. George W. Bush was more moderate technically and still up the bag in Israel-Palestine in very meaningful ways. George W. Bush was also a death-dealing warmonger. His administration is literally the worst. Still worse than the Biden administration, still worse than the Trump administration in terms of its foreign policy. Of course, it's unimaginable. No one approaches the death and destruction that the Bush administration dealt to the world, and even in terms of domestic policy, in terms of like greatly accelerating America's security apparatus and internal surveillance state. But having said that, we, as a consequence of George W. Bush and as a consequence of Barack Obama continuing that foreign policy, as a consequence of Donald Trump continuing that foreign policy, have now firmly moved as a uniparty to a level of like right-wing fascist behavior from the Democrats and the Republican Party both. This basically is what I am trying to explain to people, that like if your expectation is that one party is going to do it differently, it's not going to happen.
AIPAC will have you believe that Jewish safety requires Palestinian suffering. We know this is false. AIPAC will have you believe that Jewish values include killing tens of thousands of children in the name of Jewish safety. We know this is false. AIPAC will have you believe that Jewish Americans want the genocide of Palestinians to continue in our name. When I hear the voice of my ancestors call, I hear the voice of my ancestors call. Wake up, gotta wake up, listen, 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 listen.
This is kind of, I think, the most nefarious part of this, trying to tie Israel to Jewish people and to Judaism, like we're trying to use Jewish people as a shield, which is just kind of ridiculous. Like, there are plenty of Jewish people that are very clearly opposed to what Israel is doing, and doing this and claiming or committing genocide and killing people in the name of the Jewish people, or saying that this is for Jewish people, just puts a target on Jewish people completely unjustifiably. These are just regular ass people. Like, what the fuck? So I appreciate, and I think it's also very important for them to speak up, because otherwise people are going to tie them to this, and because of Israel's actions, which they have no control over, and are still very greatly affected by.
The US has covered up Israel's deliberate attempt to starve Gaza, its population, of both food and medicine, as well as the other essentials of life, directly causing what the US knows is one of the worst humanitarian catastrophes on the face of the earth. Now, you may have correctly understood this to be the case for a very long time, because the evidence is absolutely overwhelming. But Israel's starvation policy, and crucially, the US complicity, the extent of all that was confirmed this week. Now, this is criminal behavior, literally, on the part of both Israel and its US patrons. Without the complicity and defacilitation of the US administration, none of this would be possible. And that should help form the basis for criminal charges and trials, not just of Israeli leaders, but US leaders as well. This may take years, but I am confident, by the way, that one day this will.
Just to be clear, the UN had a resolution to declare food a human right. Only 2 countries voted against it. That's Israel and the United States. That's already insane.
will happen. This crime is too big, too grotesque, too shameless. Now, there are new reports in the US investigative journalism outlet ProPublica, which bears the headline, Israel deliberately blocked humanitarian aid to Gaza. Two government bodies concluded. Anthony Blinken rejected them. Anthony Blinken, of course, is the US Secretary of State, who has played the key role, along with Joe Biden, from the US administration side, of justifying Israel's war crimes and crimes against humanity, its genocidal onslaught, muddying the waters to deflect responsibility from Israel, not least in pretending that Israel, for example, intends to agree to ceasefire deals it had no intention ever of agreeing to, as well as hand-wringing for US domestic consumption, not actually putting any meaningful pressure on the Israeli state to prevent these hideous atrocities. Here are some crucial details. The United States Agency for International Development, USAID, is led by Samantha Power, a Democrat who was US ambassador to the United Nations under Barack Obama. In the spring, they delivered their assessment to Anthony Blinken that Israel was deliberately blocking deliveries of food and medicine. They specifically sent Blinken a 17-page memo which described, for example, Israel's interference with aid efforts. Well, that's one way of putting it. The mass slaughter of aid workers, destroying agricultural structures, routinely turning away aid trucks full of food and medicine, leaving them stockpiled less than 30 miles across the border in an Israeli port, including enough flour to keep 1.5 million Palestinians fed for a considerable period of time, for months. Now, this was also backed up by the head of the State Department's Bureau of Population, Refugees and Migration, who in April determined Israel was blocking humanitarian aid. So therefore, the Foreign Assistance Act should be triggered, which imposes a legal obligation of the US government to block military aid to states, preventing the distribution of US-backed humanitarian aid. So that would have been an astonishing $830 million at the time worth of taxpayer money on weapons and bombs. Now, we know, of course, famine has broken out in Gaza. Children have literally been dying. It's not just famine, it's all the other basics, like medicine. And the destruction of the hospital system alone, that itself imposes a catastrophic human cost on a daily basis. Death sentences, huge numbers of death sentences every day. Now, USAID concluded correctly that Gaza is one of the worst humanitarian catastrophes in the world. Now, in response to the story, the US administration claimed that they had put pressure on the Israeli government, but as ProPublica notes, whatever concessions have been won, the aid going in is still just as inadequate as when both USAID and the State Department Refugee Bureau made these assessments. This matters a lot because the law, as I say, of the United States requires the federal government to cease giving weapons to nations which prevent US-backed humanitarian aid from being delivered, and it underlines US complicity in a genocide. Now, Blinken was asked about these reports on US cable news. Let's have a listen.
Mr. Secretary, ProPublica has determined that 2 agencies found that Israel is deliberately stopping humanitarian aid from getting to civilians. And as you well know, the US government says that it has to restrict supplying weapons to a country that does this type of thing. Why have we not done so?
So this is actually pretty typical. We had a report to put out on the humanitarian situation in Gaza and what Israel was doing to try to make sure that people got the assistance they needed. And I had different assessments from different parts of the State Department, from other agencies that were involved, like USAID. My job is to sort through them, which I did, draw some conclusions from that, and we put out our report. And we found that Israel needed to do a better job on the humanitarian assistance. We've seen improvements since then. It's still not sufficient.
There's no follow-up there, I would note, which is a terrible failure of journalism. But what is the claim here? USAID in particular is the key US international aid agency. It's official aid agency. The fact is Blinken overrode what they said. Is he saying they're lying, mistaken? How would he know better than them? On what grounds? Who else gave him information which contradicted what they said, given it is corroborated by multiple independent aid agencies and experts across the board? It gets worse, much worse. The Atlantic is a so-called centrist American publication. Its editor is actually a former IDF prison guard. That's the Israeli Defense Forces. You can hardly accuse this publication of having some anti-Israel agenda, though, of course, Israeli propagandists claim anyone who doesn't propagate Israeli lies and deceits are Hamas. Let me read from this story by Franklin Foer, entitled The War That Would Not End, because it is instructive. It concerns a visit by Blinken to Israel last October. It reads as follows. Before he landed, he felt sure that the Israelis would accede to allowing trucks full of basic goods to enter the Strip. In the parlance of diplomacy, the agreement was pre-baked. But when Blinken visited Netanyahu, the Prime Minister balked. Netanyahu told Blinken that he would negotiate the matter with Biden when he arrived in 2 days. Blinken replied that President wouldn't board a plane with that humanitarian agreement in place. It was lunchtime and Blinken retreated to the acting ambassador's home in Jerusalem, hoping that Netanyahu would reconsider in his absence. At 6 p.m, Blinken met Netanyahu at the Kiryat. But the hours apart had done nothing to resolve the differences. Netanyahu kept arguing, his hands were tied. I've got people in the cabinet who don't want an aspirin to get into Gaza because of what's happened. Ministers wanted to inflict collective punishment. That's not me, he added, but that's people in my coalition. Well, firstly, bollocks from this obsessively deceitful man, Netanyahu. He is the Israeli Prime Minister. He is responsible, of course, for the decisions taken by his government. He's just tailoring his message here for an audience, in this case. An American politician who fears US public opinion and feels he has no choice but to try at least claim he's trying to extract concessions. The fact is the US knew from the start what Israel was doing, and they continued to provide limitless support, not least in the form of weapons. This hand-wringing was all that it was, hand-wringing. Now, the fact is, it was very clear from the very beginning that the Israeli state intended to deliberately starve the Palestinian people, not just of food, but of the very basic essentials of life in general. Now, what's so infuriating about this, just being gaslit into oblivion, is you do not need to do some digging into secret Israeli files to uncover this truth. The Israeli state just went out and said it from the start, over and over again. Their intent was open, public, shameless, gratuitous. Let me just quote Yoav Gallant, Defense Minister, on the 9th of October. He declared Israel was imposing a complete siege on Gaza. No electricity, no food, no water, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals, and we are acting accordingly. Let me quote on the same day Major General Ghassan Alian, Israeli Army Coordinator of Government Activities in the Territories, COGAT, that is in charge of military operations in the occupied territories. He said Hamas became ISIS, and the citizens of Gaza are celebrating instead of being horrified. Human animals are dealt with. Accordingly, Israel has imposed a total blockade in Gaza. No electricity, no water, just damage. You wanted hell. You will get hell. There's no subtlety here, is there? But the Western media failed over and over and over again to not only report, I would say, and note many of these genocidal statements, but to give them the due prominence they deserved, and crucially, to frame their coverage around these statements of intent, which turned out to be a completely precise guide to what the Israeli state went and did. Now, from the very beginning, I noted what Yoav Gallant said. And when he said it, I warned that these were genocidal statements, sentiments. How could I work that out? I'm not running the government of the United States or Britain. Well, I just listened to what he said, actually. Didn't take any specific insight. I just took him literally. I took them literally when they said what they said. I presume they meant what they said. They did. What were my colleagues doing in the Western media? A lot of them not even reporting these comments, not framing the coverage around them. If that had been Russia, say we're going to starve to death, we're going to impose a total siege on the essentials of life of Ukraine, they would frame their coverage around those statements and look at what the Russian state then went and did. That did not happen here. Instead, media outlets kept platforming Israeli denials, which were lies, total lies, and leaving the audience to go, well, who's to know what's really happening, the fog of war, claims, counterclaims, rather than looking at what they said they were going to do and what actually happened. Now, earlier this year, back in May, the International Criminal Court Chief Prosecutor issued requests for arrest warrants against both Benjamin Netanyahu and his Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, focusing above all else on this policy of starvation. Those requests are awaiting the approval of 3 pre-trial judges. Well, I must ask, what are you waiting for? The evidence is clear and decisive, overwhelming, incontrovertible. As well as the other pillars of Israel's genocidal campaign, the Israeli state sought to deprive the Palestinian people in Gaza of the very basics of life. And crucially, we know the US state knows all of that. And that's why it's not just Netanyahu and Gallant who belong in the dock, but also Secretary of State Antony Blinken and President Joe Biden. We must never give up fighting for justice for one of the greatest crimes of our age. If I sound angry, it's not contrived. I am. And not just with these politicians, but with much of the Western media. Actively complicit, accomplices in genocide. Doesn't get worse than that, does it? Doesn't get lower than that. And we have to hold these politicians to account. They took the decisions. But without the Western media and the way they framed all of this, or rather how they didn't frame all of this, and crucially, not just the deceit on behalf of Israel, but the lies of a mission, unforgivable. And so many have died, been killed as a consequence. Can't let them get away with it. Please like and subscribe, leave your thoughts, your comments. Keep the show on the road at patreon.com/under64. We've got loads to come, and I look forward to showing you. Yeah, share the video as ever. I'll speak to you soon.
Hey everyone, I'm not a team of Clifford continues.
So this is the last video we'll be watching for today's stream. I have just a couple more of these sheets to go through, but this is a pretty long video, so I think I should be getting it done. I'll do some preparations for next stream, and I'll set up a next batch of videos for us to watch. Question is, do I want the more relevant new stuff, or do I again go from the beginning? The batch of videos that I have, hopefully they haven't been taken down. I'm sure some have. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. But for now, this is just the plan. Finish up this video, and again, pretty long one, and a few more sheets to go through. All right.
Hey everyone, I'm not a team of people, I'm just one person. If you want to support the work I do, there's 3 things you can do. Number 1, please subscribe for more videos like this. Number 2, join the Patreon. You can access the amazing Discord server there, and there's all kinds of exclusive content that's not on YouTube. Number 3, you can donate, whatever you can afford. And I just want to thank everyone that has already subscribed, become a patron, and donated. Love you all, thank you. In the spring of 1948, a group of 8 men sat together to discuss a move that would massively impact the future of the Middle East forever. Ostensibly a debate of sorts, the question hanging in the air, with time running out to decide, was whether to recognize a new Jewish state in Palestine. On the opposing ends were the State Department, led at that time by the towering figure of General George C. Marshall, the other end being represented by the White House. President Harry S. Truman had asked a domestic advisor, Clark Clifford, to deliver the case for recognition. As Clifford would later write in his memoir, "Of all the meetings I ever had with presidents, this one remains the most vivid. Not only did it pit me against a legendary war hero whom President Truman revered, but it did so over an issue of fundamental and enduring national security importance, Israel and the Mideast." The president regarded his Secretary of State, George C. Marshall, as the greatest living American. Yet the 2 men were on a collision course over Mideast policy which, if not resolved, threatened to split and wreck the administration. Marshall firmly opposed American recognition of the new Jewish state. I did not. Marshall's opposition was shared by almost every member of the brilliant and now legendary group of men, later referred to as the Wise Men. It included the respected Undersecretary of State Robert Lovett, his predecessor Dean Acheson, the brilliant Chief of the Policy Planning Staff George F. Kennan, the dynamic and driven Secretary of Defense James Forrestal, and a man with whom I would disagree again 20 years later when we served together in the cabinet, Dean Rusk, then the Director of the Office of United Nations Affairs. Though Truman had tapped Clifford to be the messenger of his opinion, Clifford saw the president changing his mind, and he worked steadfastly to keep the administration on its course. My fears about the State Department had crystallized after a bitter incident in March when, without informing the president, it had permitted the American delegation to the UN to reverse its support for partition. Partition as in the November 1947 partition plan, which immediately preceded the 1948 war and ethnic cleansing of Palestine. Truman was outraged by the State Department's move, writing in his calendar, "The State Department pulled the rug from under me today. There are people on the third and fourth level of the State Department who have always wanted to cut my throat. They succeeded in doing it." Clifford continues in his memoir that, despite his annoyance though, the president did not order the State Department to re-endorse partition, lest he create a crisis with Marshall. And as Clifford prepared for his fateful meeting, he noticed that the president may very well have sided with Marshall. Marshall and Leavitt had prepared a position paper for the president's consideration. Reading it before the meeting, I saw it amounted to a clever way to avoid recognizing the new nation, and I feared that the president's respect for Marshall might prevail. And then came the spirited debate, which would go down as legendary. At 4 p.m. on Wednesday, May 12th, a cloudless, sweltering day, we assembled in the Oval Office. "Mr. President," I said, "I strongly urge you to give prompt recognition to the Jewish state immediately after the termination of the British mandate on May 14th. This would have the distinct value of restoring the president's firm position in support of the partition of Palestine. Such a move should be taken quickly, before the Soviet Union or any other nation recognizes the Jewish state." I knew my comment would displease Marshall and Leavitt. I had noticed Marshall's face reddening with suppressed anger as I talked. When I finished, he exploded. "Mr. President, I thought this meeting was called to consider an important and complicated problem in foreign policy. I don't even know why Clifford is here. He is a domestic advisor, and this is a foreign policy matter. I fear the only reason Clifford is here is that he is pressing a political consideration with regard to this issue. I don't think politics should play any part in this." The situation became ugly when, Clifford writes, Marshall spoke again. He was still furious. Speaking with barely contained rage and more than a hint of self-righteousness, he made the most remarkable threat I have ever heard anyone make directly to a president. "If you follow Clifford's advice, and if I were to vote in the election, I would vote against you." Everyone in the room was stunned. Here was the indispensable symbol of continuity whom President Truman revered and needed, making a threat that, if it became public, could virtually seal the dissolution of the Truman administration. Marshall must have taken the president's decision deeply personally, as, Clifford wrote, "Not only did he never speak to me again after that meeting, but, according to his official biographer, he never again mentioned my name." Then, at the end of that day, still steaming, he did something quite unusual, although the president and I were unaware of it at the time. Certain that history would prove him right, he wanted his personal comments included in the official State Department record of the meeting. Those comments are immortalized in the Foreign Relations of the United States History series. A top-secret memorandum of conversation by the Secretary of State, from the day of the quarrel, provides George C. Marshall's side of the story. The president said that he had called the meeting because he was seriously concerned as to what might happen in Palestine after May 15th. The president then invited Mr. Clark Clifford to make a statement. Mr. Clifford's point was strongly to urge the president to give prompt recognition to the Jewish state after the termination of the mandate on May 15th. I remarked to the president that, speaking objectively, I could not help but think that the suggestions made by Mr. Clifford were wrong. I thought that to adopt these suggestions would have precisely the opposite effect from that intended by Mr. Clifford. The transparent dodge to win a few votes would not in fact achieve this purpose. The great dignity of the office of the president would be seriously diminished. The counsel offered by Mr. Clifford was based on domestic political considerations, while the problem which confronted us was international. I said bluntly that if the president were to follow Mr. Clifford's advice, and if in the elections I were to vote, I would vote against the president. Why was Marshall so fervently against recognition? Answers may lie in the fact that Marshall represented not only the State Department position, but also the leadership of the U.S. military. Careful attention was given to their positions by the late Mark Perry, who was a senior analyst at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Perry would write for Foreign Affairs in 2010 that, in the period between the end of World War II and Marshall's meeting with Truman, the Joint Chiefs of Staff had issued no less than 16 papers on the Palestine issue. The most important of these was issued on March 31st, 1948, and entitled Force Requirements for Palestine. In that paper, the JCS predicted that the Zionist strategy will seek to involve the United States in a continuously widening and deepening series of operations intended to secure maximum Jewish objectives. The JCS speculated that these objectives included initial Jewish sovereignty over a portion of Palestine, acceptance by the great powers of the right to unlimited immigration, the extension of Jewish sovereignty over all of Palestine, and the expansion of Eretz Israel into Transjordan and into portions of Lebanon and Syria. One paragraph of Clark Clifford's account, perhaps more than any other, aptly summarizes the rift that would grow between the State Department and its foes in the White House and beyond. Read carefully, it contains a powerful narrative of the influence of the side that prevailed. I was also in close contact, directly and through David Niles, with Eliyahu Epstein, the Jewish agency representative in Washington. Through Epstein, I had been able to learn much about the situation in the Mideast, in particular the position of the Jewish agency, information that went beyond what the State Department, with its pro-Arab bias, allowed to filter across the street to the White House through official channels. Years of shrewd political maneuvering preceded the momentous decision by the White House to recognize the Jewish state. Walter L. Hickson, in his extremely detailed Israel's Armor, the Israel Lobby, and the First Generation of the Palestine Conflict, documents the earliest beginnings of the men who had Clark Clifford's ear. The pivotal moment crystallizing the American special relationship with Zionism came in May 1942, with the historic meeting at the Biltmore Hotel in New York City, attended by 586 American Zionists. The meeting culminated with passage of a resolution known as the Biltmore Program that centered on the pledge that Palestine be constituted as a Jewish commonwealth, and also called for unrestricted Jewish immigration. Though somewhat obscure in the history of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, its significance cannot be overstated as, in Hickson's words, the Biltmore meeting marked the birth of the Israel lobby. I've described the legacy of Isaiah Cy Kennan in another video of mine, though his name being synonymous with the earliest years of the Israel lobby is beyond dispute. And as early as 1944, their stranglehold on Congress was already evident. As described by Hickson, the signature strategy of the Israel lobby, lining up support for the Zionist state in the U.S. Congress, first materialized in the 1944 electoral campaign. Kennan kept diligent records of his political actions, writing in February of that year, "The unprecedented flood of telegrams, telephone calls, and letters profoundly impressed the Capitol, evoking many assurances of support from congressmen." This was early enough that the principal lobby group at the time was the American Zionist Emergency Council, and the AZEC had achieved an endorsement from both the Republican and Democratic parties. More important for them was the platform endorsed by Franklin D. Roosevelt's Democratic Party, which read, "We favor the opening of Palestine to unrestricted Jewish immigration and colonization." August 1945, President Harry Truman told the press, "We want to let as many Jews into Palestine as is possible." Truman's sympathies with the Jews was described by his close advisor Clark Clifford. He was, of course, horrified by the Holocaust, and he denounced it vehemently, as in the aftermath of the war its full dimensions became clear. Also, he believed that the Balfour Declaration committed Great Britain, and by implication the United States, to the creation of the Jewish state in Palestine. And finally, he was a student and believer in the Bible. From his reading of the Old Testament, he felt the Jews derived a legitimate historical right to Palestine, and he sometimes cited such biblical lines as Deuteronomy chapter 1, verse 8. Behind the scenes, however, clear references were made to another factor in the president's decision-making. From a memorandum by Undersecretary of State Will Clayton in September of 1946, Zionists are urging that you should issue at once a statement in favor of partition in Palestine. Upon consideration of this matter, we do not feel that it would be advisable for you to issue such a statement at this time for the following reasons, including, if we yield to the pressure of highly organized Zionist groups just now and make statements calculated to give support to their policies of the moment, we shall merely be encouraging them to make fresh demands and to apply pressure in the future. Whenever they conceive it to be in their interest. Any statement by this government approving partition would mean that we had gone contrary to the recommendations both of the Anglo-American Committee of Inquiry and of the experts who drew up the Morrison-Grady scheme. This would undoubtedly give rise to the impression that we are adopting a policy on an important matter in order to satisfy a particular Zionist group. And finally, the attitude of the Arab world toward the United States has become progressively hostile in the last few months. Our Joint Chiefs of Staff, who feel that the United States has a vital security interest in the Middle East, have urged that we take no action with regard to Palestine, which might orient the peoples of the entire area away from the Western powers. A 1968 oral history interview with Truman White House Appointment Secretary Matthew J. Connolly also blows the lid open on these political pressures. The interviewer asked him, on the subject of the recognition of Israel, how instrumental was Clark Clifford, in your opinion, in formulating the events of that time, in convincing Mr. Truman that the state of Israel should be recognized as quickly as it was? Connolly responds, well, the decision had already been made with the assistance of David K. Niles, who handled the minority problems, and myself. We were the fundamental movers. The interviewer asked subsequently, why did you take the position that you did? Connolly responds, for two reasons. One, it was humanitarian, and two, it was good politics. And I raised the question with Mr. Truman, how many Arab votes are there in the United States? Where does the Democratic Party get its financing from? And the answer was apparent. The name David Niles is ubiquitous in this early history, and when asked about him specifically, Connolly declares, David Niles was a very bright political analyst. He was quiet. He was receptive. He was never out in front. During the Roosevelt administration, they used to call him the backstairs boy at the White House. With regard to the 1948 election, the interviewer asked the golden question. How important, in your opinion, was the recognition of the State of Israel early in 1948 to the Democratic victory the following November? Connolly admits, there's no question about it. He had practically a solid Jewish vote. He also had financial contributions to the campaign in 1948 that he never would have had without Jewish support. It was a matter of, more or less, just pure politics to me. Perhaps Truman truly sympathized with the plight of the Jews, who just years earlier had suffered at the hands of the Nazis, and perhaps his fundamentalist upbringing helped shape his thinking with regard to Middle East policy. However, it would not be telling the whole story to omit the other considerations that he wrote about, for example, in his memoirs. The facts were that not only were there pressure movements around the United Nations unlike anything that had been seen before, but that the White House too was subjected to a constant barrage. I do not think I ever had as much pressure and propaganda aimed at the White House as I had in this instance. The persistence of a few of the extreme Zionist leaders, actuated by political motives and engaging in political threats, disturbed and annoyed me. Some were even suggesting that we pressure sovereign nations into favorable votes in the General Assembly. The 1948 war in Palestine had created an incalculable human tragedy. The Zionist forces Plan D, or Dalit in Hebrew, implemented by the spring of 1948, had systematically condemned hundreds of villages, in the end more than 500, for destruction. As Israeli historian Benny Morris would describe in his The Birth of the Palestine Refugee Problem, the essence of the plan was the clearing of hostile and potentially hostile forces. However, the Haganah regarded almost all the villages as actively or potentially hostile. History tells us that the Zionists had long schemed to use any partition plan to their advantage, beginning a takeover of the entire land of Palestine. David Ben-Gurion made as much known in a statement regarding the 1937 Peel Commission plan. Under this proposed partition, the Jews would receive some 20% of the land, absent 200,000 Palestinians who were to be removed from it, the rest becoming not a Palestinian state, but simply an extension of Jordan. The ultimate goal would be achieved most quickly by accepting the Peel proposals, Ben-Gurion told the 20th Zionist Congress. Erect a Jewish state at once, even if it is not in the whole of the land. The rest will come in the course of time. It must come. The boundaries of Zionist aspirations are the concern of the Jewish people, and no external factor will be able to limit them. By way of Plan Dalet, some 750,000 Palestinians were made homeless, forced to march toward Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, Gaza. Mines would be laid in their old neighborhoods to kill those wishing to return. Otherwise, they'd simply be shot on sight. Indeed, Israel authorized a free-fire policy in which, again referencing Benny Morris, soldiers, policemen, and security guards, especially at night, fired at anything that moved. The evidence suggests that the vast majority of those killed were unarmed. The overwhelming majority had infiltrated for economic or social reasons. The Zionists overwhelmed all the armies of the surrounding Arab states, and formed a secret pact with Jordan to avoid fighting their formidable Arab legion. By the time of the armistice talks of 1949, the new state of Israel had found itself in a comfortable position at the negotiating table. As described by Mark F. Etheridge, chairman of the United Nations Conciliation Commission for Palestine, the Arabs are shocked and stupefied by their defeat, and have great bitterness toward the UN and the United States. The Arabs have made what the Commission considers very great concessions. The Jews have made none so far. It was this Zionist intransigence that would provide the basis for the first animosities between the White House and the Jewish state. Indeed, the history of the so-called special relationship has been fraught from the beginning. Michael Hoffman followed the talks in Lausanne, Switzerland for the New York Times. On April 28, 1949, he reported, following the initial talks, Mark Etheridge, United States chairman of the Commission, said he was confident a peace settlement could be reached. At a press conference, Mr. Etheridge indicated that, in the Commission's view, settlement of the Arab refugee problem was the key to the whole Palestine solution. The only problem with that being, Hoffman reported the following day, unless Israel modifies her attitude on the refugees, she is due for some sharp setbacks in her struggle for stability and world recognition. It seems to some observers that for the first time, Israel is on the wrong side of almost every point at issue in the eyes of world opinion, as expressed through the United Nations resolutions on Palestine. These observers reason as follows. Israel is occupying territory that has been repeatedly assigned to the Arabs in various partition plans. Israel is acting as if Jerusalem were to be incorporated fully into the new state. Israel is encouraging further immigration of Jewish settlers while rejecting responsibility for the re-establishment of 600,000 to 1 million Palestinian Arabs displaced from their former homes. These are the factors cited in Commission circles as reasons why Israel's position has weakened. Of these factors, the refugee problem is by far the most important. As Walter L. Hickson has observed, Israel responded to U.S. diplomatic pressure by openly declaring its intention to deploy the Israel lobby to go over the heads of the Truman administration. We are fortunate to be able to review State Department memoranda from this period, and of particular importance is a summary of a telegram from Mr. Mark Etheridge, dated May 27th. Its content is quite valuable and revealing. Israel has now put forth its full territorial demands upon the Arab states. While Israel makes no demands upon Lebanon at present, it would later like a portion of southeastern Lebanon. Israel desires to acquire from Egypt the Egyptian-occupied Gaza Strip, allotted to the Arabs under the partition resolution. Israel will make further demands upon Transjordan for territory. Israel will retain occupied areas such as Western Galilee and Jaffa, Lydda and Ramlah, allotted to the Arabs under the partition plan. Israel will relinquish none of the Negev. Etheridge follows the Israeli demands with the United States position. This government has consistently supported the position that Israel should offer territorial compensation for any territorial acquisition which it expects to obtain beyond the boundaries allotted to Israel in the resolution of November 29, 1947. Additionally, this government has recently made representations to the Israeli government urging its agreement to repatriation of a substantial number of refugees. Our representations on these two questions have thus far met with no success with the Israeli government. Israeli officials have in fact informed our representatives in Palestine that they intend to bring about a change in the position of the United States government on the above points through means available to them in the United States. There are also indications that the Israelis are prepared to use the implied threat of force to obtain the additional territory that they desire in Palestine. With respect to refugees, the Commission has succeeded in persuading the Arabs to give up their previous insistence upon repatriation as a prerequisite to negotiations. The Commission has failed to obtain any concessions from the Israelis on a territorial settlement or the refugee question. It is now the considered opinion of Mr. Etheridge that there will exist no possibility of peace on any basis heretofore envisioned by the United States government unless Israel modifies its demands. Mr. Etheridge believes that such modification is unlikely. Failure of the Israelis to modify their present demands will inevitably aggravate Arab distrust of Israel and bring about renewed Arab charges that the United States remains passive no matter how unreasonable the demands of Israel. Under recommendations, the department believes that the time has come to make a basic decision concerning our attitude toward Israel. The United States has given generous support to the foundation of the Jewish state. We are convinced that there is no reason why the Jews and the Arabs cannot live together in peace in the Near East. The department considers that it is now essential to inform the Israeli government forcefully that if it continues to reject the friendly advice which this government has offered solely in the interest of a genuine peace in the Near East, this government will be forced with regret to revise its attitude toward Israel, which may include withholding approval of the $49 million as yet unallocated of the $100 million earmarked by the Export-Import Bank for loan to Israel. There is also, of course, mention of the challenges with holding the Israelis accountable. The proposed course of action would arouse strong opposition in American Jewish circles. The significance of this document, I'm sure, is not lost on you. This was a top-secret memo, obviously not to be seen by the public, containing a plain stating of U.S. interests, which included a solution to the refugee problem. It also states Israel, far from being satisfied with their 77% of Palestine, and contrary to any pretense of concessions of any land, wanted to expand further. Truman, if it can be believed, took the State Department's advice with regard to suspending the $49 million of the export-import loan. Walter L. Hickson notes that this only amounted to posturing. As a result of stepped-up pressure from the lobby, Truman's anger proved short-lived. Bowing to telephone calls, telegrams, and public criticism, the president restored the funding, and the administration gave up on attempting to force the Israelis into making a settlement or accommodating return of Palestinian refugees. Truman's fundamentalist Christian upbringing and his sympathies regarding the persecution of Jews were reportedly sincere motivations for his Middle East policy. These factors duly considered, it appears that Truman struggled to maintain a balance of U.S. interests and Israeli interests, far from one and the same. I've covered the emergence of the American Zionist Council in a previous video. The AZC would replace the American Zionist Emergency Council in 1949. The new organization informed Isaiah Cy Kennan on February 12, 1951, that they'd agreed to retain you as its public relations counsel to assume the general direction of all its activities in connection with securing U.S. economic assistance for the State of Israel. In an address to the AZC successor in April of 1975, Abba Eban, the prolific Israeli statesman, recalled, "In 1951, I asked Cy Kennan to come to Washington to ensure a permanent atmosphere of sympathy for Israel in the Congress and the press." Truman's successor, General of the Army Dwight Eisenhower, would provide the first serious obstacle to the lobby achieving their demands. Eisenhower was, of course, a monumental figure of the military establishment, which gave careful consideration to the Middle East, especially due to their proximity to the Soviet Union and their oil. Perhaps no document is more characteristic of the split between the Zionists and the Eisenhower administration than the 1953 National Intelligence Estimate. With decades of hindsight, and how much the situation has degraded in that time, this now reads as an extraordinarily honest assessment from a sitting U.S. president and his administration. In a section titled Obstacles to U.S. Influence in the Middle East, U.S. association with Israel is a continuing irritant in U.S.-Arab relations and a major obstacle to the acceptance of U.S. influence in the Middle East. The Arab world is united in its belief that the U.S. is primarily responsible for the establishment of Israel, which it interprets as an act of ruthless anti-Arab imperialism. Moreover, many Arabs believe that U.S. partiality in the Arab-Israeli dispute is further demonstrated by U.S. failure to press more vigorously for enforcement of UN decisions on Arab refugees, on delimitation of the borders of Israel, and on the internationalization of Jerusalem. The U.S. faces the dilemma that Israel cannot survive without foreign aid, and that U.S. aid to Israel deepens Arab resentment against the U.S. The National Intelligence Estimate also concludes, the Arab-Israeli dispute has seriously damaged the U.S. security position in the Middle East. In a frank discussion on Zionism, Israel has an importance out of proportion to its size, population, and resources because A, it is one of the key factors in the current instability in the Arab states, and B, it has the political and financial support of the Zionist movement and of many influential groups and persons in the Western nations, particularly the U.S. The National Intelligence Estimate was further concerned with the renewal of hostilities between the warring parties to the 1948 war. The Israeli free fire policy mentioned earlier was cause for concern in this regard. While some 200 Zionist settlers died from attacks by Arab infiltrators between 1949 and 1956, in that same period, Zionist forces killed as many as 5,000 Arabs. One incident, the massacre at Kibbia, exemplifies the indiscriminate murders of the period. Using an attack which killed an Israeli mother and her 2 children as a pretext, Colonel Ariel Sharon's Commando Unit 101 rampaged through Kibbia, blowing up house by house and killing 69 people, most of them women and children. A telegram from Chargé d'Affaires at U.S. Embassy Amman, Talcott Sealy, explains Jordan's outrage. The Israelis began by shelling village with mortar and artillery fire for between 3 and 4 hours. Demolition parties then entered village, blew up 39 houses, looted shops. An Israeli attack of this magnitude could have come at no worse time. It occurs just prior to arrival of important U.S. mission to area, and caps 3 other recent unprovoked unilateral Israeli moves. If there existed before remote hope of persuading Jordan to sit down with Israel to discuss mutual water development problems and internationalization of Jerusalem, such a hope has been dashed to smithereens, at least for the foreseeable future. A blow to U.S. interests, since Jordan, according to the CIA, had been a key strategic ally in the region. Indeed, commenting on the assassination of King Abdullah, CIA wrote, "The death of Abdullah removes a resolute anti-communist, pro-Western ruler." In fact, so detrimental to U.S. foreign policy was Zionism that the CIA illegally organized and funded an anti-Zionist lobby in order to counter the Israel lobby, an operation overseen by CIA Director Allen Dulles. The American Friends of the Middle East was launched in 1951. The AFME, being a stateside outfit, made it explicitly illegal for the CIA to fund it under the National Security Act of 1947. As explained by Walter L. Hickson, Israeli aggressiveness heightened popular resentment across the Middle East, destabilizing the region, thus prompting the covert support for AFME and other groups. The failure of warnings and efforts from the military, Department of State, CIA, and FBI lends credence to the effectiveness of fostering friendly relations with members of Congress. David Ben-Gurion's brief hiatus as prime minister saw his seat filled by his right hand, Moshe Sharett. Sharet's insubordinate defense minister was none other than Pinhas Lavon. A failed operation named Susanna, an affair now notorious and bearing his name, saw Zionist operatives plant bombs in various Western targets, including British and American cinemas, libraries, civilian targets, as part of a false flag operation to be blamed on the Muslim Brotherhood to destabilize the Nasser regime. The operation was exposed and 13 operatives were arrested. 2 were executed. Ben-Gurion returned to government in February of 1955, initially as Minister of Defense. Just days later, or 1 week to be exact, the Israeli army launched Operation Black Arrow, a deadly cross-border raid into Egyptian-held Gaza, killing some 40 of their soldiers. Again occurring at an inopportune moment since, the month earlier, the State Department's Bureau of Near Eastern, South Asian, and African Affairs had prepared a memo containing suggested main points of approach toward Israel-Arab settlement, which read, "While the basic obstacles to Israel-Arab peace still exist, there are a number of reasons for believing that special efforts to induce the parties to take steps toward a settlement of their major differences might bear fruit. These include an improvement during the past 2 years in the attitude of important segments of the Arab world toward the West and particularly toward the United States, and the promises of the Egyptian government to take steps toward a settlement with Israel." A shame the Black Arrow operation would commence since they themselves acknowledged that Egypt was willing to, it's worth repeating, take steps toward a settlement with Israel. As fate would have it, it was this raid into Gaza that Nasser cited specifically as the driving force behind his signing an arms deal with Soviet-allied Czechoslovakia in September of 1955, exactly what the Department of State had wanted to avoid. Now Egypt would receive MiG fighter jets, tanks, and armored personnel carriers from the Soviet bloc. Nasser, taking further steps toward sovereignty and independence from British control, nationalized the Suez Canal Company in July of the following year, in what would become a legendary move, as was his right under international law, considering the compensation Nasser pledged to pay. Britain sought war, along with France, who would offer weapons to the Israelis for their assistance, as well as building them a nuclear reactor. A war was starkly against U.S. interests, as they responded to the escalation by halting the shipment of helicopters, half-tracks, and machine guns to Israel. Deploying their signature strategy, the American Zionist Council produced a letter to be dispersed to members of Congress asking for arms to Israel and for releasing the weapons. For every member of Congress who signed the letter, the AZC advised local chapters to send congratulatory messages, and for those that didn't, please wire or write him. By August, Cy Kennan was elated that the 8-week campaign involving congressional and community leaders all over the country produced 151 signatures to the letter. That same month, Secretary of State John Foster Dulles caved to the pressure, giving Israel their weapons to do with as they pleased, despite all that was on the line. The ensuing Suez Crisis, as it's now known, in which Israel captured Gaza and the entire Sinai Peninsula up to the Suez Canal, with the assistance of France and Britain, enraged Eisenhower. The prospect of the Soviet Union sending troops to aid its newfound ally was an unwelcome one indeed. "Nothing justifies double-crossing us," said the president. Flexing his position as the world superpower by a long shot, Eisenhower came down on Britain and France to accept a ceasefire. Typical of the Israelis, they proved unwilling to relinquish their spoils. However, Eisenhower forced Israel to withdraw, via threats of cutting off aid and diplomatic support. The president apparently can pick up the phone and stop them if they want. John Foster Dulles told his Israeli counterpart Golda Meir, "The United States had hoped that common long-term policies could be worked out with Israel so that we could align ourselves effectively. We had not found them. Israel needed good relations with the Arabs to assure its future. What Israel had done in Egypt had deferred this possibility for perhaps a generation. The secretary could not see where Israel's present course could bring about any solution to Israel's problems." The security situation in the Middle East was far from satisfactory to the military establishment, who made as much known in a memorandum dated December 4, 1957, to the Secretary of Defense. Listen carefully. The Joint Chiefs of Staff are greatly concerned by the unsatisfactory politico-military situation in the Middle East, which they consider stems basically from the unresolved Arab-Israeli problem, and which poses a serious threat to the security of the United States and the free world. All 3 basic elements of the overall problem must be resolved. The present boundaries of Israel must be fixed and agreed upon. There must be a Western guarantee that Israel will not thereafter expand territorially, and the refugee problem must be settled. The United States should take this action now. The threat to U.S. security inherent in failing to take the initiative in solving this problem is so great as to transcend the interests of any minority group within the United States. If there was one decade in particular that saw the Israel lobby grow to its full potential, from which it remains largely unchanged to this day, it was the decade of the 1960s. Much of this happening during, and indeed as a consequence of, the presidency of John F. Kennedy. Much like David Niles worked behind the scenes in the Roosevelt and Truman administrations, the backstairs boy as he was called, inside Kennedy's White House lurked another highly competent liaison. As Walter L. Hickson describes Mike Feldman, a deputy special counsel to the president, Feldman functioned essentially as a member of the Israel lobby inside the White House. His influence on U.S. policy is made known in a May 1963 memo from Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern and South Asian Affairs James Grant to Secretary of State Dean Rusk. In recent weeks, as you are aware, it has become increasingly clear that the White House is under steadily mounting domestic political pressure to adopt a foreign policy in the Near East more consonant with Israeli desires. Mike Feldman increasingly is the primary White House staff influence on United States policy with respect to Israel and Arab-Israeli issues. All outgoing cables and actions dealing with Israel and Arab-Israeli matters must now be cleared with the White House. Feldman assumed the difficult role of fashioning U.S. policies in compliance with Israeli interests in light of their opposing interests. One example being Israel's aggression towards Syria. In the words of Israeli historian Avi Schleim in his indispensable The Iron Wall, Israel's strategy of escalation on the Syrian front was the single most important factor in dragging the Middle East to war in June 1967. Amazingly, the United States voted with the Soviet Union in a resolution that deplored the hostile exchanges between Syria and Israel starting on March 8, 1962, and determined that the Israeli attack on March 16 and 17, 1962, constituted a flagrant violation of the General Armistice Agreement. The resolution called upon Israel scrupulously to refrain from such action in the future. An oral history interview with Robert Comer from the JFK Presidential Library begins by describing him as a senior staff member of the National Security Council from 1961 through 1965. In this interview, Comer discusses working with McGeorge Bundy and the inner circle of the Bundy State Department. You'll doubtless find his frank discussion of the Israel lobby to be enlightening. It's certainly something to be studied closely and pondered. The interviewer asks, one hears the charge that the State Department, that Near Eastern Affairs, is pro-Arab. Is there justification for that? Comer responds, yes. State is naturally cast in the role as a deliberate, understandable counter to the great domestic pressures from the Israeli constituency on the White House. The Secretary of State is by definition, it's in his tacit job description, the spokesman for the even-handed policy against all that political advice that is going to the White House on how to be pro-Israeli. Second, American business, insofar as it has any influence, the oil companies, etc., tends to be pro-Arab. Third, in terms of strategic geography, Israel is a millstone around our necks and known as such to all and sundry. If it weren't that Israel were inhabited by Israelis, our policy would be totally different. You can make a very good case that it has been our commitments to Israel that has given the Russians great opportunities in the Middle East. Naturally, the state and defense departments at the professional level were Arabists. Our strategic and economic interests were emphatically with the Arabs. Only our political interest was with the Israelis, and our political interest was being argued by somebody else. So I regarded it as 1000% legitimate that state and defense, the professionals, tend to be pro-Arab. Comer describes tussling with the lobby. Quite naturally, the Bundy State Department Middle Easterner is cast in the role of being the debater with Mike Feldman or Larry O'Brien. Why? He's got to keep Jack Javits and a whole series of other guys happy on the Hill, and rightly so. Kennedy would soon learn in his brief tenure what it meant to be at odds with the lobby. A number of fateful policies he pursued, measures intended to appease the Israelis and to make them receptive to U.S. demands, proved a spectacular gamble that failed. Kennedy would forever alter the relationship between Israel and the United States by breaking the barrier on direct advanced weapons shipments to Israel. Sending them Hawk missiles was a two-pronged strategy. Kennedy hoped to settle the refugee question, namely by getting Israel to agree to take in even a small number of refugees. Additionally, by providing conventional weapons to the Jewish state, Kennedy hoped that Israel would not pursue nuclear weapons. The U.S. position was unequivocal: no nuclear proliferation in the Middle East. As you all know, the Israelis defied Kennedy on both. From his thank you note to the president, David Ben-Gurion, dated August 20th, 1962, wrote, I would like to take the opportunity to express to you my profound appreciation for your decision to issue instructions that the Hawk missiles be supplied to Israel. Regarding the settlement of the refugee crisis in exchange, however, those steps will prove ineffectual and will result only in complicating matters even more for us without any advantage accruing to the refugees themselves. After all, says Ben-Gurion, these Arab refugees left their former place of domicile at the call of the Arab leaders. A reference to the foundational Israeli myth, disproven by CIA records as early as the late 1950s, that Arab broadcasts instructed the Palestinians to leave their homes before the Arab army's invasion. In reality, even the unearthed Israeli records prove otherwise, as has been documented by historians including Benny Morris, that the Haganah intelligence service was reporting every Arab leaving the country is regarded as a traitor and would be put on trial in Syria. Everyone wishing to leave the country had to obtain permission from the Arab National Committee in Haifa. Driving the point home further, on September 17th, David Ben-Gurion instructed his ambassador in Washington, I find it necessary to write to you so that you can pass on a translation of this letter to our friends. We will not receive any additional Arab refugees. Obviously, this plan will not be implemented. If necessary, we shall fight against it to the last man. With regard to the Israeli nuclear program, well, in December 1962, in Palm Beach, Florida, the president met with Foreign Minister Golda Meir. Kennedy told her, from the memorandum of conversation, we are opposed to nuclear proliferation. Mrs. Meir reassured the president that there would not be any difficulty between us on the Israeli nuclear reactor in Dimona. Interestingly, she also said, Israel is perfectly prepared to live within its present borders. It doesn't want more land. Despite her assurances, Israel developed an arsenal of nuclear weapons that, by the time Meir herself became prime minister, became a small arsenal of over a dozen devices. To create their first nuclear weapons, Israel stole hundreds of pounds of highly enriched uranium in a years-long espionage operation orchestrated by LACOM, the Israelis' secret scientific intelligence agency. The source of the uranium was a facility owned by the Numek Corporation in Apollo, Pennsylvania. Not only did the Israelis lie about developing a nuclear reactor and about developing weapons, they further stole uranium to be used for nuclear weapons that they've never disclosed. Israel had proven itself to be a rogue state, characterized by political intransigence and routine aggression against its neighbors. To make matters worse, their pursuit of nuclear weapons threatened to further destabilize the region to the point of no return, and still does, by the way. This being in stark contrast to its western neighbor, who had, even after the wars of attrition and the Israeli invasion of the Sinai Peninsula, sought peace with Israel. A memo authored by esteemed statesman John J. McCloy features his account of a meeting with Gamal Abdel Nasser in Cairo in June 1963, along with American Ambassador John Beidou. I met with Nasser at 7 p.m. Thursday and spent 2 hours with him. He suggested that perhaps it could be arranged that in response to a written inquiry by the president regarding his intentions, he could give a written reply. Number 1, he had no intention whatsoever of engaging in nuclear weapons, and number 2, he had no intention of attacking Israel. He narrated a full history of Israeli attacks beginning in 1952 through 1956, his request for weapons, the refusal of Britain, France, and the US to give him weapons after these attacks, and his final appeal to the Russians. He repeated several times that I could report to the president that he had no intent or desire to manufacture nuclear material, and he had no intention of attacking Israel. Having devoted attention to the Truman administration, it would appear that Lyndon Baines Johnson has a lot in common with his Democratic forebear. Johnson, also being a fundamentalist, his aunt Jessie Hatcher remained throughout his life a source of influence on his beliefs. Lyndon, always remember this, she reportedly told him, don't ever go against Israel, because Israel was given to them by God. The Jews are God's people, and they are always going to be. That's their land, and nobody is going to take it away from them. As with Truman, however, this infatuation with the Bible and its perceived impact on real Middle East policy only went so far. And as with Truman, Johnson struggled quite powerfully with the opposing interests of the United States and Israel, far from one and the same. Johnson, of course, immediately inherited Kennedy's cabinet following his death. In a meeting with his Israeli counterpart, Prime Minister Levi Eshkol, in June of 1964, the president said that as long as he remained in the White House, Mr. Feldman would continue to serve as his prime minister on the question of Israel. Johnson practically gave in completely at certain points during his presidency to the lobby. Walter L. Hickson notes the extremes to which this amounted. Showing both fear of the lobby's political clout as well as frustration with its tactics, Johnson made the extraordinary statement that he would simply leave up to the Israelis and the lobby the decision on U.S. arms sales to Jordan.
My judgment is, and it's Rusk's judgment, that this little king has some value to us, and that we ought to keep him as far away from the Soviet and Nasser as we can. The Israelis, though, don't think so. Well, if they don't, we'll just pull out. We won't sell him a damn thing. But we want it to be clear it's their decision. And we want to be clear that we're doing it so we can satisfy the Jews and not irritate them. Our people, the Jews in our country, say that we ought not to, under any circumstances, sell Jordan anything. Now, that we've spent $600 million on this course of action under Kennedy and all through the years. Only reason I'm helping Jordan is on account of Israel. Now, if Israel considers them their enemy and not of help, then we just wasted $600 million. But I'm not prepared to take on the New York Times and Mike Feldman and everybody else. And I'm going to let them make the decision.
The lobby's pressure, despite Johnson's extraordinary friendliness with the Israelis, reached such great heights that he told now Foreign Minister Abba Eban in February 1966, "We always seem to have a problem with well-meaning friends of Israel who attempted to help our relations along." He asked Eban to tell them to stop coming in the back door, or writing, or sending telegrams, or talking to the newspapers. As sympathetic as Johnson was to the Israelis, and as much as his Bible-thumping contributed to this worldview, he still had to consider U.S. positions and interests, which were starkly opposed to Israeli interests. While Kennedy selling Hawk missiles was one thing, those were defensive weapons. But directly sending offensive weapons was something the U.S. government wanted to avoid since, basically, they were worried about what the Israelis would do with them. From a conversation with Dean Rusk,
I think there's some difficulty about our making a flat commitment on the numbers of tanks when we're on notice, that, so far as we can tell now, that they're going to take preemptive action on that Jordan water business. Mm-hmm.
President John F. Kennedy's Department of Justice, led by brother Bobby Kennedy, ordered the American Zionist Council in December of 1962 to register as a foreign agent. Their receiving funds from the American section of the Jewish Agency for Israel constituted the council an agent of a foreign principal, and the council's registration was requested. In January of the new year, Cy Kennan incorporates the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. In a clever maneuver to avoid registering as a foreign agent themselves, the lobbying arm of the AZC broke off into its own outfit, despite receiving the same funding and pursuing the same goals to this day. AIPAC now led the effort to obtain these offensive weapons while Johnson was in the White House. In what would become their standard procedure, they deployed a letter to Secretary of State Dean Rusk, securing signatures from 76 House members. By July of 1965, the United States and Israel signed a deal providing 210 M48 Patton tanks. They further demanded planes, so much so that, wrote Comer to President Johnson, "I got Eban down here on the 12th and McNamara dusted him off in 20 no-nonsense minutes. Our tactic of sicking McNamara on the Israelis seems to have worked. We'll sell Israel 48 A4Es, about $50 million, and they will undertake in return to, number 1, quietly support our sale of 36 second-hand F-104s to Jordan, and number 2, reaffirm their promises not to go nuclear." Of course, by this time, regulators for the Atomic Energy Commission had discovered hundreds of pounds of highly enriched uranium missing from the NUMEC plant at Apollo. As reported by Howard Cohn and Barbara Newman for Rolling Stone in December 1977, the total missing and unaccounted for was 194 pounds, larger by far than any previous known discrepancy at other U.S. nuclear facilities. Approximately 22 pounds of enriched uranium are needed to make the smallest functional bomb. The number grew substantially. By early 1967, the Atomic Energy Commission had re-inventoried the plant and found unaccounted for 572 pounds in all. In 1976, CIA Deputy Director for Science and Technology Carl E. Duckett briefed members of the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Victor Galinsky was one of them. What Duckett confirmed, to everyone's astonishment, was that the CIA believed that the nuclear explosives in Israel's first several bombs, about 100 kilograms of bomb-grade uranium in all, came from material that was missing at a U.S. naval nuclear fuel plant operated by the Nuclear Materials and Equipment Corporation in Apollo, Pennsylvania. It was reasonable for Dean Rusk to assume that Israel intends to make its decisions on whether to produce nuclear weapons without consulting us. By contrast, Dean Rusk was thrilled with Egypt for not pursuing nuclear weapons, since the United States was utterly opposed to the introduction of nuclear weapons in the Middle East. Rusk would have a tense confrontation with the Israeli ambassador Gideon Raphael. Would Israel agree to International Atomic Energy Agency safeguards, he asked. Ambassador Raphael said Israel was not giving any thought to it. Rusk insisted that if Israel went nuclear, you will lose U.S. support. If, on the other hand, you accepted a nuclear ban, your neighbors would follow you, and that would be a first step toward reduction of tensions. This consideration is fundamental to the U.S. position. Either this card is in your deck, or it is not. If it's not, then get it out of the way by accepting safeguards. Rusk again noted that if Israel is holding open the nuclear option, it should forget U.S. support. We would not be with you. On the road to the 1967 war, a telegram from U.S. Embassy Tel Aviv, back to U.S. State, expresses strong disapproval over the Israeli attack on Syrian tractors on May 13th. If such actions lead to Security Council considerations, the U.S. will not be able to support Israel. Years later, in 1976, Moshe Dayan would tell reporter ReacTal how at least 80% of the clashes there started, while he was defense minister. Speaking of the Syrian front, in my opinion, more than 80%. We would send a tractor to plow someplace in the demilitarized area, and knew in advance that the Syrians would start to shoot. If they didn't shoot, we would tell the tractor to advance farther, until in the end the Syrians would get annoyed and shoot. And then we would use artillery and later the Air Force. The Americans were perplexed with why, if the Israelis were militarily superior to all the Arab states, did they bother attacking them this way? In a July 1965 telegram from the Department of State to the embassy in Israel, we would have expected, during recent months as high tide of Arab summit solidarity receded and as Arab realists recognized once again Israel's basic military preeminence, the government of Israel's actions would be characterized more consistently by calm, confidence, and restraint expected of a nation whose security is essentially, if not absolutely, assured. The government of Israel's actions pointed to above also have disadvantages in our view of detracting from Israel's image as a country sincerely devoted to peace with its neighbors and of making U.S. government efforts to help Israel more difficult and reducing their chances of success. Their perplexity turned to outrage as news emerged of an Israeli raid on Samu in the West Bank on November 13, 1966. In response to the deaths of 3 Israeli soldiers from landmines, the Israelis sent in a large invasion force including tanks and followed by aircraft. In an act of collective punishment, the IDF forced everyone into the town square to watch as they demolished their houses, some 125 in all. The CIA offered a sobering assessment of the damage the raid caused. King Hussein had made a sustained effort to avoid provocations to Israel. This has involved such steps as preventing Arab saboteurs from crossing from Jordan into Israel and keeping his armored forces east of the Jordan River. These measures have been politically unpopular at home and have subjected him to criticism from other Arab states. The recent raid involved an infantry brigade supported by armor, aircraft, and artillery. It resulted in about 50 deaths, half of them Jordanian soldiers, and in the destruction of about 150 buildings. He is aware that retaliation carries the risk of an expanded conflict, which could involve the bulk of his army, a process in which the latter would almost certainly be defeated. The Israeli raid seems illogical and miscalculated to us. Walt Rostow, National Security Advisor, as well opined, retaliation is not the point in this case. This 3,000-man raid with tanks and planes was out of all proportion to the provocation and was aimed at the wrong target. In hitting Jordan so hard, the Israelis have done a great deal of damage to our interests and to their own. They've wrecked a good system of tacit cooperation between Hussein and the Israelis. Continuing this kind of cooperation will be all but impossible now, which stung for the U.S. even more when considering we've spent $500 million to shore him up. We might begin putting out the line with our Jewish friends here that the U.S. can't go on supporting Israel's interests in the Middle East unless the Israelis themselves show some intent over the long run to reach an accommodation with the Arabs. Washington responded to the Samu incident by speeding up delivery of F-104 aircraft to Jordan. Rostow acknowledged that no matter what we do, the Israelis and their friends will object. But we're just cleaning up the mess that Israel's raid created, and we've taken Israel's military concerns into account. By contrast, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, in a February 1967 memorandum to Defense Secretary Robert McNamara, made their feelings known with regard to arming Israel. The Joint Chiefs of Staff do not consider that military aid to Israel is justified by the internal or external threat. Israel's present military forces are capable of defending successfully against any individual or collective Arab attack. However, the previously bitter Rostow changed his tune, telling Johnson, their December raid on Samu precipitated our emergency military assistance to Jordan, costing us about $9 million. While we made no commitment to match exactly for Israel what their action at Samu forced us to in Jordan, Ambassador to the United Nations Arthur Goldberg, under continuing pressure in New York, feels strongly we should do nearly that. Pressure from New York, a euphemism for the lobby. You may also find it interesting that the Israelis considered Goldberg an asset and even referred to him by a code name, Menashe. In April of 1967, the Israelis again launched a provocative assault on Syria, sending tractors as was routine, and following Syrian shelling, the Israelis launched an assault deep into Syrian territory, shooting down 6 MiG fighter aircraft, including 2 in Damascus. Judging from briefing notes for CIA Director Richard Helms, this left Nasser little choice. The Egyptians, embarrassed because they had not helped the Syrians in April, then made a big show of marching into Sinai, partly to show good faith, partly in hopes of deterring the Israelis. Nasser followed this with a move which would seal the fate of the Middle East forever, closing the Strait of Tiran. Eager to avoid a repeat of Eisenhower's strong disapproval of the Suez invasion of 1956, the lobby utilized all means at their disposal. The Israeli Foreign Ministry orchestrated a campaign to, quote, create a public atmosphere that will constitute pressure on the administration in the direction of obtaining our desired goals, without it being explicitly clear that we are behind this public campaign. On May 26, 1967, Foreign Minister Abba Eban met secretly with President Johnson to lay out a fake apocalyptic scenario in which we are sitting on a time bomb, saying they faced imminent attack. In January 1969, the State Department's Historical Studies Division produced a report, at the time top secret, on United States policy and diplomacy in the Middle East crisis from May 15th to June 10th, 1967. It contains the U.S. government's position on the threat of an Egyptian attack on Israel. Since Eban had wondered why the United States did not accept Israeli intelligence reports of a possible imminent United Arab Republic attack on Israel, Secretary McNamara explained to Eban in some detail that 3 separate intelligence groups had looked carefully into the matter, and that it was the U.S. conclusion that the Egyptian deployments were defensive. All estimates were unanimous, President Johnson added, that if the United Arab Republic attacked, Israel would, quote, whip the hell out of them. Johnson additionally sent a telegram to Prime Minister Levi Eshkol. The Soviets tell me that they have information that you are preparing to take military action against your Arab neighbors and provoke a conflict which would be fraught with great consequences. They tell us that they know the Arabs do not wish a military conflict. Israel just must not take any preemptive military action and thereby make itself responsible for the initiation of hostilities. Unilateral action on the part of Israel would be irresponsible and catastrophic. Israeli ambassador to the U.S. Abraham Harman told Dean Rusk in a conversation just days before the war began that Israel is threatened not with aggression but with genocide. Dean Rusk responded, just days after Harman's boss was told the same by President Johnson, that we have been told categorically that Egypt will not attack. They had good reason to believe this since, to read from a State Department telegram from May 27th, on behalf of all Arab ambassadors, Lebanese, Kuwaiti, and Libyan ambassadors called on the Secretary May 27th on instructions that their governments express concern of Arab countries about present Arab-Israeli crisis. Ambassadors emphasized that no Arab state wanted to start war and no one wanted unfriendly relations with the U.S. I've covered the Israeli admissions that Nasser did not want a war prior to June 5, 1967, but just to review, no less an Israeli figure than Yitzhak Rabin, then Chief of Staff of the IDF, said in 1968 that the 2 divisions that Nasser sent to Sinai on May 14th would not have been enough to unleash an offensive against Israel. He knew it, and we knew it. His deputy Ezra Weitzman further said there was never a danger of extermination. Years later, in 1982, Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin declared, we must be honest with ourselves, we decided to attack him. Aware of the unfortunate position an Israeli attack on Egypt would put the United States, the Israelis decided to lie about it. Harry McPherson, then White House counsel, provides an amusing account of Israeli lying following their preemptive attack on Egypt. The first day of the war, June 5th, McPherson made his way over to the Israeli Defense Ministry and met with Abba Eban. Something quickly struck him as odd. They were saying that they were hit by the Egyptians, were attacked by the Egyptians, and they had counterattacked. It didn't seem right to me, and I kept asking about this. I kept saying, well, where did they hit you? And he said, oh, there were big movements down in the Sinai, in the Negev. I said, into Israel? And he said, it was imminent. It was coming. I said, but did they cross over? It's vital for the president to know. Is he going to be talking on behalf of a country that was literally attacked or a country that launched a preventive attack? And he said, they were right there. At that time, the air raid siren went off again, and he kept talking. And he didn't make a move. Nobody made a move to go underground. Finally, one of them said, shouldn't we go underground? And General Yariv looked at his watch and thought for a minute and said, no, that won't be necessary. And suddenly, the whole thing just broke open. Of course it wasn't necessary. There weren't any damned Arab airplanes left. It was easy enough to tell by the first day, as was noted by the CIA. An analysis of presently available information suggests that Israel fired the first shots today. Walt Rostow, remembering a cabinet meeting from that day with Dean Rusk, Robert McNamara, McGeorge Bundy, Clark Clifford, and Dean Acheson, the former Secretary of State under Harry Truman, wrote, there was an interesting moment, as I remember it. Mr. Acheson looked back on the whole history of Israeli independence and, in effect, said that it was a mistake to ever create the State of Israel. In a 1983 oral history interview with the aforementioned UN Ambassador Arthur Goldberg, the asset known to the Israelis by his codename Menashe, claimed, I had made up my mind in 1967 that I was going to resign. But the Middle East War broke out, and Rusk disqualified himself since he had been an Assistant Secretary of State and made some anti-Israel statements. The president thereupon asked me to take charge. So the State Department did not handle the 1967 war. I handled it. Of course, I advised them, I advised the White House, but I dealt primarily with the president. Interesting, Rusk was deemed biased when, as observed by Walter L. Hickson, speaking at an AIPAC dinner celebrating Israel's 17th anniversary in 1965, Goldberg declared he believed in, quote, the truth of the Old Testament prophecy that God selected Eretz Israel to be his holy land. After leaving the administration in 1968, Goldberg was named president of the American Jewish Committee. In 1972, Goldberg became honorary president of Neot Kedumim, the Gardens of Israel, a project centered on recreation of the biblical landscape of ancient Israel in an area between Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. This man had a central role in U.S. policy toward the territories captured by Israel in 1967. The lobby's wrath was felt like it hadn't ever been before when State Department spokesman Robert J. McCluskey made the mistake of declaring on June 5th, the first day of the war, "We have tried to steer an even-handed course through this. Our position is neutral in thought, word, and deed." McGeorge Bundy himself, in an oral history interview of his own, frankly contextualized the backlash Johnson swiftly received for his daring statement. The president was driven up the wall in a lower-key sense of importance by a State Department announcement that we were neutral in thought and deed and word, which is not what his friends in New York wanted to hear. So he heard about that from the Arthur Crims and the Abe Feinbergs of the world. AIPAC, at its zenith, achieved a veritable public relations blitz, amounting to a full-blown assault on the White House. As summarized by Dixon Donnelly, the State Department's Assistant Secretary of State for Public Affairs, in a communication to Secretary Dean Rusk, during the period of June 9th to the 12th, we processed some 9,000 pieces of public mail commenting on the Middle East crisis. About 98% of the mail was pro-Israeli, with, quote, only a handful of writers supporting the Arab states. The White House received an additional 120,000 letters, which will all be answered. Cy Kennan once summarized AIPAC's modus operandi this way. I put it very succinctly in one sentence. We appeal to local leadership to write or telegraph or telephone their congressmen and urge them to call upon the president to overrule the Department of State. And this has been going on now for some 20 years. Johnson, the Bible thumper and committed Zionist, was nonetheless feeling the pressure. On June 7th, the domestic advisors named Larry Levinson and Ben Wattenberg told the president, "We talked to David Brody of the Anti-Defamation League of the B'nai B'rith, and he reported this reaction from the Jewish community in America. There was sharp disillusion and dismay at the McCluskey statement concerning neutrality in word, thought, and deed. American Jews are looking to the president for assurances of a real, guaranteed, meaningful peace in the Middle East, and that Israel not be forced to roll back, as they were by the Dulles Eisenhower position in 1956. Johnson snapped. He told Levinson, "You Zionist dupe. You and Wattenberg are Zionist dupes in the White House. Why can't you see I'm doing all I can for Israel?" Johnson's displeasure would hardly end there. One need only consider the events of the 8th of June. As war seemed inevitable, on May 23, 1967, NSA Director General Marshall Carter communicated via telegram to the Joint Chiefs of Staff, "The present situation in the Middle East has resulted in NSA declaring a SIGINT readiness. In order to augment coverage in the area, the diversion of the USS Liberty is considered a necessary course of action in view of the Liberty's excellent collection, processing, and reporting capabilities, and her ability to remain on station for extended periods." The ship, armed with only 4 50-caliber machine guns and an infirmary with a capacity of 4 patients for almost 300 men, was anything but a battleship. Further, its unusual mast antenna configuration gave away the ship's spy capabilities to the point that they had been surveilled off the coast of Southwest Africa on 2 separate deployments. There's also the fact that, according to an official Israeli inquiry, an observer aboard an Israeli spy plane had identified the ship as the U.S. Navy ship Liberty, just one of some 8 reconnaissance flights over the Liberty through the morning and into the afternoon. Despite no nation ever having attacked a spy ship, the Liberty was the target of an hour-long attack, including strafing from jets, napalm, and later torpedo boats who launched a torpedo into the ship's hull, all in all, killing 34 sailors. The ship's captain, William McGonigal, reported to the official U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry, when the boats reached an approximate range of 2,000 yards, it appeared that they were flying an Israeli flag. This was later verified. Secretary of State Dean Rusk minced no words in his stinging rebuke to the Israeli ambassador to the U.S. At the time of the attack, the USS Liberty was flying the American flag, and its identification was clearly indicated in large white letters and numerals on its hull. It was broad daylight, and the weather conditions were excellent. Experience demonstrates that both the flag and the identification number of the vessel were readily visible from the air. At 2:50 local time on June 8, 1967, 2 Israeli aircraft circled the USS Liberty 3 times, with the evident purpose of identifying the vessel. Accordingly, there is every reason to believe that the USS Liberty was identified, or at least her nationality determined, by Israeli aircraft approximately 1 hour before the attack. In these circumstances, the later military attack by Israeli aircraft on the USS Liberty is quite literally incomprehensible. The silhouette and conduct of the USS Liberty readily distinguished it from any vessel that could have been considered as hostile. The USS Liberty was peacefully engaged, posed no threat whatsoever to the torpedo boats, and obviously carried no armament affording it combat capability. It could and should have been scrutinized visually at close range before torpedoes were fired. The Israelis responded by blaming the United States. The government of Israel regrets that it was not given prior information by the government of the United States of the presence of a United States vessel. It would be appreciated if the government of Israel could be given timely information of the approach by United States vessels to shores where the Israeli Defense Forces are in authority. The National Security Council called it a terrible note. The Naval Court of Inquiry was undertaken by Admiral Isaac Kidd Jr. with Chief Counsel Ward Boston. They concluded the attack was a case of mistaken identity. However, years later, Boston admitted in a sworn affidavit, President Lyndon Johnson and Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara ordered them to conclude that the attack was a case of mistaken identity despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. A damning conclusion he made during the investigation was that the evidence was clear. Both Admiral Kidd and I believed with certainty that this attack, which killed 34 American sailors and injured 172 others, was a deliberate effort to sink an American ship and murder its entire crew. The NSA director concurred. It couldn't be anything else but deliberate. As did an official CIA history. many informed Americans soon came to believe that the assault had been anything but accidental. CIA initially resisted this judgment, but the cumulative weight of the evidence rapidly undermined this position. Said then CIA Director Richard Helms himself, "I don't think that there can be any doubt that the Israelis knew exactly what they were doing." Following this attack, on June 14th, AIPAC's Cy Kennan bragged that in Congress, just about everybody is voting in support of Israel's position. Walter L. Hickson unearthed an AP poll. An Associated Press poll found that 365 out of 438 responses from members of Congress were opposed to withdrawal from the territories captured by Israel without peace. Days later, despite the overwhelming evidence provided by virtually every individual in a position to know the details of the Liberty case, Johnson rewarded the Israelis with a speech that forever changed the previously held U.S. position of territorial integrity. And far from admonishing the Zionists for initiating hostilities, something they said would be irresponsible and catastrophic, Johnson declared that what the nations of the region needed was recognized boundaries and other arrangements that will give them security against terror, destruction, and war. In essence, no return to the previous border, and no withdrawal from Israel's new territories, which now included the Sinai Peninsula, the Golan Heights, and most consequentially, the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. There are some who have urged, as a single, simple solution, an immediate return to the situation as it was on June 4th. As our distinguished and able ambassador, Mr. Arthur Goldberg, has already said, this is not a prescription for peace, but for renewed hostilities. Indeed, the Jewish community here would be up in arms if they switched their Middle East positions, Goldberg said. Johnson, the Christian fundamentalist, ardent Zionist, with everything he had done, supporting not only their crusade into the Arab world and changing U.S. policy to allow Israel to retain these territories indefinitely, all while overlooking the deliberate attempt to sink a U.S. Navy spy ship, Johnson, if it can be believed, was feeling the heat from the lobby well over a month after the war. From the Foreign Relations of the United States series, President Johnson held his regular weekly luncheon meeting on July 25, 1967, with Secretary Rusk, Secretary McNamara, and Walt Rostow. Notes of the meeting state that there was a discussion of the Middle East and that the president told Rostow to tell Bundy to channel future requests by leading Jewish leaders to Bundy, and not to the president. The president said he was seeing too many. Johnson also rewarded the Israelis with a shipment of F-4 Phantoms, replacing France as Israel's principal arms supplier. The Foreign Relations of the United States series as well contains a memorandum dated November 9, 1968. On November 7th, Secretary Clifford and Secretary Rusk met with the president. Both secretaries argued with the president in favor of insisting on additional assurances from the Israelis on the grounds that nuclear weapons in the Middle East were extremely dangerous for the national security of the United States. The president apparently said that he had promised the F-4s without any conditions, and that was his position. He did not even wish to accept Mr. Rusk's position that we had at least to obtain the same assurances that we had previously received from the Israelis in connection with the A4 negotiations. This aid can hardly be justified on the grounds that Israel was a key strategic ally during the Cold War, as Henry Kissinger admitted flatly to a room full of lobbyists in 1975. Israeli strength does not prevent the spread of communism in the Arab world. Israeli strength provides for Israeli security. The best defense against the spread of communism in the Arab world is to strengthen the moderate Arab governments. So it is difficult to claim that a strong Israel serves American interests because it prevents the spread of communism in the Arab world. It does not. It provides for the survival of Israel. Before the end of the month of the June 1967 war, in the words of Israeli historian Ilan Pape, on the 19th of June, the full gathering of Israel's political leaders decided, without a single objection, to exclude the West Bank and the Gaza Strip from future negotiations. This position was clarified by Prime Minister Eshkol himself. He explained to ministers that when he talked to the press about an Israeli readiness to withdraw from territories in exchange for peace, "I did not mean the West Bank and the Gaza Strip," Eshkol reassured his ministers. The Israeli government had further secured the full backing of the United States. Israel maintained its policy of intransigence, and just as they refused to budge in 1948, their new possessions in 1967 created a deteriorating situation. In 1973, Egypt and Syria would launch a surprise attack to reclaim its properties. The humiliating deaths of some 2,000 Israeli troops forced Prime Minister Golda Meir into retirement. During the war, Israel deployed its nuclear weapons for use. The U.S. military readiness reached DEFCON 3, the highest possible during peacetime. The war changed the leverage of the Arab states, and eventually culminated in Israel ceding the Sinai Peninsula for peace with Egypt. But Israel refused to meet with Jordan, despite pressure from Henry Kissinger. The Israeli defense analyst Avner Yaniv, who is also professor of political science at the University of Haifa, recognizes this refusal as a turning point for Yasser Arafat's Palestine Liberation Organization. Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin declined to meet with Jordan, giving the PLO a golden opportunity to cash in on its rising international status and gain recognition at the Rabat Conference of the Arab League on October 29, 1974, as the sole legitimate spokesman for the Palestinian cause. This important milestone in the history of the PLO gave it the boost it needed to gain the international prominence for which it had been struggling ever since 1967. The weight of the Arab bloc in the wider Islamic conference, especially at a moment when Arab oil power was at its all-time peak, ensured that this large group of nations would endorse the PLO as well. The Islamic conference in turn was large enough to sway opinion in favor of the PLO in the non-aligned bloc too. This guaranteed the unequivocal support of both the Soviets and the Chinese, along with their European clients. Faced with such a conglomeration of forces, the Western European nations could no longer refuse to pay official attention to the PLO. And against this background, the PLO had no problem in obtaining the recognition of the United Nations, at least in the status of an observer. By the end of 1974, then, it was no longer as essential as it had been that the PLO resort to attacks against Israeli civilians for the purpose of attracting world attention. If Europe and the United States were to adopt the PLO thesis that the Palestinian issue could not be solved without the establishment of a Palestinian state, and that the only legitimate spokesman for the Palestinian cause was the PLO, Israel could have found itself under intolerable pressure to deal with the PLO, specifically to accept the principle that the PLO should be allowed to form an independent state on the West Bank and in the Gaza Strip. But Israel, said Yitzhak Rabin in 1975, would never accept such a state. I repeat firmly, clearly, categorically, the Israeli Prime Minister concluded, such a state will not be created. The situation grew more intolerable under the Carter administration. His national security advisor, Zbigniew Brzezinski, had even written a paper in 1975 calling for a PLO state in the West Bank and Gaza. For the leaders of the ruling Labor government, the main unspoken purpose was to prevent the creation of a Palestinian state. From Golda Meir to Moshe Dayan to Yitzhak Rabin to Shimon Peres, even President Ronald Reagan made a number of policy decisions that irked the Zionists. The swiftness with which the United States under Reagan turned to the orientation of the Carter administration was alarming to Israel. Increasingly, it appeared as if the United States was looking for ways of advancing Israeli-Egyptian autonomy talks through a combination of indirect pressure on Israel to slow down the settlement policy in the West Bank and a discreet wooing of the PLO. The Yom Kippur War had dealt a fatal blow to the Labor government, in power from Israel's creation to the 1977 elections. And the Likud, under the leadership of Menachem Begin, chose to deal with the increasingly moderate and respected PLO by invading Lebanon, where they had their headquarters. Aside from the massacres at Sabra and Shatila, in which Defense Minister Ariel Sharon declared that their Lebanese Christian auxiliaries would clean everything, the Israeli military also destroyed 500 buildings by the first week of July, and killed some 20,000 people.
ولكن بعدما طفح الكيد وشاهدنا ظلم وتعسف التحالف الأمريكي الإسرائيلي على أهلنا في فلسطين ولبنان تبادر إلى ذهني ذلك وإن الأحداث التي أثرت في نفسي بشكل مباشر ترجع إلى عام 1982 وما تلاها من أحداث عندما أذنت أمريكا للإسرائيليين باجتياح لبنان وساعد في ذلك الأسطول الثالث الأمريكي. وفي تلك اللحظات العصيبة جاشت في نفسي معان كثيرة يصعب وصفها، ولكنها أنتجت شعورا عارما برفض الظلم وولدت تصميما قويا على معاقبة الظالمين. وبينما أنا أنظر إلى تلك الأبراج المدمرة في لبنان انقدح في ذهني أن نعاقب الظالم بالمثل وأن ندمر أبراجا في أمريكا لتذوق بعض ما ذقنا ولترتدع عن قتل أطفالنا ونسائنا.
An especially taboo topic is how the U.S.-Israel special relationship is inextricably linked with the U.S. so-called war on terror. The groundwork had been laid years before September 11th when, in 1992, Paul Wolfowitz, then Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, supervised the drafting of the Defense Policy Guidance document, which called for using military force, if necessary, to prevent the proliferation of nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction in such countries as North Korea, Iraq, some of the successor republics to the Soviet Union, and in Europe. An embarrassment for the first Bush administration when it was leaked, but under his son's administration, Wolfowitz became number 2 at the Pentagon, Deputy Secretary of Defense. When the Jerusalem Post named Wolfowitz Man of the Year in 2003, they explained their decision with, "The war in Iraq had many authors. What's not in dispute is that Wolfowitz is the principal author of the doctrine of preemption, which framed the war in Iraq and which, when it comes to it, will underpin U.S. action against other rogue states." When President Bush says, "America will not permit the world's most dangerous regimes to threaten us with the world's most destructive weapons," that's Wolfowitz talking. The Post had earlier reported that, upon rumors of his appointment, pro-Israel communities are jumping for joy. Wolfowitz is considered a strong supporter of Israel. He has been one of the loudest proponents of a tough policy toward Iraq, focused on finding a way to bring down Saddam Hussein's regime. Why the Israeli interest in Iraq? Philip Zelikow, a member of George W. Bush's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board, explained in September of 2002, "Everybody says, show me an imminent threat from Iraq to America. Why would Iraq attack America or use nuclear weapons against us? So I'll tell you what I think the real threat is, and actually has been since 1990. It's the threat against Israel. And this is the threat that dare not speak its name because the Europeans don't care deeply about that threat. I will tell you frankly. And the American government doesn't want to lean too hard on it rhetorically because it's not a popular sell." Indeed, the New York Times didn't shy away from the suggestion when reporting just days after 9/11. Mr. Wolfowitz, the Pentagon's influential deputy secretary, is a conservative thinker who has continued to press for a military campaign against Iraq that would not only punish Mr. Hussein for his past support for terrorism at home and abroad, but would also eliminate the danger he poses to Israel and the West in his quest to acquire weapons of mass destruction. Afghanistan and subsequently Iraq were to be part of a broad and sustained campaign. Not to end there, Israel's Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, the same one who authorized the massacres at Sabra and Shatila, called on the international community to target Iran as soon as the imminent conflict with Iraq is complete.
All right. I hope you enjoyed. This was, pretty long stream. I do hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was educational. I hope you learned something new. I hope you enjoyed this and are looking forward to more. I'll see what I can do about setting up something similar for next time. All right. That's about it. And see you next time.